Unpalliatinylate. Not palliatinylate. Unpolymerized. Alternative form of unpolymerized. Unpolymerized. Not polymerized. Unpolymorph. To regain one's original form after having polymorphed. Unpolymorphed. Simple past and past participle of unpolymorph. Unpolymorphing. Present participle and gerund of unpolymorph. Unpolymorphs. Third person singular simple present indicative of unpolymorph. Unpolyunsaturated. Not polyunsaturated. Unpomaded. Not pomaded. Undomatermed. Not domatermed. Unpompous. Not pompous. Unpompously. Without pomposity. Unpompousness. The quality of not being pompous. Unpondered. Not pondered. Unponderous. Not ponderous. Unpontifical. Not pontifical. To remove from a pool supply of resources. Unpool. Not pool. Unpooling. Present participle and gerund of unpool. Unpools. Third person singular simple present indicative of unpool. Unfuck. To unfasten a snap fastener. Unpope. To divest of the character, office, or authority of a pope. Unpoped. Simple past and past participle of unpope. Unpopes. Third person singular simple present indicative of unpope. Unpoping. Present participle and gerund of unpope. Unoperable. Impossible to pop, not poppable. Unpopped. Not having been popped. Unpopping. Present participle and gerund of unpop. Unpop this. Third person singular simple present indicative of unpop. Unpopular. Lacking popularity. Unpopularize. Alternative form of unpopularize. Unpopularize. Simple past and past participle of unpopularize. Unpopularizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of unpopularize. Unpopularizing. Present participle and gerund of unpopularize. Unpopularities. Plural of unpopularity. Unpopularity. The paucity or degree of being unpopular or the absence or lack of popularity. Unpopularize. To render unpopular. Unpopularize. Simple past and past participle of unpopularize. Unpopularizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of unpopularize. Unpopularizing. Present participle and gerund of unpopularize. Unpopularly. In a manner which is not popular. Unpopulate. To reduce or remove the population of. Unpopulated. Uninhabited, having no residents. Unpopulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of unpopulate. Unpopulating. Present participle and gerund of unpopulate. Unpopulous. Not populous, having a small population. Unpopulousness. Quality of being unpopulous. Unporcine. Not porcine. Unpornographic. Not pornographic. Unporous, not porous. Unporousness, the state or condition of being unporous. Unport, to flow away from, and thus fail to enter its intake or drain port. Unportability, the state or condition of being unportable. Unportable, not portable, not easily transferred or converted between different systems. Unported, not having been ported or converted to another platform. Unportended, not portended. Unportentous, not portentous. Unporting, present participle and gerund of unport. Unportion, not portioned, not allocated a dowry or inheritance. Unportly, not portly. Unportraited, not depicted in a portrait. Unportrayable, that cannot be portrayed. Unportray, not portray. Unports, third person singular simple present indicative of unport. Unportunate, importunate, troublesome with requests. Impose, to modify a model body so that it is no longer in a particular pose. Unposed, not posed, without deliberate posing. Unposes, third person singular simple present indicative of unpose. Unbush, not posh. Unposing, present participle and gerund of unpose. Unposited, not posited. Unpositioned, not positioned. Unpositive, not positive, negative. Unpossessed, to be without or to resign, possession of. Unpossessable, that cannot be possessed. Unpossessed, not possessed, not owned by anybody. Unpossesses, third person singular simple present indicative of unpossess. Unpossessing, present participle and gerund of unpossess. Unpossessive, not possessive. Unpossibilities, plural of unpossibility. Unpossibility, impossibility. Unpossible, impossible. Unpost, to remove or retract something previously posted, such as an electronic message. Unposted, not posted, unsent, unmailed. Unposter, not covered with posters. Unposting, present participle and gerund of unpost. Unpostmark, without a postmark. Unpostmodern, not postmodern. Unpostponable, not postponable. Unpostponed, not postpone. Unposts, third person singular simple present indicative of unposts. Unpostulated, not having been postulated. Unpot, to remove from a pot. Unpotable, not potable. Unpotentiated, not potentiated. Unpothole, free from potholes. Unbots, third person singular simple present indicative of unpot. Unpotable, not potable in any sense. Unpotted, simple past and past participle of unpot. Unpotting, present participle and gerund of unpot. Unpotty, only used in unpotty trained. Unpotty train, to train someone, especially an adult, to exclusively use diapers. Unpotty trained, alternative form of unpotty trained. Unpotty training, the idea or practice of becoming incontinent so as to require diapers. Unpotty trains, third person singular simple present indicative of unpotty train. Unpotty train, alternative form of unpotty train. Unpotty trained, unable to use the potty or toilet, not yet toilet trained, incontinent. Unpotty training, alternative form of unpotty training. Unpotty trains, third person singular simple present indicative of unpotty train. Unpouch, not packaged in a pouch. Unpoultice, not poulticed. Unpounce, not pounced or perforated. Unpounded, not pounded. Unpourable, not pourable. Unpoured, not poured. Unpowdered, not powdered. Unpowdery, not powdery. Empower, lack of power, weakness. Empowered, lacking in power, especially electrical power. Unpowerful, not powerful. Unpowerfulness, the quality of being unpowerful. Unpowering, present participle of unpower. Unpowers, third person singular simple present indicative of unpower. Unpracticability, the state or condition of being unpracticable. Unpracticable, not practicable. Unpracticableness, the state or condition of being unpracticable, impracticability. Unpracticably, synonym of impracticably. Unpractical, not practical, impractical. Unpracticality, the quality of being unpractical. Unpractically, in a way that is not practical. Unpracticalness, the state or condition of being unpractical, impracticality. Unpracticed, not practiced, inexperienced. Unpracticed, alternative spelling of unpracticed. Unpracticeness, the quality of being unpracticed. Unpragmatic, not pragmatic. Unpragmatical, not pragmatical. Unpragmatically, in an unpragmatic way. Unpraisable, not praisable. Unpraised, not praised. Unpraiseful, not praiseful. Unpraiseworthily, in an unpraiseworthy manner. Unpraiseworthy, not praiseworthy. Unpraising, not giving praise. Unpray, to annul or revoke something previously prayed for by prayer. Unprayable, incapable of being prayed. Unpray, not prayed. Unprayerful, not prayerful. Unpraying, not praying, who does not pray. Unpraise, third person singular simple present indicative of unpray. Unpreach, to undo or overthrow something by preaching, to revoke something preached before. Unpreachable, not preachable, impossible to preach. Unpreach, not preached. Unpreaches, third person singular simple present indicative of unpreach. Unpreaching, present participle and gerund of unpreach. Unpreaky, not preaky. unprecarious, not precarious, unprecautioned, not precaution, unpreceded, not preceded, unprecedented, misconstruction of unprecedented, unprecedental, unprecedented, unprecedented, never before seen, done, or experienced, without precedent, unprecedentedly, in an unprecedented manner, unprecedentedness, quality of be unprecedented, unprecedential, not precedential, unprecedentedly, in a manner or to a degree that has no precedent, unprecious, not precious, unprecipitate, not precipitate, unprecipitated, not precipitated remaining in solution, unprecise, not precise, unprecisely, synonym of imprecisely, unpreciseness, the state or condition of being unprecise, imprecision, unprecluded, not precluded, unprecocious, not precocious, unpredacious, not predacious, unpredated, not predated, unpredatory, not predatory, unpredestinated, not predestinated, unpredestined, not predestined, unpredetermined, not predetermined, unpredicable, not predicable, unpredicatable, that cannot be predicated, unpredicated, not predicated, unpredict, to retract or undo a previous prediction, unpredictabilities, plural of unpredictability, unpredictability, the quality of being unpredictable, unpredictable, unable to be predicted, unpredictableness, the state or quality of being unpredictable, unpredictables, plural of unpredictable, unpredictably, in an unpredictable way, unpredicted, not predicted, unpredictedness, the quality of being unpredicted, unpredicting, present participle and gerund of unpredict, unpredictive, not predictive, unpredictably, in a way that cannot be predicted reliably, unpredictably, unpredicts, third person singular simple present indicative of unpredict, unpredisposed, not predisposed, unpredisposing, that does not predispose, unfreeing, not preened, unprefaced, not prefaced without a preface, unpreferable, not preferable, undesirable, unpreferential, not preferential, unpreferentially, not preferentially, unprefer, not preferred, unprefigure, not prefigured, unprefix, not prefix, without a prefix, unprintable, impregnable, unpregnant, not pregnant, unprejudged, not prejudged, unprejudicate, unprejudice, unprejudicated, not prejudicated, unprejudicateness, absence of prejudice, unprejudiceness, unprejudice, absence of prejudice, unprejudice, not prejudiced, unprejudicedly, without prejudice, unprejudicedness, absence of prejudice, unprejudicial, not prejudicial, unprejudicially, in an unprejudicial manner, unprelatic, not prelatic, unprelatical, not prelatical, unpreluded, not preluded, unpremature, not premature, timely, unpremedicated, not premedicated, unpremeditable, that cannot be foreseen, unpremeditate, obsolete form of unpremeditated, unpremeditated, performed but not planned or thought out in advance, extemporaneous but not unintentional, unpremeditatedly, in an unpremeditated manner, without prior planning. Unpremeditatedness, the quality of being unpremeditated. Unpremeditation, lack of premeditation, spontaneity. Unpremeditativeness, the state or condition of being unpremeditative. Unpremonished, not premonished. Unpremultiplication, the process of unpremultiplying. Unpremultiply, simple past and past participle of unpremultiply. Unpremultiplies, third person singular simple present indicative of unpremultiply. Unpremultiply, to divide a premultiplied matrix by preceding factor non-commutatively. Unpremultiplying, present participle and gerund of unpremultiply. Unprentice, not apprentice. Unprenellated, non-prenellated. Unpreoccupy, not preoccupy. Unpreordained, not preordained. Unprepackaged, not prepackaged. Unpreparable, not preparable. Unpreparation, unpreparedness. Unprepare, to undo the preparation of. Unprepared, not prepared, caught by surprise. Unpreparedly, in an unprepared manner. Unpreparedness, the state or quality of being unprepared. Unprepareds, plural of unprepared. Unprepares, third person singular simple present indicative of unprepare. Unpreparing, present participle and gerund of unprepare. Unpreponderating, that does not preponderate. Unprepossessed, not prepossessed, and bias. Unprepossessedly, in an unprepossessed manner. Unprepossessing, unimpressive or unremarkable, dull and ordinary, nondescript. Unprepossessingly, in an unprepossessing way. Unprepossessingness, the state or condition of being unprepossessing. Unpreposterous, not preposterous. Unprepped, not prepared or made ready. Unpresaged, not presaged. Unpresaging, not presaging. Unprescient, not prescient. Unpresciently, in an unprescient manner. Unprecedented, not preceded. Unprescribable, not prescribable. Unprescribe, to recommend against something previously prescribed, to withdraw a prescription. Unprescribed, not prescribed. Unprescribed, third person singular simple present indicative of unprescribed. Unprescribing. Present participle and gerund of unprescribed. Unprescriptive. Not prescriptive. Unpresent. Not present. Unpresentability. The quality of being unpresentable. Unpresentable. Not presentable. Unpresentableness. The quality of being unpresentable. Unpresentably. In an unpresentable way. Unpresented. Not presented. Unpreservable. Not preservable. Unpreserved. Not preserved. Unprecedented. Misspelling of unprecedented. Unpresidential. Inappropriate for a president. Unpressed. To release the pressure on a switch or button so that it is no longer pressed. Unpressable. Incapable of being pressed. Unpressed. Simple past and past participle of unpressed. Unpresses. Third person singular simple present indicative of unpressed. Unpressing. Present participle and gerund of unpressed. Unpressingly. Not pressingly. Unpressure. Not pressured, relax. Unpressurized. Alternative form of unpressurized. Unpressurized. Not pressurized. Unpressed. Obsolete form of unpressed. Unprestigious. Not prestigious. Unpresumable. Not presumable. Unpresumed. Not presumed. Unpresuming. Not presumptuous. Unpresumingness. The quality of being presuming. Unpresumptuous. Not presumptuous, modest. Unpresumptuously. In an unpresumptuous manner. Unpresumptuousness. The quality of being presumptuous. Unpresuppose. Not presupposed. Unpretended. Without pretense, sincere, honest. Unpretending. Unpretentious, real, genuine. Unpretendingly. Without pretense or pretension. Unpretendingness. Unpretentiousness, genuineness. Unpretentious. Simple, humble, not pretentious, plain. Unpretentiously. In a manner that is not pretentious, sincerely, without affectation. Unpretentiousness. The state or condition of being unpretentious. Unpreternatural. Not preternatural. Unpretreated. Not pretreated. Unpretty. Not having been prettied up. Thus, unadorned. Unfitted. Comparative form of unpretty, more unpretty. Unpretties. Third person singular simple present indicative of unpretty. Unpiteous. Superlative form of unpretty, most unpretty. Unprettify. Not prettify. Unprettily. In a way that is not pretty. Often deliberately so. Unprettiness. The state or condition of being unpretty, ugliness. Unpretty. Not pretty. Unfidie. Present participle and gerund of unpretty. Unprevailing. Not prevailing. Unprevalent. Not prevalent. Unprevaricating. Not prevaricating. Unpreventability. The quality of being unpreventable. Unpreventable. Not preventable. Unpreventableness. The quality of being unpreventable. Unpreventables. plural of unpreventable. Unpreventably, in an unpreventable manner. Unprevented, not having been prevented. Unpreventable, alternative form of unpreventable. Unpreventive, not preventive. Unpreviewable, that cannot be previewed, that is not previewable. Unpreviewed, that has not been previewed. Unprevisibility, synonym of imprevisibility. Unprevisible, not previsible, unforeseeable, unpredictable. Unpriceable, not priceable. Unprice, not having a price set or shown, not priced. Unpricked, not pricked. Unprickled, not bearing prickles. Unprickly, not prickly. Unfry, the lack or absence of pride, pridelessness, modesty, humility. Unprideful, not prideful. Unpridefully, in an unprideful manner. Unfry, simple past and past participle of unpry. Unfries, third person singular simple present indicative of unpry. Unpriest, to deprive of priesthood. Unpriested, simple past and past participle of unpriest. Unpriesting, present participle and gerund of unpriest. Unpriestlike, not priestlike. Unpriestly, not priestly. Unpriest, third person singular simple present indicative of unpriest. Unpriggish, not priggish. Unpriggishly, in an unpriggish manner. Unpriggishness, the quality of being unpiggish. Unprimable, alternative form of unprimable. Unprime, not prime, not of the highest quality. Unprimable, that cannot be turned into a prime number by changing just one of its digits to any other digit. Unfriend, not primed. Unfriends, third person singular simple present indicative of unprime. Unpriming, present participle and gerund of unprime. Unprimitive, not primitive. Unprince, deprived of the state or authority of a prince without princely qualities. Unprince-like, not prince-like. Unprinceliness, quality of being unprincely. Unprincely, not princely, unprince-like. Unprincess-like, not princess-like. Unprincessly, not princessly. Unprincessy, not princessy. Unprinciple, to destroy the moral principles of. Unprincipled, lacking moral values. Unprincipledly, in an unprincipled manner. Unprincipledness, the state or condition of being unprincipled. Unprinciples, third person singular simple present indicative of unprinciple. Unprincipling, present participle and gerund of unprinciple. Unfriend, hypothetically, to undo the printing of. Unprintability, the state or condition of being unprintable. Unprintable, not printable, obscene, or unable to be displayed textually. Unprintableness, the state or condition of being unprintable. Unprintables, Plural of unprintable. Unprintably. In an unprintable way, obscenely. Unprinted. Not yet printed. Unprinting. Present participle and gerund of unprint. Unprints. Third person singular simple present indicative of unprint. Unprintworthy. Not printworthy. Unprioritize. Alternative spelling of unprioritized. Unprioritize. Not prioritized. Unprismatic. Not prismatic. Unprison. To liberate from prison. Unprisonable. Not prisonable. Unprisoned. Simple past and past participle of unprison. Unprisoning. Present participle and gerund of unprison. Unprisoned. Third person singular simple present indicative of unprison. Unprissy. Not prissy. Unpristine. Not pristine. Sullied, dirty, impure. Unprivate. Not private. Unprivative. Simple past and past participle of unprivate. Unprivates. Third person singular simple present indicative of unprivate. Unprivating. Present participle and gerund of unprivate. Unprivatize. Synonym of deprivatize. Unprivatize. Not privatized. Unprivatizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of unprivatized. Unprivatizing. Present participle and gerund of unprivatize. Unprivileged. Not having special privileges, opposite of privilege. Unprizable. Not prized or valued, without value, not worth capturing. Unprized. Not prized, unappreciated, considered of little value. Improbable. Improbable, unlikely. Unprobably. Improbably. Unprobated. Not probated. Unprobable. Which cannot be probed. Unprobed. Not probed. Uninvestigated. Unprobity. Alternative form of improbity. Unproblematic. Not problematic, presenting problems or not controversial. Unproblematical. Alternative form of unproblematic. Unproblematically. Without problems. Unproblematicalness. The quality of being unproblematical. Unproblematizable. Not capable of being problematized. Unproblematized. Not problematized. Unprocedural. Not procedural. Not following established procedure. Unprocedurally. Not according to established procedure. Unprocessability. The property of being unprocessable. Unprocessable. Unable to be processed, unsuitable for processing. Unprocessed. Not processed. Unproclaimed. Not proclaimed. Unannounced. Unprocrastinated. Not procrastinated. Unprocrastinating. Not engaging in procrastination. Unprocreant. That does not procreate, unproductive. Unprocreated. Not procreated, not born. Unprocreative. Not procreative. Unproctored. Not supervised by a proctor. Unprocurable. Unable to be procured. Unprocurables. Plural of unprocurable. Unprocured, not having been procured. Unprodded. Not prodded. Unprodio, not prodigal. Unproducible, not capable of being produced. Unproduced, not having been produced. Unproducedness, the quality of being unproduced. Unproducible, impossible to produce. Unproduction, lack or absence of production. Unproductive, not productive, useless, fruitless. Unproductive time, synonym of idle time. Unproductive times, plural of unproductive time. Unproductively, in an unproductive manner. Unproductiveness, the characteristic of being unproductive, lack of productiveness. Unproductivity, unproductiveness. Unprofanable, not profanable. Unprofane, not profane. Unprofaned, not having been profaned. Unsullied, unprofanely, in an unprofane manner. Unprofesh, clipping of unprofessional. Unprofess, not professed. Unprofessing, not professing something, such as a religious creed. Unprofessional, unbecoming of a professional, hence inappropriate in the workplace. Unprofessionalization, alternative spelling of unprofessionalization. Unprofessionalize, alternative spelling of unprofessionalize. Unprofessionalize, simple past and past participle of unprofessionalize. Unprofessionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unprofessionalize. Unprofessionalizing, present participle and gerund of unprofessionalize. Unprofessionalism, behavior or qualities that are not professional. Unprofessionalisms, plural of unprofessionalism. Unprofessionality, synonym of unprofessionalism. Unprofessionalization, the process of making something unprofessional. Unprofessionalize, to make something unprofessional. Unprofessionalize, simple past and past participle of unprofessionalize. Unprofessionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unprofessionalize. Unprofessionalizing, present participle and gerund of unprofessionalize. Unprofessionally, in an unprofessional manner. Unprofessionalness, synonym of unprofessionalism. Unprofessionals, plural of unprofessional. Unprofessorial, not professorial, not befitting a professor. Unprofessorially, in an unprofessorial manner. Unproffered, not proffered. Unproficiency, lack of proficiency. Unproficient, not proficient. Unproficiently, in an unproficient manner. Unprofiled, not profile. Unprofit, lack of profit, unprofitableness. Unprofitabilities, plural of unprofitability. Unprofitability, the state or condition of being unprofitable. Unprofitable, not making a profit. Unprofitableness, unprofitability. Unprofitablenesses, plural of unprofitableness. Unprofitables, plural of unprofitable. Unprofitably, in an unprofitable manner. Unprofited, profitless. Unprofiteering, not profiteering. Unprofiting, achieving no gain or profit. Unprofligate, not profligate. UNPROFOR, acronym of United Nations Protection Force, a multinational peacekeeping force in the former Yugoslavia in 1992 to 1995, superseded by IFOR. Unprofound, not profound. Unperfuse, not profuse. Unprofusely, in an unprofuse manner. Unprognosticated, not prognosticated. Unprogrammable, that cannot be programmed. Unprogrammed, not programmed. Unprogress, the absence or reversal of progress. Unprogressed, not progressed. Unprogressing, not making progress. Unprogressional, not progressional. Unprogressive, not progressive, not contributing to progress. Unprogressively, in an unprogressive way. Unprogressiveness, the quality of the and progressive. Unprogressives, plural of unprogressive. Unprohibited, not prohibited. Unprohibitive, not prohibitive. Unprojectable, not projectable. Unprojected, not projected. Unprojecting, that does not project. Unproliferated, not proliferated. Unprolific, not prolific. Unprolific, obsolete form of unprolific. Unprolificness, the state or condition of being unprolific. Unprolix, not prolix. Unprologued, without a prologue or introduction. Unprolonged, not prolonged. Unpromiscuous, not promiscuous. Unpromise, lack of promise, poor prospects, unpromising outlook. Unpromise, not promised. Unpromises, third person singular simple present indicative of unpromise. Unpromising, not promising. Unpromisingly, in an unpromising manner. Unpromisingness, the state of being unpromising, lack of promise or apparent potential. Unpromotable, not promotable. Unpromoted, not promoted. Unprompted, not prompted, not urged or instigated, spontaneous. Unpromptedly, without being prompted of one's own volition or by one's own initiative. Unpromptly, without promptness, after a delay. Unpromptness, the state or condition of being unprompt. Unpromulgated, not promulgated. Unfrown, not predisposed or liable. Unfrowned, without prongs. Unpronounceable, misspelling of unpronounceable. Unpronounceable, impossible or difficult to pronounce or articulate. Unpronounceables, plural of unpronounceable. Unpronounceably, in an unpronounceable manner. Unpronounced, that is not pronounced. Unpronouncing, that does not pronounce or does not pronounce clearly. Unprove, absence or lack of proof or evidence, prooflessness. Unproof, not proved. Unproofing, present participle and gerund of unproof. Unproofread, that has not been proofread. Unproofs, plural of unproof. Unvra, to remove a prop or props from. To deprive of support. Unpropagandistic, not propagandistic. Unpropagatable, not propagatable. Unpropagated, not propagated. Unpropelled, not propelled. Unproper, improper, not according with fact or reason, wrong, irregular. Unproperly, in an improper manner, not properly. Unproperness, quality of being and pattern. Unproperty, not propertied, not having property. Unprofessional, not capable of being prophesied. Unprophecy, not prophesied, unforetold. Unprophetic, not prophetic. Unprophetical, not prophetical. Unprophetically, in an unprophetic manner. Without foresight. Unprophets-like, not prophet-like. Unpropitiable, incapable of being propitiated. Unpropitiated, not having been propitiated, unappeased. Unpropitiating, not propitiating. Unpropitiative, not propitiative. Unpropitiatory, not propitiatory. Unpropitious, not propitious, unfavorable, untimely. Unpropitiously, in an unpropitious way. Unpropitiousness, the quality of being unpropitious. Unproportionable, not proportionable. Unproportionableness, the quality of being unproportionable. Unproportionably, in an unproportionable manner. Unproportional, synonym of disproportionate. Unproportionalities, plural of unproportionality. Unproportionality, the quality or an instance of being unproportional. Unproportionally, synonym of disproportionately. Unproportionate, not proportionate, disproportionate. Unproportionately, disproportionately. Unproportioned, not proportioned. Unproposed, not having been proposed. Unproposing, not making a proposal. Unpropounded, not propounded. Unbrought, simple past and past participle of unprop. Unfropping, present participle and gerund of unprop. Unproprieties, plural of unpropriety. Unpropriety, impropriety. Unprops, third person singular simple present indicative of unprop. Unpropulsive, not propulsive. Unprorogue, not prorogued. Unprosaic, not prosaic. Unprosaically, in an unprosaic manner. Unprescribed, not prescribed. Unprosecutable, not able to be successfully prosecuted. Unprosecuted, not prosecuted. Unprosely, to revoke or undo from the state of a proselyte. Unproselyted, simple past and past participle of unproselyte. Unproselytes, third person singular simple present indicative of unproselyte. Unproselyting, present participle and gerund of unproselyte. Unproselytize, alternative form of unproselytized. Unproselytize, not proselytized, unconverted. Unprosodic, not prosodic. Unprospected, not having been prospected. Unprospective, not prospective. Unprosper, not made to prosper. Unprosperity, lack of prosperity. Unprosperous, not prosperous. Unprosperously, in an unprosperous manner. Unprosperousness, the state or condition of being unprosperous. Unprostituted, not having been prostituted. Unprostrated, not prostrated. Unprosy, not prosy. Unprotect, to remove protection from. Unprotectable, impossible to protect, ineligible for legal protection. Unprotected, not protected, lacking defense or protection, exposed. Unprotected sex, sexual activity without protection from sexually transmitted disease. Sex that is not safe sex, or that is barebacking. Unprotectively, without being protected. Unprotectedness, the quality of being unprotected. Unprotectable, synonym of unprotectable. Unprotecting, present participle and gerund of unprotect. Unprotection, removal of protection from something, act of unprotecting. Unprotective, not protective. Unprotectively, in an unprotective manner. Unprotector, something that removes protection. Unprotectors, plural of unprotector. Unprotects, third person singular simple present indicative of unprotect. Unprotolize, not protolize. Unprotestant, not Protestant. Unprotestantize, to cause to change from Protestantism to some other form of religion. Unprotestantize, alternative spelling of unprotestantize. Unprotestantize, simple past and past participle of unprotestantize. Unprotestantizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unprotestantize. Unprotestantizing, present participle and gerund of unprotestantize. Unprotested, not protested against, not complained about. Unprotesting, not protesting, compliant, docile. Unprotestingly, without protest. Unprotonated, not protonated. Unprototypical, not prototypical. Unprotracted, not protracted. Unprotruded, not protruded. Unprotruding, that does not protrude. Unprotrusive, not protrusive. Unproud, not proud. Unproudly, without pride. Unprovability, the condition of being unprovable. Unprovable, that cannot be proved or verified by any tests. Unprovableness, the quality of being unprovable. Unprovably, in a way that cannot be proven. Unprovable, alternative form of unprovable. Unproved, not proved. Unprovedness, the property of not having been proved. Unproven, not proved. Unproven, lacking provenance, unknown source. Unprovenance, not having prudence, not having complete and fully ascertained information about origin, not even knowledge of the site in which an artifact was first found by archaeology, let alone any other aspect of its history. Unproven without proof. Unprovenness, the property of not having been proven. Unproverbial, not proverbial. Unprovidable, not providable. Unprovide, to deprive of necessary provision, neglect, or unfurnish. Unprovided, not provided, not supplied or equipped, unprepared. Unprovidedly, without being provided for. Unprovidedness, the quality of being unprovided. Unprovidence, unaided by providence. Unprovident, lacking caution, lacking foresight, improvident. Unprovidential, not providential. Unprovidentially, in a way that is not providential. Unprovidently, in an unprovident manner. Unprovides, third person singular simple present indicative of unprovide. Unproviding, failing to provide. Not giving. Unprovincial, not provincial. Unprovision, synonym of deprovision. Unprovisioned, not provisioned. Unprovisioning, present participle and gerund of unprovision. Unprovisions, third person singular simple present indicative of unprovision. Unprovocative, not provocative or stimulating. Unprovocativeness, the quality of being unprovocative. Unprovocable, that cannot be provoked. Unprovoke, to undo or counter a provocation. Unprovoked, happening without provocation. Unprovokedly, without provocation. Unprovokedness, the quality of being unprovoked. Unprovokes, third person singular simple present indicative of unprovoked. Unprovoking, not provoking. Unprovokingly, without giving provocation. Unproxy, not proxied. Unprudence, lack of prudence, imprudence. Unprudent, obsolete form of imprudent. Unprudential, imprudent. Unprudently, synonym of imprudently. Unprudish, not prudish. Unprudishly, in an unprudish manner. Unprudishness, the quality of being unprudish. Unpruned, not having been pruned. Unprurient, not prurient. Unbri, to pry apart, to prize or loosen. Unfrying, present participle and gerund of unpry. Unpseudonauted, not pseudonauted. Unpsychedelic, not psychedelic. Unpsychiatric, not psychiatric. Unpsychic, not psychic. Unpsychological, not psychological. Unpsychopathic, not psychopathic. Unpsychotic, not psychotic. Unpubble, abbreviation of unpublished. Unpublic, not public. Unpublication, the process of unpublishing something. Unpublicized, alternative spelling of unpublicized. Unpublicity, the quality of being public. Unpublicizable, not publicizable. Unpublicized, not publicized. Unpublic, obsolete spelling of unpublic. Unpublish, to remove something previously published from circulation, to retract. Unpublishability, the quality of being unpublishable. Unpublishable, not suitable for publication. Unpublishably, in an unpublishable manner, unsuitably for publication. Unpublished, not published. Unpublishes, third person singular simple present indicative of unpublish. Unpublishing, present participle and gerund of unpublish. Unpublished, obsolete form of unpublished. Unpucker, to smooth away the puckers or wrinkles of, to relax or unclench. Unpuckered, simple past and past participle of unpucker. Unpuckering, present participle and gerund of unpucker. Unpuckers, third person singular simple present indicative of unpucker. Unpuddled, not puddled. Unpuff, to bring out of a puffed up or puffy state. Unpuffed, not puffed. Unpuffing, not puffing. Unpuffs, third person singular simple present indicative of unpuff. Unputty, not puffy. Unpugilistic, not pugilistic. Unpugnacious, not pugnacious. Unpulled, not pulled. Unpulped, not pulped. Unpulsed, not pulsed. Unpulverizable, not pulverizable, impossible to pulverize. Unpulverized, not pulverized. Unpummeled, not pummeled. Unpummeled, not pummeled. Unpumpable, not bumpable. Unthumped, not bumped. Unpunchable, not suitable for being punched or perforated. Unpunch, not having been punched, often specifically with reference to punch cards or tickets. Unpunctate, not punctate. Unpunctated, not punctate. Unpunctilious, not punctilious. Unpunctual, not punctual. Unpunctualities, plural of unpunctuality. Unpunctuality, not being punctual. Lateness. Unpunctually, in an unpunctual manner. Unpunctualness, not being punctual. Lateness. Unpunctuate, to remove punctuation from a text. Unpunctuated, not punctuated, lacking punctuation. Unpunctuates, third person singular simple present indicative of unpunctuate. Unpunctuating, present participle and gerund of unpunctuate. Unpuncturable, that cannot be punctured. Unpuncture, not having been punctured. Unpungent, not pungent. Unpunishability, the condition of being unpunishable. Unpunishable, not punishable, unable to be punished. Unpunishableness, the quality of being unable to be petted. Unpunishably, in an unpunishable manner, without being liable to be punished. Unpunished, not punished. Unpunishably, without being punished. Unpunishing, not punishing. Unpunishingly, in an unpunishing manner. Unpunishment, lack of punishment, failure to punish. Unpunish, obsolete form of unpunished. Unpunitive, not putative. Unpug, not pug. Unpopulated, not populated. Unpurchasability, the quality of being purchasable. Unpurchasable, that cannot be purchased. Unpurchasable, not capable of being purchased. Unpurchased, not purchased by anybody, unsold. Unpure, not pure. Unpure, not pureed. Unpurely, in an unpure manner, impurely. Unpureness, the state or quality of being impure, impurity. Unpurenesses, plural of unpureness. Unpurple, not purple. Unpurgeable, not purgeable. Unpurged, not purged. Unpurifiable, not purifiable. Unpurify, not purified, impure. Unpurifying, not purifying. Unpuritan, not Puritan. Unpuritanical, not puritanical. Unpuritanically, in an unpuritanical manner. Unpearled, not pearl. Unpearledness, pronunciation, spelling of unpoliteness. Unpurloined, not purloined. Unpurple, not purple, not having purple as its color. Unpurple, simple past and past participle of unpurple. Unpurples, third person singular simple present indicative of unpurple. Unpurpling, present participle and gerund of unpurple. Unpurpose, lack or absence of purpose, purposelessness. Unpurpose, without purpose. Unpurposeful, not purposeful, unintended. Unpurposely, in an unpurposeful manner. Unpurposefulness, the state of being unpurposeful, lack of purpose. Unpurposelike, not purposelike. Unpurposely, not on purpose, unintentionally. Unpurposes, third person singular simple present indicative of unpurpose. Unpurposing, purposeless. Unpurposive, not purposive. Unpurposively, in an unpurposive manner. Unpurposiveness, the state or condition of being unpurposive. Unpurse, to bring one's lips back from a pursed expression. Unpurse, simple past and past participle of unpurse. Unpurses, third person singular simple present indicative of unpurse. Unpursing, present participle and gerund of unpurs. Unpursuable, not pursuable. Unpursued, not pursued, not followed, not hounded. Unpursuing, not pursuing. Unpurvey, unprovided. Unpush, to push the chair of someone back from a table. Unpush, not having been pushed. Unbogus, third person singular simple present indicative of unpush. Unpushy, in a way that is not pushy. Unpushing, not pushing or pushy, retiring, modest. Unpushingly, without pushing or obtruding oneself in a retiring or modest fashion. Unpushy, not pushy. Unput, undone or apart. In a state of disarray. Unputdownable, of a person, etc. difficult or impossible to put down in various senses. Unputrefiable, not putrefiable. Unputrefy, not putrefied. Unputrid, not putrid. Unputty, not putty. Unpuzzle, to solve a puzzle, to work out. Unpuzzled, simple past and past participle of unpuzzle. Unpuzzles, third person singular simple present indicative of unpuzzle. Unpuzzling, not puzzling. Unpuzzlingly, in a manner that is not puzzling. Unpyralize, alternative form of unpyralized. Unpyralized, not pyralized. Unpythonic, not following the idioms of the Python programming language. Unguachar, a Quiripy-speaking group of Native Americans who inhabited what is now Long Island, New York. Unguachargs, synonym of unquachog. Unquaffed, not quaffed. Unquailed, not daunted or frightened. Unquailing, without quailing, brave. Unquailingly, without quailing, bravely. Unquaint, not quaint. Unquaker-like, not Quaker-like. Unquakerly, not Quakerly. Unqualifiability, the condition of being unqualifiable. Unqualifiable, not qualifiable. Unqualification, absence of qualification, the condition of not being qualified. Unqualify, not qualified, ineligible, unfit for a position or task. Unqualified hostname, the portion of a computer's internet domain name that comes before the first period and so is sufficient to uniquely identify the computer within a domain. Unqualified hostnames, plural of unqualified hostname. Unqualified prospect, a person or company that is a potential client for a sale, but who has not been previously vetted. Unqualified prospects, plural of unqualified prospect. Unqualifiedly, in an unqualified manner. Unqualifiedness, the state or condition of being unqualified. Unqualifies, third person singular simple present indicative of unqualify. Unqualify, to disqualify. Unqualify, archaic spelling of unqualified. Unqualifying, present participle and gerund of unqualify. Unqualifyingly, without qualification or question, entirely. Unqualitative, not qualitative. quality, deprived of the usual faculties. Unquantifiability, the state or condition of being unquantifiable. Unquantifiable, incapable of being quantified or precisely defined mathematically. Unquantifiableness. Unquantifiability. Unquantifiables, plural of unquantifiable. Unquantifiably, in a way that cannot be quantified. Unquantify, not quantified in any sense. Unquantized, alternative form of unquantized. Unquantitative, not quantitative. Unquantizable, not quantizable. Unquantized. Not quantize. Unquarantinable, not quarantinable. Unquarantine, to free or release from quarantine. Unquarantined, not quarantined. Unquarantines, third person singular simple present indicative of unquarantine. Unquarantining, present participle and gerund of unquarantine. Unquarreling, alternative form of unquarreling. Unquarreling, not engaging in quarrels or arguments. Unquarrelsome, not quarrelsome. Unquarry, not quarried. Unquarter, not divided into quarters. Unquashable, that cannot be quashed. Unquashed, not quashed. Unquavering, not quavering. Unquaveringly, without quavering. Unquay, not keyed. Unqueen, to divest of the rank or authority of queen. Unqueened, simple past and past participle of unqueen. Unqueening, present participle and gerund of unqueen. Unqueen-like, not queen-like. Unqueenly, not queenly, not befitting a queen. Unqueens, third person singular simple present indicative of unqueen. Unqueerable, unable to be queered. Unqueer, not queered in various senses. Unquellable, that cannot be quelled. Unquelled, not quelled. Unquench, to reverse the effects of a previous quenching operation. Unquenchability, inability to be quenched. Unquenchable, that cannot be quenched. Unquenchableness, the quality of being unquenchable. Unquenchably, in a manner that cannot be quenched. Unquenched, not quenched. Unquenches, third person singular simple present indicative of unquenched. Unquenching, synonym of unquenchable. Unquenchingly, synonym of unquenchably. Unquenched, obsolete form of unquenched. Unqueered, not having been queried. Unquerulous, not querulous. Unquerying, unquestioning. Unquestionabilities, plural of unquestionability. Unquestionability, the property of being unquestionable. Unquestionable, undeniable, obvious. Unquestionableness, the property of being unquestionable. Unquestionably, without question, beyond doubt, indubitably. Unquestionate, unquestioned. unquestioned, not subjected to an interrogation, unquestionedly, without being questioned or challenged. Unquestionedness, the quality of being unquestioned. Unquestioning, believing without question, having absolute loyalty. Unquestioningly, without asking questions or having doubts, with complete obedience and without making any opposition. Unquestioningness, the property of being unquestioning, of not asking questions or having doubts. I'm cued, not cued. I'm quibbled, not quibbled over, plain, straightforward. I'm quibbling, not quibbling. And quibblingly, without quibbling, without argument. I'm quick, not quick. I'm quickened, not quickened. I'm quickly, not quickly. Unquicksilvered, not quicksilvered. Acquiesce, to restore from acquiesced state. Acquiesced, simple past and past participle of unquiesced. Unquiescence, the quality of being acquiescent. Unquiescent, not quiescent. Unquiesces, third person singular simple present indicative of unquiesce. Unquiescing, present participle and gerund of unquiesce. Unquiet, uneasy and restless, unable to settle. Unquietable, that cannot be made quiet. Unquieted, simple past and past participle of unquiet. Unquieter, comparative form of unquiet, more unquiet. Unquietus, superlative form of unquiet, most unquiet. Unquieting, present participle and gerund of unquiet. Unquietly, in an unquiet manner. Unquietness, the state or condition of being unquiet, unease, restlessness. Unquietuses, plural of unquietness. Unquiets, third person singular simple present indicative of unquiet. Unquietude, rare spelling of inquietude. Unquietudes, plural of unquietude. Unquilted, not quilted. Unquilted. Not quilted. Unquirky, not quirky. Quit, to undo the effects of quitting, to start again. Unquit, third person singular simple present indicative of unquit. Unquittable, not quittable. Unquitted, not quitted. Unquitting, present participle and gerund of unquit. Unquiver, not made to quiver or shake. Unquivering, not quivering. Unquiveringly, without quivering. Unquixotic, not quixotic. Unquizzed, not quizzed, unquestioned. Unquizzically, not quizzically. Unquod, obsolete form of unct. Unquotable, not quotable, that cannot be quoted. Unquotably, in an unquotable way. Unquote. Used in speech to indicate the end of a quotation. Unquoted, not quoted on the stock exchange. Unquotes, third person singular simple present indicative of unquote. Unquoting, present participle and gerund of unquote. Quranic, not Quranic. Unquestionable, obsolete spelling of unquestionable. Unquestioned, archaic spelling of unquestioned. Utter, initialism of University of Nevada, Reno. Unrabbited, not rabbited. Unrabbinical, not rabbinical. Unrabbit-like, not rabbit-like. Unraceable, not raceable, unsuitable for racing. Unraced, not having taken part in a horse race. Unracialized, to remove or undo the racialization of. Unracialized, not racialized. Unracializes, third person singular simple present indicative of unracialized. Unracializing, present participle and gerund of unracialized. Unracism, absence or lack of racism. Unracist, not racist. Unrack, to remove from a rack. Unrack, simple past and past participle of unrack. Unracking, present participle and gerund of unrack. Unracks, third person singular simple present indicative of unrack. Unracy, not racy in various senses. Unradiant, not radiant. Unmediated, not mediated. Unradical, not radical. Unradicalize, synonym of to radicalize. Unradicalized, simple past and past participle of unradicalize. Unradicalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unradicalize. Unradicalizing, present participle and gerund of unradicalize. Unradiodenning, not radiogenning. Unraffish, not raffish. Unhafted, not rafted. Unafter, not having rafters. Outrage, absence of rage. Unrated, not rated. Unrail, to remove the rail or railings from. Unrail, not railed. Unrailing, present participle of unrail. Unrailroaded, not supplied with the railroad. Unrails, third person singular simple present indicative of unrail. Unrailway, not supplied with a railway. Unrain, not rained upon. Unraining, not raining. Unwainy, not rainy, dry. Unraisable, not raisable, incapable of being raised. Unraised, not having been raised. Unrake, to rake back the ashes or embers of a fire. Unraked, not raked. Unrakes, third person singular simple present indicative of unrake. Unraking, present participle and gerund of unrake. Unrakish, not rakish. Unrally, not rallied. To remove something that was rammed. Unrambling, not rambling. Unrambunctious, not rambunctious. Unramifiable, not ramifiable. Unramify, not ramified. Unrub, not rammed. Unrubbing, present participle and gerund of unram. Unwrapped, not wrapped. Ram. Unwretched, not converted into a ranch or ranches. Unrancid, not rancid. Unrancorous, unrancid, not rancid. Unrancorous, not rancorous. Unrancorously, without rancor. Unrandom, not random. Unrandomized, alternative spelling of unrandomized. Unrandomized, not randomized. Unrandy, not randy. Simple past of unring. Unrang a bell, simple past of unring a bell. Unrangeable, not rangeable. Unranged, not ranged. Unrankable, impossible to rank. Unranked, not ranked. Unranking, the inverse of a ranking. Unransacked, not having been ransacked. Unransomable, not ransomable. Unransomed, not ransomed. Unrapeable, not able to be raped. Unrapacious, not rapacious. Unrape, hypothetically, to undo the act of rape to cause a person not to have been raped. Unrapeability, the unworthiness of being raped based on physical appearance. Unrapeable, alternative spelling of unrapeable. Unraped, not raped, not having been raped. Unwraps, third person singular simple present indicative of unrape. Unrapid, not rapid. Unrapidly, in an unrapid manner. Unraping, present participle and gerund of unrape. Unwrapped, not wrapped. Unrapture, not filled with rapture, not joyous. Unrapturous, not rapturous. Unrar, to decompress a compressed archive in the RAR format. Unrare, not rare. Unrare, simple past and past participle of unrar. Unrarefy, not rarefied. Unraring, present participle and gerund of unrar. Unrarred, simple past and past participle of unrar. Unraring, present participle and gerund of unrar. Unrise, third person singular simple present indicative of unrar. Unrash, not rash. Unapt, not rasped. Unrateable, that cannot be rated. Unratcheted, not ratcheted. Unrate, to remove the rating from something. Unrateable, alternative form of unrateable. Unrated, not rated, having no rating. Unrates, third person singular simple present indicative of unrate. Unratifiable, not ratifiable. Unratify, not ratify. Unrating, present participle and gerund of unrate. Unrational, not rational, irrational. Unrationalize, not rationalize. Unrationalistic, not rationalistic. Unrationality, the state or condition of being unrational, irrationality. Unrationalizable, not rationalizable. Unrationalized, not rationalized. Unrationed, not rationed. Unrattled, not rattled, steady. Unraucous, not raucous. Unraunchy, not raunchy. Unravaged, not having been ravaged. Unravel, to cause something to no longer be raveled or tangled, to disentangle, to untangle. Unravelable, capable of being unraveled. Unravel, simple past and past participle of unravel. Unraveletst, second person singular simple past indicative of unravel. Unraveler, one who, or that which unravels. Unravelers, plural of unraveler. Unravelist, second person singular simple present indicative of unravel. Unraveleth, third person singular simple present indicative of unravel. Unraveling, present participle and gerund of unravel. Unravelings, plural of unraveling, alternative spelling of unravelings. Unravelable, alternative form of unravelable. Unraveled, simple past and past participle of unravel. Unraveletst, second person singular simple past indicative of unravel. Unraveler, alternative form of unraveler. Unravelers, plural of unraveler. Unravelist, second person singular simple present indicative of unravel. Unraveleth, third person singular simple present indicative of unravel. Unraveling, present participle and gerund of unravel. Unravelings, plural of unraveling. Unravelment, the act of unraveling. Unravelments, plural of unravelment. Unravels, third person singular simple present indicative of unravel. Unravish, not ravished. Unravishing, not ravishing. Unravish, archaic form of unravished. Unray, not exposed to radiation. Unraised, not raised. Unraiser, not shaven, unshaven. Unreached, to fail to reach. Unreachability, the condition of being unreachable. Unreachable, unable to be reached, impossible to attain. Unreachable code, code that can never be reached during program execution because no part of the program calls it or branches to it. Unreachableness, the quality of being unreachable. Unreachables, plural of unreachable. Unreachably, in an unreachable way. Unreached, not reached. Unreaches, third person singular simple present indicative of unreach. Unreaching, present participle and gerund of unreach. Unact, to remove a reaction icon or emoji that appears beneath a message as a response to that message, thus one has previously reacted. Unreactable, not tending to react chemically, unreactive. Unreacted, not reacted. Unreacting, present participle and gerund of unreact. Unreactivated, not reactivated. Unreactive, not deactive, relatively inert. Unreactiveness, the state or condition of being unreactive. Unreactivity, the condition of being unreactive, inertness. Unreacts, third person singular simple present indicative of unreact. Unread, not having been read. Unreadability, the property of being impossible to be. Unreadable, not written clearly enough to be deciphered. Unreadableness, the quality or state of being unreadable. Unreadably, in an unreadable way. Unreaderly, not readerly. Unready, not readied. Ready, comparative form of unready, more unready. Unreadiest, superlative form of unready, most unready. Unreadily, in an unready manner. Unreadiness, a lack of readiness or state of being unready. Unreadinesses, plural of unreadiness. Unreading, present participle and gerund of unread. Unreads, third person singular simple present indicative of unread. Unready, not ready. Not real or substantial, having no actual presence in reality. Lacking the characteristics of reality. Unreal mode, a variant of real mode in which one or more segment descriptors have been loaded with non-standard values, like 32-bit limits allowing access to the entire memory. Unreal, comparative form of unreal, more unreal. Unrealis, superlative form of unreal, most unreal. Unrealizability, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of unrealizability. Unrealizable, alternative spelling of unrealizable. Unrealize, alternative form of unrealize. Unrealize, alternative spelling of unrealized. Unrealizedness, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of unrealizedness. Unrealizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unrealized. Unrealizing, present participle and gerund of unrealize. Unrealism, unrealisticness. Unrealisms, plural of unrealism. Unrealist, a proponent of unrealism. Unrealistic, not realistic. Unrealistically, in an unrealistic manner. Unrealisticness, the quality or state of being unrealistic. Unrealists, plural of unrealists. Unrealities, plural of unreality. Unreality, lack of reality or real existence. Unrealizability, the state or condition of being unrealizable. Unrealizable, not realizable, unable to be achieved or realized. Unrealizably, in an unrealizable manner, synonym of infeasibly. Unrealize, to make unreal, to idealize. Unrealized, not realized. Possible to obtain or achieve, yet not obtained or achieved. Unrealizedness, the state or condition of being unrealized. Unrealizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unrealized. Unrealizing, present participle and gerund of unrealized. Unreal, in an unreal way. Unrealm, not divided into realms. Unrealness, the state a quality of being real. Unreamed, not reamed, not bored with a reamer. Unreaped, not reaped. Unreared, not yet reared or brought up. Unarrangeable, not rearrangeable. Unarranged, not arranged. Unreason, lack of reason or rationality, unreasonableness, irrationality. Unreasonability, unreasonableness. Unreasonable, without the ability to reason, unreasoning. Unreasonableness, the state of being unreasonable. Unreasonableness is plural of unreasonableness. Unreasonably, in an unreasonable manner. Unreasoned, not reasoned, irrational. Unreasoning, lacking or without reason. Unreasoningly, without reasoning, blindly, thoughtlessly. Unreasoningness, the quality of being unreasoning. Unreasoned, plural of unreason. Unassemblable, that cannot feasibly be reassembled, that is not designed to be reassembled. Unassurable, that cannot be reassured. Unassured, not reassured. Unreassuring, not reassuring. Unreassuringly, in an unreassuring manner. Unreave, alternative spelling of unreave. Unreaved, not torn. Split, or parted. Unreaves, third person singular simple present indicative of unreave. Unreaving, present participle and gerund of unreave. Unrebated, not rebated. Unrebelling, not engaging in rebellion. Unrebellious, not rebellious, free of rebellion. Unrebelliously, in an unrebellious manner. Unrebelliousness, the state of being unrebellious. Unreborn, not reborn. Unrebuffable, impossible to rebuff. Unrebuffably, so as not to be rebuffed. Unrebuffed, not having been rebuffed. Unrebuildable, too damaged to be rebuilt. Unrebuilt, not rebuilt. Unrebukable, above rebuke, honorable. Unrebukably, in an unrebukable manner. Unrebuked, not rebuked. Unrebuking, not rebuking. Unrebuttable, not capable of being rebutted. Unrebuttably, in an unrebuttable manner. Unrebutted, not having been rebutted. Unrecalibrated, not recalibrated. Unrecallable, impossible to recall. Unrecallably, such that it cannot be recalled. Unrecall, not recalled, unremembered, forgotten. Unrecantable, that cannot be recanted. Unrecanted, not recanted. Unrecapturable, that cannot be recaptured. Unrecaptured, not recaptured. Unreceding, not receding. Unreceded, not receded. Unreceivable, that cannot be received. Unreceived, not having been received. Unreceiving, that does not receive. Unreceptive. Unreason, not reasoned. unreceptive, not receptive, unreceptively, in an unreceptive manner, unreceptiveness, the quality of being unreceptive, unreceptivity, the quality of being unreceptive, unrecess, not recessed, unreciprocal, not reciprocal, unreciprocate, unreciprocated, unreciprocated, not reciprocated, unreciprocating. That does not reciprocate. Unreciprocation, absence of reciprocation. Unrecitable, not recitable, unable to be recited. Unrecited, not recited. Unrec, unheeded, disregarded. Unrecking, hated less. Unreckonable, that cannot be reckoned, uncountable, innumerable. Unreckoned, not reckoned, not counted or measured. Unreclaimable, not reclaimable. Unreclaimably, such that it cannot be reclaimed. Unreclaimed, not reclaimed. Unreclaimedness, the quality of being unacclaimed. Unreclaiming, that does not reclaim. Unreclined, not recline. Unreclining, not reclining. Unreclusive, not reclusive. Unrecognizability, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of unrecognizability. Unrecognizable, alternative spelling of unrecognizable. Unrecognizably, alternative spelling of unrecognizably. Unrecognized, alternative spelling of unrecognized. Unrecognized, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of unrecognized. Unrecognizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unrecognized. Unrecognizing, present participle and gerund of unrecognized. Unrecognition, lack of recognition, failure to recognize. Unrecognizability, the state or condition of being unrecognizable. Unrecognizable, that cannot be recognized, especially because of substantial changes. Unrecognizableness, the quality of being unrecognizable. Unrecognizably, beyond recognition. Unrecognized, to cease to recognize. Unrecognized, not recognized. Unrecognizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unrecognized. Unrecognizing, present participle and gerund of unrecognized. Unrecognizingly, without showing recognition. Unrecoiling, without recoiling. Unrecollected, not recollected. Unrecombined, not recombined. Unrecommend, synonym of disrecommend. Unrecommendable, not recommendable. Unrecommended, not recommended. Discouraged. Unrecommending, present participle and gerund of unrecommend. Unrecommends, third person singular simple present indicative of unrecommend. Unrecompensable, not recompensable. Unrecompense, not recompensed. Unrewarded. Unreconcilable, irreconcilable. Unreconcilableness, the quality of being irreconcilable. Unreconcilables, plural of unreconcilable. Unreconcilably, in an unreconcilable manner. Unreconcile, to sever, to make no longer reconciled to each other. Unreconciled, not reconciled. Unreconciled. Third person singular simple present indicative of unreconciled. Unreconcilable, not reconcilable. Unreconciliation, the state of not being reconciled, lack of reconciliation. Unreconciliatory, not reconciliatory. Unreconciling, not reconciling. Unrecondite, not recondite. Unreconfigurable, not reconfigurable. Unreconnected, not reconnected, still disconnected. Unreconnoitered, not reconnoitered. Unreconnoitered, not reconnoitered. Unreconsidered, not having been reconsidered. Unreconstitutable, that cannot be reconstituted. Unreconstituted, not reconstituted. Unreconstruct, to reverse or undo the effects of reconstruction. Unreconstructible, alternative spelling of unreconstructible. Unreconstructed, not reconstructed. Unreconstructively, in an unreconstructed manner. Unreconstructedness, the quality of being unreconstructed. Unreconstructible, that cannot be reconstructed. Unreconstructing, present participle and gerund of unreconstruct. Unreconstructs. Third person singular simple present indicative of unreconstruct. Unrecord, to remove something that has been recorded. Unrecordability, the state or quality of being unrecordable. Unrecordable, that cannot be recorded. Unrecordably, in an unrecordable way. Unrecorded, not recorded. Unrecordedness, the quality of being encoded. Unrecording, present participle and gerund of unrecord. Unrecords, third person singular simple present indicative of unrecord. Unrecountable, that cannot be recounted or told. Unrecounted, not having been recounted and told. Unrecoupable, unable to be recouped. Unrecouped, not recouped. Unrecoverability, the quality of being unrecoverable. Unrecoverable, not recoverable, that cannot be recovered. Unrecoverableness, the quality of being unrecoverable. Unrecoverables, plural of unrecoverable. Unrecoverably, in an unrecoverable manner or to an unrecoverable degree. Unrecover, not recovered. Unrecreant, not recreant. Unrecreated, not recreated. Unrecriminative, not recriminative. Unrecruitable, not capable. Of being recruited. Unrecruited, not recruited. Unrecrystallized, not recrystallized. Unrectangular, not rectangular. Unrectifiability, inability to be rectified. Unrectifiable, not rectifiable. Unrectifiably, such that it cannot be rectified or set right. Unrectify, not rectified. Unrecumbent, not recumbent. Unrecuperable, not recuperable. Unrecuperably, in an unrecuperable manner. Unrecuperated, not recuperated. Unrecurable, not recurable. Unrecurring, incurable, impossible to heal. Unrecurrent, not recurrent. Unrecurring, that does not recur. Unrecurred, not recurred. Unrecuse, to undo one's recusal. Unrecyclable, not recyclable. Unrecyclables, plural of unrecyclable. Unrecycled, not recycled. Not read. Unredact, to restore redacted material. Unredactable, that cannot be redacted or censored. Unredacted, not redacted, uncensored. Unredacting, present participle and gerund of unredact. Unredact, third person singular simple present indicative of unredact. Unredden, to cause to stop being read. Unreddened, not reddened as. Unreddening, present participle and gerund of unredden. Unreddens, third person singular simple present indicative of unredden. Unredeem, to fall from grace, to change from a state of virtuousness to sinfulness or wrongdoing. Unredeemability, the quality of being unredeemable. Unredeemable, not redeemable, irredeemable. Unredeemableness, the quality of being irredeemable. Unredeemably, irredeemably. Unredeemed, not redeemed, not granted redemption or salvation, unsaved. Unredeemably, without having been redeemed. Unredeemedness, the quality of being unredeemed. Unredeeming, present participle and gerund of unredeemed. Unredeemingly, misconstruction of unredeemably. Unredeems, third person singular simple present indicative of unredeemed. Unredefined, not redefined. Unredirected, not redirected. Unredoubtable, not redoubtable. Unredressable, not redressable. That cannot be redressed. Unredressed, not redressed. Unredressable, alternative form of unredressable. Unredressed, obsolete form of unredressed. Unreducible, alternative form of unreducible. Unreduced, not reduced or subjected to reduction. Unreducible, not reducible. Unreducibleness, synonym of irreducibleness. Unreducibly, synonym of irreducibly. Unreducing, not reducing, not causing reduction. Unreductive, not reductive. Unreductively, in an unreductive manner. Unreduplicated, not reduplicated. Unreeve, to release a sail that was previously reefed. Or taken in. Unreeved, not reefed. Unreefing, present participle and gerund of unreef. Unreevus, third person singular simple present indicative of unreef. Unreal, to remove or uncoil from a reel. Unrealable, not reelable. Unreal, simple past and past participle of unreal. Unrealer, a device for unreeling something, such as a cable. Unrealers, plural of unrealer. Unrealing, present participle and gerund of unreal. Unreals, third person singular simple present indicative of unreal. Unreal, to withdraw or take out, as for example a rope from a block. Unreeved, simple past and past participle of unreeve. Unreeves, third person singular simple present indicative of unreeve. Unreeving, present participle and gerund of unreeve. Unrefactor, that has not been refactored. Unreferee, not judged by a formal referee. Unreferenceable, that cannot be referenced. Unreferenced, not referenced. Unrefer, not referred. Unrefillable, not refillable. Unrefill, not refilled. Unrefinable, not refinable. Unrefined, crude, raw, or unprocessed. Unrefinably, in an unrefined manner, uncouthly, rudely, vulgarly. Unrefinedness, the quality of being unrefined. Unrefinement, lack of refinement. Unrefitted, not refitted. Unreflected, not reflected. Unreflecting, not giving reflection or thought to one's actions, words, conclusions, etc. of an action, statement, conclusion, etc. done without reflection or thought of a person. Unreflectingly, without mental reflection. Unreflectingness, the quality of being reflecting. Unreflective, not reflective, thoughtless. Unreflectively, in an unreflective way. Unreflectiveness, the state or condition of being unreflective. Unreflectivity, unreflectiveness. Unreflexive, not reflexive. Unreflexively, in an unreflexive manner. Unreformability, the quality of being unreformable. Unreformable, that cannot be reformed. Unreformably, in an unreformable manner. Unreformation, lack of reformation, state of being unreformed. Unreformed, not reformed. Unreformedness, the quality of being uninformed. Unreforming, that does not reform. Unrefracted, not refracted. Unrefracting, not refracting. Unrefractive, not refractive. Unrefractory, not refractory. Unrefraining, not refraining from something. Unrefreshed, not refreshed. Unrefreshful, not refreshful. Unrefreshing, not refreshing. Unrefreshingly, in an unrefreshing way. Unrefrigerated, not refrigerated, allowed to stay warm. Unrefuel, not refueled. Unrefuel, alternative form of unrefueled. Unrefulgent, not refulgent. Unrefundable. Not refundable, the more common form being non-refundable. Unrefunde, not refunded. Unrefunding, from which there is no return. Unrefurbish, not having been refurbished. Unrefusable, that cannot be refused. Unrefusably, such that it cannot be refused. Unrefuse, not refused. Unrefusing, not refusing. Unrefusingly, without refusing, willingly. Unrefutable, not refutable. Unrefutably, in a way that cannot be refuted. Unrefuted, not refuted. Unrefuting, not refuting. Unregainable, that cannot be regained, irrecoverable. Unregained, not regained. Unregal, not regal, particularly, not appropriate for a royal. Unregaled, not regaled. Unregality, lack of egality, the quality of being unregal. Unregally, not regally, in a manner not befitting a king. Unregardable, not noteworthy. Unregardant, not watching. Not paying attention. Unregarded, not regarded, unnoticed. Unregardedly, without being noticed. Unregardful, not regardful. Unregarding, see. Unregardingly, without seeing. Unregardless, not regarding, not paying regard or attention to things. Unregenerable, that cannot be regenerated. Unregeneracies, plural of unregeneracy. Unregeneracy, the quality or state of being unregenerate. Unregenerate, which cannot be transformed in mind and spirit. Unregenerate, not regenerated, unimproved. Unregenerately, in an unregenerate manner. Unregenerateness, the state or condition of being unregenerate. Unregenerating, not regenerating. Unregeneration, unregeneracy. Unregenerative, not regenerative. Unregimentable, not able to be ordered or systematized. Unregimental, not regimental. Unregimented, not regimented. Unorganized. Unregionalized, not regionalized. Unregister, to undo the process of registration for. Unregisterable, alternative spelling of unregisterable. Unregister, not registered. Unregistering, present participle and gerund of unregister. Unregisters, third person singular simple present indicative of unregister. Unregistrability. In United States trademark law, the characteristic of a trademark being unregistrable. Unregistrable. In United States trademark law, incapable of receiving trademark registration. Unregistration. The process of unregistering. Unregressed, not regressed. Unregressive, not regressive. Unregretful, not regretful, having no regrets. Unregretfully, in an unregretful manner, without regret. Unregretfulness, the state or condition of being unregretful. Unregrettable, not regrettable. Unregretted, not regretted. Unregretting, not regretting. Unregular, not regular, irregular, uncommon. Unregularize, alternative spelling of unregularize. Unregularize, not regularize. Unregularly, in an unregular manner. Unregulatable, not regulatable. Unregulate, to exempt from regulation, to deregulate. Unregulated, not regulated, not subject to any regulations. Unregulatedly, in an unregulated manner, demonstrating a lack of regulation. Unregulatedness, the state or condition of being unregulated. Unregulates, third person singular simple present indicative of unregulate. Unregulating, present participle and gerund of unregulate. Unregulative, not regulative. Unregulatory, not regulatory. Unregurgitated, not regurgitated. Unrehab, not rehabilitated. Unrehabilitatable, not capable of being rehabilitated. Unrehabilitated, not rehabilitated. Unrehearsable, not rehearsable. Unrehearse, not rehearse. Unreify, not reify. Unraining, not raining. Unreimbursable, not reimbursable. Unreimbursed, not reimbursed. Unwain, a surname. Canada, not Canada. Unrain, simple past and past participle of unrain. Unforest, not enforced. Unraining, present participle and gerund of unrain. Unrains, plural of unrain. Unreinstated, not reinstated. Unreiterable, not reiterable. Unreiterated, not reiterated. Unreject, to undo the rejection of, to accept back. Unrejectable, not rejectable. Unrejected, not rejected. Unrejecting, present participle and gerund of unreject. Unrejects, third person singular simple present indicative of unreject. Unrejoice, not rejoiced. Unrejoicing, not rejoicing. Unrejoinable, that cannot be rejoined. Unrejoined, not rejoined. Unrejuvenated, not rejuvenated. Unrelapsing, that does not relapse. Unrelatability, the quality of not being relatable. Unrelatable, not relatable. Unrelate, to remove from being in relation to something, to dissociate. Unrelated, not connected or associated. Unrelatedly, in an unrelated manner. Unrelatedness, the state or condition of being unrelated. Unrelates, third person singular simple present indicative of unrelate. Unrelating, present participle and gerund of unrelate. Unrelation, lack or absence of relation. Unrelational, not relational. Unrelations, plural of unrelation. Unrelationship, alternative. Spelling of unrelationship. Unrelationship, not in a romantic relationship, single. Unrelative, not relative to something else, absolute. Unrelativize, not relativize. Unrelaxable, unable to be relaxed, not capable of being relaxed. Unrelax, not relax. Unrelaxing, not relaxing. Unrelaxingly, in a way that is not relaxing. Unreleasable, not releasable, that cannot be released or is unsuitable for release. Unrelease, to undo the release of, to withdraw. Unrelease, not released. Unreleases, third person, singular simple present indicative of unrelease. Unreleasing, present participle and gerund of unrelease. Unrelegated, not relegated. Unrelented, synonym of unrelenting. Unrelenting, not relenting, not yielding in strength, severity, or determination. Unrelentingly, in an unrelenting manner, as. Unrelentingness, the quality of being unrelenting. Unrelentless, without respite or let up, unrelenting. Relentless. Unrelentlessly, relentlessly. Unrelentlessness, the state or condition of being unrelentless, relentless, relentlessness, unrelentingness. Unrelentor, one who does not relent. Unrelentors, plural of unrelentor. Unrelevant, not relevant. Unreliabilities, plural of unreliability. Unreliability, the quality of being reliable. Unreliable. Not reliable. Unreliable narrator. A narrating character or storyteller in a literary or other artistic work such as a film, novel, play, or song who provides conflicting, inaccurate, misleading, or otherwise questionable information to the audience or reader. Unreliable narrators, plural of unreliable narrator. Unreliableness, unreliability. Unreliably, in an unreliable manner. Unreliance, absence of reliance. Unrelievable, not relievable. Unrelievableness, the quality of being irrelievable. Unrelievably, in an unrelievable manner. Unrelievable. Alternative form of unrelievable. Unrelieved, utter, complete, without relief. Unrelievedly, utterly, absolutely, without relief. Unrelieving, from which there is no relief, unrelenting. Unreligion, the antithesis or contradiction of true religion. Unreligions, plural of unreligion. Unreligious, not religious. Unreligiously, in an unreligious way. Unreligiousness, the quality of being unreligious. Unrelinquishable, that cannot be relinquished. Unrelinquishably, in an unrelinquishable manner. Unrelinquished, not relinquished. Unrelinquishing, not relinquishing. Unrelishable, not relishable. Unrelish, not relished. Unrelishing, not pleasant to the taste or the senses. Unrelocatable, not relocatable. Unreluctance, lack of reluctance. Unreluctant, not reluctant. Unreluctantly, without reluctance, willingly. Unremainder, not remaindered. Unremaining, that does not remain. Unremanded, not remanded. Unremarkable, not remarkable. Unremarkableness, the state or condition of being unremarkable. Unremarkably, in a way or to an extent that is unremarkable. Unremarked, not the subject of any remark. Unremarried, not having married again following the death of one's spouse, divorce, etc. Unremastered, not remastered. Unirremediable, irremediable. Unimmediate, not immediate. Unremedied, not remedied. Unremember, to fail to remember, to lose the memory or remembrance of, to forget. Unrememberable, that cannot be remembered. Unremembered, not remembered. Unremembering, not remembering, forgetful. Unrememberingly, in an unremembering way. Unremembers, third person singular simple present indicative of unremember. Unremembrance, lack of remembrance, forgetfulness. Unreminded, not reminded. Unremineralize, not remineralize. Unreminiscent, not reminiscent. Unremissible, not remissible. Unremittable, that cannot be remitted. Unremittent, alternative form of unremittent. Unremitted, not remitted or allowed to slacken, continued. Unremittably, in an unremitted manner. Unremittent, unremitting. Unremittantly, synonym of unremittingly. Unremitting, incessant, never slackening. Unremittingly, in an unremitting manner. Unremittingness, the quality of being emitting. Unremixed, not remixed. Not having been remixed. Unremodeled, not remodeled. Unremodeled, not remodeled. Unremonstrant, not remonstrant. Unremonstrated, not remonstrated with, against. Etc. Unremonstrating, not remonstrating. Unremorseful, not remorseful. Unremorsefully, in an unremorseful manner, without remorse. Unremorsefulness, the state or condition of being unremorseful, lack of remorse. Unremorseless, utterly remorseless. Unremote, not remote. Unremolded, not remolded. Unremounted, not remounted. Unremovability, the quality of being impassible to be moved. Unremovable, unable to be removed. Unremovableness, the quality of being immovable. Unremovably, such that it cannot be removed. Unremovability, rare form of unremovability. Unremoved, not yet removed. Unremunerated, not remunerated, unpaid. Unremunerating, unremunerative, unremunerative, not remunerative. Unremuneratively, in an unremunerative manner. Unremunerativeness, the quality of being unremunerative. Unrenamable, that cannot be renamed. Unrenderable, not renderable. Unrender, not rendered. Unrenewability, the quality of being renewable. Unrenewable, not renewable. Unrenewed, not renewed. Unrenormalizable, not able to be renormalized. Unrenormalize, not renormalize. Unrenounceable, not renounceable. Unrenounced, not renounced. Unrenouncing, that does not renounce. Unrenovated, not renovated. Not having undergone renovation. Unrenowned, lack of fame or renown, obscurity. Unrenowned, not renown. Unrenownedness, the quality of being. Unrelated, not having been rent or torn intact. Unrentable, not fit, suitable, or appropriate to be rented. Unrented, not rented. Unorganized, not organized. Initialism of underway replenishment. The act of taking on fuel without putting into port. Unrepackaged, not repackaged in its original packaging. Unrepay, not yet repaid. Unrepainted, not repainted, in particular into a new livery or color scheme. Unrepair, an unsound state as that of a building, dilapidation. Unrepairable, impossible to repair. Unrepairably, such that it cannot be repaired. Unrepaired, not repaired. Unreparted, not reparted. Unrepatriable, not able to be repatriated. Unrepatriated, not repatriated. Unrepayable, not capable of being repaid. Unrepeal, to reverse a repeal, to restore a ruling or law that was repealed. Unrepealability, a capability of being repealed. Unrepealable, not repealable. Unrepealably, in an unrepealable manner. Unrepealed, not repeal. Unrepealing, present participle and gerund of unrepeal. Unrepeals, third person singular simple present indicative of unrepeal. Unrepeatability, the quality of being unrepeatable. Unrepeatable, unable to be repeated. Unrepeatableness, the quality of being unrepeatable. Unrepeatably, in an unrepeatable way. Unrepeated, not having been repeated. Unrepeating, not repeating. Unrepellable, not repellable. Unrepelled, not repelled. Unrepellent, not repellent. Unrepentable, that cannot be repented of. Unrepentance, lack of repentance, failure to repent. Unrepentant, feeling or showing no sorrow or regret for wrongdoing. Unrepentantly, in an unrepentant way. Unrepentantness, the quality of being repentant. Unrepented, not repented of. Unrepenting. Not repenting. Unrepentingly, without repenting. Unrepentantness, the quality of being unrepenting. Unreperfuse, not reperfuse. Unrepetitious, not repetitious. Unrepetitiously, in a way that is not repetitious. Unrepetitive, not repetitive. Repetitively, in a way that is not repetitive. Unrephrased, not rephrased, maintaining the original wording. Unrepined, not longed for with discontent. Unrepining, not repining. Unrepiningly, without repining, uncomplainingly. Unreplaceable, irreplaceable. Unreplace, not replaced. Unreplenishable, not replenishable. Unreplenish, not replenish. Unreplevy, not replevied. Unreplyable, to which no reply is possible. Unreplicable, not replicable. Unreplicatable, unable to be replicated, one of a kind. Unreplicated, not replicated. Unreply, to which no reply has been given. Unreplying, not replying. Unreportability, the condition of being unreportable. Unreportable, not reportable. Unreported, not reported. Unrepose, lack of repose. Unreposed, not reposed. Unreposeful, not reposeful. Unreposefulness, the quality of being unreposeful. Unreposing, not resting. Unrepossessed, not repossessed. Unrep, simple past and past participle of unrep. Unwrapping, present participle and gerund of unrep. Unreprehended, not reprehended. Unreprehensible, not reprehensible. Unrepresent, to undo the representation of, to refuse or cease to represent. Unrepresentability, the quality of being unrepresentable. Unrepresentable, that cannot be represented, shown, or displayed. Unrepresentation, absence of representation. Unrepresentative, not representative. Unrepresentative swill. The Australian Senate or its members. Unrepresentatively, in an unrepresentative manner. Unrepresentativeness, the quality of being a representative. Unrepresented, not represented. Unrepresentedness, the quality of being a representative. Unrepressed, not repressed. Unrepressedly, in an unrepressed way. Unrepressible, synonym of irrepressible. Unrepressive, not repressive. Unrepressed, obsolete form of unrepressed. Unreprievable, not capable of being reprieved. Unreprieved, not reprieved. Unreprimanded, not having received a reprimand. Unreprintable, not reprintable. Unreprinted, not reprinted. Unreproachable, not liable to be reproached, irreproachable, unreproachableness, the quality of being unapproachable, unreproachably, in an unreproachable manner, unapproach, not reproached, unreproachful, not reproachful, unreproachfully, in an unreproachful manner, unreproaching, that does not reproach, unreproachingly, without offering reproach, unreprobated, not reprobated, unreproduced, not reproduced, unreproducible, that cannot be reproduced, unreproducibly, in an unreproducible manner, unreproductive, not reproductive, unreprogrammed, not reprogrammed, unreprovable, alternative spelling of unreprovable, unreprovableness, the quality of being unreprovable, unreprovably, in an unreprovable manner, unreprovable, not doing anything wrong that might attract reproof, unreproved, not reproved, unreprovedly, without being approved, unreproving, not reproving, unreprovingly, without offering reproof, unreps, plural of unrep, unrepublican, not republican, contrary to the spirit of a republic, anipudial, not to be repudiated, unrepudiated, not repudiated, unrepugnant, not repugnant, unrepulsible, that cannot be repulsed, unrepulsed, not repulsed, unrepulsing, that does not repulse, unrepulsive, not repulsive, unreputable, disreputable, unreputed, without a great reputation, insignificant, unrequalify, not requalified, unrequested, not requested, unrequire, to cancel the requirement for, to make something that is required into something that is not required, unrequire, not required, unrequires, third person singular simple present indicative of unrequire, unrequiring, not requiring anything, undemanding, unrequisite, not requisite, unrequisitioned, not requisitioned, unrequitable, that cannot be requited, unrequital, the quality of being unrequited, unrequited, not returned, not reciprocated, not repaid, unrequited love, love that is not reciprocated, even though reciprocation is desired, unrequitedly, in an unrequited manner, unrequitedness, the condition of being unrequited, unrequitement, the quality of being unrequited, unrequiting, that does not requite or reciprocate, unresalable, not resalable, unresalable, not resalable, unrescaled, not rescaled, unrescindable, that cannot be rescinded, unrescinded, not rescinded, unrescuable, not rescuable, unrescuably, such that it cannot be rescued, irrecoverably, unrescued, not rescued, unresealable, not resealable, Unresealed, not resealed. Unresearchability, the quality of being unresearchable. Unresearchable, not researchable, difficult or impossible to research. Unresearched, not researched. Unresectability, inability to be resected. Unresectable, of a tumor, unable to be removed through surgery because of the size and slend or complexity, or because removal would risk life-threatening damage to vital organs. Unresected, not resected. Unresemblate, not resemblant. Unresemble, not to resemble, to look or seem unlike. Unresembled, simple past and past participle of unresemble. Unresembles, third person singular simple present indicative of unresemble. Unresembling, present participle and gerund of unresemble. Unresented, not resented. Unresentful, not resentful, without resentment. Unresentfully, in an unresentful way. Unresentfulness, quality of being resentful. Unresenting, without resentment. Unreservable, that cannot be reserved. Unreservation, the undoing or cancellation of a reservation. Unreserve, a lack or absence of reserve, frankness, uninhibitedness. Unreserved, not reserved, without reservations, of a person. Unreservedly, in an unreserved manner, showing emotion or lack of restraint. Unreservedness, the state or quality of being unreserved. Unreserves, plural of unreserved. Unreserving, present participle and gerund of unreserved. Unreset, not having been reset. Undershaped, not having been reshaped. Unresign, to withdraw a resignation. Unresigned, not resigned. Unresigning, present participle and gerund of unresign. Unresigns, third person singular simple present indicative of unresign. Unresilience, the quality of be resilient. Unresilient, not resilient. Unresonated, not resonated, non-resonated. Unresistible, that cannot be resisted. Unresistance, lack of resistance, passivité du submission. Unresistant, not resistant. Unresistantly, in an unresistant manner. Unresisted, not resisted, unopposed, undefied. Unresistively, without be resisted. Unresistible, irresistible. Unresistibleness, synonym of irresistibleness. Unresisting, not resisting, compliant. Unresistingly, in an unresisting way, without resistance. Unresistingness, the quality of being unresisting. Unresizable, not resizable, of fixed size. Unresized, not having been resized. Unresolute, not resolute, irresolute. Unresolutely, in an unresolute manner. Unresolvability, the condition of being unresolvable. Unresolvable, not able to be resolved. Unresolvables, plural of unresolvable. Unresolvably, in a way that cannot be resolved. Unresolved, the lack of the quality of resolve. Unresolved, for which no solution has been found. Unresolvably, without resolution, in an unresolved manner. Unresolvedness, the state or quality of being unresolved. Unresolved, third person singular simple present indicative of unresolved. Unresolving, that fails to resolve itself. Unresonant, not resonant. Unresort, not resort. Unresounding, not resounding. Unresourced, not supplied with resources. Unresourceful, not resourceful. Unresourcefully, in an unresourceful manner. Unresourcefulness, the state or quality of being unresourceful. Unrespect, a lack or absence of respect, reverence, or courteous behavior, disrespect, disesteem. Unrespectability, the quality of being unrespectable. Unrespectable, not respectable. Unrespectables, plural of unrespectable. Unrespectably, in an unrespectable manner. Unrespected, not respected. Unrespectful, not respectful. Unrespectfully, in a way that is not respectful. Unrespectfulness, quality of being unrespectful. Unrespecting, not respecting or taking notice, heedless. Unrespective, disrespectful. Unrespirable, not respirable, unbreathable. Unrespire, not respired. Unrespited, given no respite. Unresplendent, not resplendent. Unresponded, not responded to. Unresponding, not responding. Unresponsive, unrespondingness, the state or condition of being unresponding, unresponsiveness. Unresponsibility, a lack of responsibility, irresponsibility. Unresponsible, irresponsible. Unresponsibleness, the quality of being unresponsible. Unresponsive, not responsive, unreactive. Unresponsively, in an unresponsive manner. Unresponsiveness, the state of being unresponsive. Unresponsivity, the condition of being unresponsive. Unrest, a state of trouble, confusion, and turbulence, especially in a political context, a time of riots, demonstrations, and protests. Unrestable, that cannot be rested. Unrested, not rested. Unrestful, not restful. Unrestfully, in an unrestful manner. Unrestfulness, the state or condition of being unrestful. Unresting, not resting, ceaseless. Unrestingly, without rest, unceasingly, perpetually. Unrestingness, constant activity or diligence. Unrestitutable, not restitutable. Unrestituted, not restituted. Unrestive, not restive. Unrestorability, incapability of being restored. Unrestorable, not restorable, that cannot be restored. Unrestorably, such that it cannot be restored. Unrestorative, not restorative. Restore. To undo work that was done to restore something. Restore. Not having been restored. Restores. Third person singular simple present indicative of unrestore. Restoring. Present participle and gerund of unrestore. Unrestrain. To free from restraints. Unrestrainable. Impossible to restrain. Unrestrainably. In an unrestrainable manner. Unrestrained. Immoderate, not restrained or held in check. Inordinate literary. Unrestrainedly. In an unrestrained manner. Unrestrainedness. The state of being unrestrained. Unrestraining. Present participle and gerund of unrestrained. Unrestrains. Third person singular simple present indicative of unrestrained. Unrestraint. Lack of restraint. The quality of being unrestrained. Unrestraints. Plural of unrestraint. Unrestrict. To free from restrictions. Unrestrictable. Impossible to restrict. Unrestricted. Not restricted or confined. Unrestricted carry. Synonym of constitutional carry. Unrestrictedly. Without restriction. Freely, completely. Unrestrictedness. The state or quality of being unrestricted. Unrestricting. Present participle and gerund of unrestrict. Unrestrictive. Not restrictive. Unrestrictively. In an unrestrictive way. Unrestrictiveness. The quality of being unrestrictive. Unrestricts. Third person singular simple present indicative of unrestrict. Unrestructure. Not restructured. Unrests. Plural of unrest. Unresultant. Not leading to a result. Unresolveful. Not resolveful. Unresulting. Not producing a result, fruitless. Unresumable. Not resumable. Unresumed. Not resumed. Unresurface. Not having been resurfaced. Unresuscitable. Impossible to resuscitate. Unresuscitated. Not resuscitated. Unretainable. Not retainable. Unretained. Not retained. Unretaliated. Not retaliated against. Unretaliating. Not engaging in retaliation. Unretaliative. Not retaliative. Retaliatory. Not retaliatory. Unretardable. Not retardable. Unretardant. Not retardant. Unretarded. Not retarded or hindered. Unretarding. Not slowing down or hindering. Unretentive. Not retentive. Unreticent. Not reticent, talkative. Unreticulated. Not reticulated. Unretinued. Without a retinue. Unretire. To leave retirement and return to work. Unretire. Not retired, still working. Unretiree. One who leaves retirement and returns to work. Unretirees. Plural of unretiree. Unretirement. A return to work from retirement. Unretires. Third person singular simple present indicative of unretire. Unretiring. Present participle and gerund of unretire. Unretorted. Not heated in a retort. Unattouched. That has not been retouched. Unretractable. That cannot be retracted. Unretracted. Not retracted. Unretractile. Not retractile. Unretrainable. Not capable of being retrained. Unretreating. Not retreating. Unretrenchable. Unable to be retrenched. Unretrenched. Not retrenched. Unretributive. Not retributive. Unretrievable. That cannot be retrieved. Unretrieved. That has not been retrieved. Unretrofitted. Not retrofitted. Unretroflexed. Not retroflexed. Unredded. Not redded. Unreturnability. The quality of being unreturnable. Unreturnable. That is not able to be returned. Unreturnably. Such that it cannot be returned. Unreturned. Not returned. Unrequited. Not reciprocated. Unreturning. Not returning. Not coming back. Unreturningly. Without returning or coming back. Unretweet. To undo the action of retweeting. Unretweeted. Simple past and past participle of unretweet. Unretweeting. Present participle and gerund of unretweet. Unretweets. Third person singular simple present indicative of unretweet. Unreusable. Not reusable. Unrevalued. Not revalued. Unrevascularized. Not revascularized. Unrevealable. Unable to be revealed. Unrevealed. Not revealed. Hidden. Secret. Unrevealedness. The quality of being a revealer. Unrevealing. Not revealing. Unrevealingly. In a way that is not revealing. Unrevelatory. Not revelatory. Unrevenged. Not revenged. Unrevengeful. Not revengeful. Unrevengefully. In an unrevengeful manner. Unrevengefulness. The state or quality of being unrevengeful. Unrevenging. Not taking revenge. Unrevenued. Not having a revenue. Unreverable. Unfit to be revered. Unworthy of reverence. Unreverberated. Not reverberated. Unrevered. Not revered. Unreverence. Lack of reverence, irreverence. Unreverenced. Not reverenced. Unreverend. Not reverent. Unreverently. In an unreverent manner. Unreverent. Not reverent. Unreverential. Not reverential. Unreverentially. Without reverence. Unreverently. Without reverence. Irreverently. Unrevering. Not revering. Unreversible. Alternative form of unreversible. Unreversal. The process of unreversing something. Unreverse. To restore from a reversed state, to reverse again, so as to turn the right around. Unreversed, not having been reversed. Unreverses, third person singular simple present indicative of unreverse. Unreversible, not reversible. Unreversing, present participle and gerund of unreverse. Unreverted, not having been reverted. Unrevertible, not revertible. Unreverting, that does not revert. Unrevested, not revested. Unrevetted, not revetted. Unreviewability, non-reviewability. Unreviewable, not able to be reviewed or not subject to review. Unreviewed, not reviewed. Unrevile, not revile. Unreviling, not reviling. Unrevisable, that cannot be revised. Unrevised, not revised, unmodified. Unrevisitable, unable to be revisited. Unrevitalize, not revitalized. Unrevivable, impossible to revive. Unrevivably, without the possibility of revival. Unrevived, not having been revived. Unrevocable, synonym of irrevocable. Unrevocably, synonym of irrevocably. Unrevoked, not revoked. Unrevolted, not revolted. Unrevolting, not revolting. Unrevolutionary, not revolutionary. Unrevolutionize, not revolutionized. Unrevolve, not revolved. Unrevolving, not revolving. Unrewardable, for which no reward can be given. Unrewarded, not rewarded. Unrewardedly, will it be rewarded. Unrewarding, not providing reward or satisfaction. Unrewardingly, in an unrewarding manner. Unrewardingness, the quality of being unrewarding. Unreworked, not reworked. Unrewound, not having been rewound. Unrhapsodic, not rhapsodic. Unrhetorical, not rhetorical. Unrhetorically, in an unrhetorical fashion. Unroticize, not roticize. Unrhymeable, that cannot be rhymed with. Unrhyme, a line of verse that does not rhyme. Unrhymed, having no rhyme. Unrhymes, third person singular simple present indicative of unrhyme. Unrhyming, present participle and gerund of unrhyme. Unrhythmic, having no rhythm. Unrhythmical, not rhythmical. Unrhythmically, in an unrhythmic or unrhythmical manner. Unribbed, not ribbed. Unribbon, to remove a ribbon from. Unribbon, not ribbon. Unribboning, present participle and gerund of unribbon. Unribbons, third person singular simple present indicative of unribbon. Unrich, not rich. Unrich, not enriched. Unrick, not gathered into ricks. Unrid, not rid of something. Unridable, alternative form of unridable. Unridably, Alternative form of unwritably. Unwritten, not written. Unriddle, to figure out the answer to a riddle. Unriddleable, unable to be solved or explained. Unriddle, simple past and past participle of unriddle. Unriddler, one who unriddles, a solver of puzzles. Unriddlers, plural of unriddler. Unriddles, third person singular simple present indicative of unriddle. Unriddling, present participle and gerund of unriddle. Unriddlings, plural of unriddling. Unwritable, not writable. Unwritably, such that it cannot be written. Unrider, of an animal without a rider, unwritten. Unreadied, not ridge, without ridges. Unridiculed, not ridiculed. Unridiculous, not ridiculous. Unrive, not rive. Unriffled, not riffled. Unrifled, having a bore with a smooth interior, i.e. one that has not been rifled. Unrifted, without a rift or rifts. To remove the rigging from a vessel, etc. Unrigged, not rigged, not having the rigging up. Unrigging, present participle and gerund of unrig. Unright, that which is not right, wrong, injustice. Unrightable, that cannot be righted. Unrighted, not righted. Unrighteous, not righteous, wicked. Unrighteously, in an unrighteous manner. Unrighteousness, the state of being unrighteous. Unrightful, not rightful. Unrightfully, in an unrightful manner. Unrightfulness, the state or quality of being unnightful. Unrighting, present participle and gerund of unright. Unrightness, quality of being innate. Unrights, plural of unright. Unrightwise, obsolete form of unrighteous. Unrigid, not rigid, flexible. Unrigorous, not rigorous. Unrigorously, in an unrigorous manner. Unrigorousness, the state or condition of being unrigorous. Unraidus, third person singular simple present indicative of unrig. Unriled, not riled. Unrhymed, not rhymed. Unrimmed, not fitted with a rim. Unrimful, not wrinkled or creased. Unrying, a surname. Unring, hypothetically, to reverse the act of ringing or the consequences of the action. Unring a bell, to reverse the irreversible, to perform the impossible. Unringable, unable to be rung, not ringable. Unringed, not ringed. Unringing, present participle and gerund of unring. Unringing a bell, present participle and gerund of unring a bell. Unrings, third person singular simple present indicative of unring. Unrings a bell, third person singular simple present indicative of unring a bell. Unrinsed, not having been rinsed. Unrioted, free from rioting, without riot. Unriotous, not riotous. To open by ripping or tearing. Unripe, not ripe. Unripe, unripened. Unripely, in an unripe way, prematurely. Unripened, not ripened, still unripe. Unripened cheese, any of various types of cheese that are not aged. Unripened cheeses, plural of unripened cheese. Unripeness, the state or capacity of being ma. Unripenesses, plural of unripeness. Unripening, that does not ripen. Unriper, comparative form of unripe, more unripe. Unripest, superlative form of unripe, most unripe. Unrippable, that cannot be ripped. Unripped, not ripped. Unripping, present participle and gerund of unrip. Unrippled, not rippled. Unrippling, not rippling. Unripplingly, without rippling. Unrips, third person singular simple present indicative of unripped. Unripped, archaic form of unripped. Unrest, initialism of United Nations Research Institute for Social Development. Unrisen, not risen. Unrising, that does not rise. Unriskable, not riskable. Unrisked, not risked. Unrisky, not risky. Unrisque, not risque. Unritual, not ritual. Unritualistic, not ritualistic. Unritualize, not ritualized. Unritzy, not ritzy. Unrivalable, that cannot be rivaled, superlatively good. Unrivaled, beyond compare, far surpassing any other, unparalleled, without rival. Unrivalable, alternative form of unrivalable. Unrivaled, British standard spelling of unrivaled. Unrivalrous, not rivalrous. Unribbon, not ribbon. Unruit, to remove or loosen the rivet of. Unriveted, simple past and past participle of unrivet. Unriveting, present participle and gerund of unrivet. Unrivets, third person singular simple present indicative of unrivet. Unrivet, simple past and past participle of unrivet. Unriveting, present participle and gerund of unrivet. Unroach, not roached. Unroaded, not roaded, not having roads. Unroadworthiness, the quality of being at every. Unroadworthy, describing a vehicle which is not safe for use on the road. Unroaming, that does not roam. Unroast, hypothetically, to undo the roasting of, to uncook. Unroasted, not roasted. Unroasting, present participle and gerund of unroast. Unroasts, third person singular simple present indicative of unroast. Unrob, not having been robbed. Unrobe, to disrobe, to undress. Unrobe, simple past and past participle of unrobe. Unrobe is third person singular simple present indicative of unrobe. Unrobing, present participle and gerund of unrobe. Unrobotic, not robotic. Unrobust, not robust. Unrobustness, the state or condition of being unrobust, frailness. Unrocked, not having been rocked. Unrococo, not rococo. Unvaded, not in farce with ads. Unrobish, not robish. Unroyal, not royal. Unroll, to straighten something that has been rolled, twisted, or curled. Unrollable, capable of being unrolled. Unroll, simple past and past participle of unroll. Unroller, a person or machine that unrolls something. Unrollers, plural of unroller. Unrolla, third person singular simple present indicative of unroll. Unrolling, present participle and gerund of unroll. Unrollings, plural of unrolling. Unrollment, the process of unrolling. Unrolls, third person singular simple present indicative of unroll. Unromance, not romanced. Unromanize, alternative form of unromanize. Unromanize, not romanized. Unromantic, not romantic. Unromantical, unromantic. Unromantically, in an unromantic way. Unromanticize, alternative spelling of unromanticized. Unromanticizable, not romanticizable. Unromanticize, not romanticized. Unromanticizing, that does not romanticize. Iroof, to remove a roof from, for example, a building. Iroofed, not roofed, not having a roof. Unroofe, present participle and gerund of unroof. Unroofs, third person singular simple present indicative of unroof. Unroominess, lack of room. Unroomy, not roomy. Irist, to remove from the roost. Unroosted, simple past and past participle of unroost. Unroosting, present participle and gerund of unroost. Unroosts, third person singular simple present indicative of unroost. Uproot, to tear up by the roots, to uproot. Unrooted, not rooted. Unrootedness, the quality of being unrooted. Unrooting, present participle and gerund of unroot. Iroots, third person singular simple present indicative of unroot. Irooved, rare form of unroofed. A rope, to remove the rope or ropes from. Unroped, not attached to a rope. Unropes, third person singular simple present indicative of unrope. Unroping, present participle and gerund of unrope. Unrose, not made rosy in color. Unrosined, not rosined. Unroster, not rostered. Unrotate, synonym of rotate to correct a rotational deformity. Unrotated, not rotated. Unrotates, third person singular simple present indicative of unrotate. Unrotating, not rotating. Unrotable, not rottable, incapable of rotting. Unrotted, not having rotted. Unrotten, not rotten. Unrotting, not rotting. Unrotund, not rotund. Unrouge, not rouge. Unrough, not rough. Unroughened, not roughened. Unruffly, in a manner that is not rough. Unround, to change a vowel so that it is no longer round. Unrounded, not rounded. Unmounded vowel, a vowel that is pronounced with the lips relaxed. Unrounded vowels, plural of unrounded vowel. Unrounding, present participle and gerund of unround. Unrounds, third person singular simple present indicative of unround. Unrousable, unable to be roused. Unroused, not roused. Unrousing, not rousing. Unroutable, that cannot be routed. Unroutable, alternative form of unroutable. Unrouted, not routed. Unroutinized, not routinized. Unrow, to separate textiles that have been roved or twisted together. Unrowed, simple past and past participle of unrove. Unroven, not roved. Unose, third person singular simple present indicative of unrove. Unroving, present participle and gerund of unrow. Unrowed, not rowed. Unroll, alternative form of unrolled. Unrolled, without rolls. Unroyal, not royal, in particular, not appropriate for a royal. Unroyalist, not royalist. Unroyalists, plural of unroyalists. Unroyally, in a way that is not royal or does not befit royalty. Initialism of United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration. Unrovable, not rubbable. Unrubbed, not having been rubbed. Unrubberized, alternative spelling of unrubberized. Unrubberized, not rubberized. Unrubbish, not rubbish, good or acceptable. Unrubrical, not rubrical. Unrubricated, not rubricated. Rudder, without a rudder. Unrude, not rude. Unrude, unregretted. Unrueful, not rueful. Unruefully, not ruefully. Unruing, not ruing, without regret. Unruffable, imperturbable. Ayat, without a rough set of modified feathers around the neck of a bird. Unruffleable, incapable of being ruffled. Unruffle, to remove ruffles from, to make smooth. Unruffled, not ruffled or tousled. Unruffledness. The state or condition of being unruffled. Unruffles, third person singular simple present indicative of unruffle. Unruffling, present participle and gerund of unruffle. Unrug, to remove a rug from a horse. Unrugged, not rugged. Unoxidized, not ruggedized. Unrubbing, present participle and gerund of unrug. Unrug is third person singular simple present indicative of unrug. Unrug, a surname. Unrug effect. A theoretical prediction in quantum field theory that an observer who is uniformly accelerating through empty space will perceive a thermal bath. Unrug effects. Plural of unrug effect. Unrug, plural of unrug. Unruin, to fix or restore something that was previously ruined, to bring back to a whole or functioning state. Unruinable, incapable of being ruined. Unruinated, not ruined or destroyed. Unruined, simple past and past participle of unruin. Unruining, present participle and gerund of unruin. Unruins, third person singular simple present indicative of unruin. Unrulable, that cannot be ruled or governed. Unrule, absence of rule, anarchy. Unrule, plain, not ruled with lines. Unruledness, the quality of being unruled. Unruleful, not according to rule, irregular. Unrules, plural of unrule. Unruly, comparative form of unruly, more unruly. Unrulious, superlative form of unruly, most unruly. Unruly, in an unruly fashion. Unrulement, unruliness. Unruliness, the state of being unruly. Unrulinesses, plural of unruliness. Unruly, wild, uncontrolled. Unruliness, rare form of unruliness. Unruminated, not chewed by a ruminant. Unruminating, not ruminating. Unrummaged, not rummaged. Unrumored, not rumored. Unrumored, British and Canada standard spelling of unrumored. Unrumble, to free from rumples, to spread or lay even, to own crumple. Unrumple, not mumbled, free of rumpling. Unrumples, third person singular simple present indicative of unrumple. Unrumpling, present participle and gerund of unrumple. Not having been run. Alright, past participle of unring. Unrung a bell, past participle of unring a bell. Unrunnable, not runnable. Unrupturable, not rupturable. Unrupture, not having ruptured yet. Unrural, not rural. Unrush, not rush. Unrussian, not Russian. Unrust, to remove rust from a metal object. Unrustable, not susceptible to rust. Unrustic, not rustic. Unrustic, not rustic. Unrusticated, not rusticated. Unrusting, that does not rust. Unrustling, not rustling. Unrusts, third person singular simple present indicative of unrust. Unrusty, not rusty. Unruth, a lack of ruth, mercilessness, pitilessness. Unruddick, not rutted, without ruts. UNRWA, Initialism of United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees in the Near East. Anrayugata, the normal ring-entering ceremony performed by Yokozuna, consisting of both offensive and defensive moves. Initialism of Unified Numbering System. Plural of on. On sabbatical, not pertaining to or characteristic of the Sabbath. On sabotage, not sabotaged. On saboted, not saboted. On saccharify, not saccarified. On saccharin, not saccharin. Unsaculated, not saculated. Unsacerdotal, not sacerdotal. Unsacerdotally, in an unsacerdotal manner. Unsack, to remove from a sack. Unsackable, impossible to sack, expel from one's job. Unsacked, not sacked. Unsacking. Present participle and gerund of unsack. Untax. Third person singular simple present indicative of unsack. Unsacramental, not sacramental. Unsacramentally, not according to the sacraments. Unsacramentarian, not sacramentarian. Unsacred, not sacred or sacrosanct. Less accessible. Unsacredly, in an unsacred manner. Unsacredness, the quality of being unsacred. Unsacrificable, not sacrificable. Unsacrificed, not having been sacrificed. Unsacrificial, not sacrificial. Unsacrificing, not making a sacrifice. Unsacrilegious, not sacrilegious. Unsat, not sad. Unsadden, to relieve from sadness, to cheer up. Unsaddened, simple past and past participle of unsadden. Unsaddening, present participle and gerund of unsadden. Unsaddens, third person singular simple present indicative of unsadden. Unsaddle, to remove a saddle. Unsaddled, simple past and past participle of unsaddle. Unsaddles, third person singular simple present indicative of unsaddle. Unsaddling, present participle and gerund of unsaddle. Unsadistic, not sadistic. Unsadistically, not sadistically. Unsadly, not sadly. Unsadness, infirmity, unsteadiness, weakness. Unsafe, not safe, various senses, dangerous. Unsafe sex, synonym of unprotected sex. Unsafe, simple past and past participle of unsafe. Unsafeguarded, not safeguarded. Unsafely, in an unsafe way, without regard to safety, carelessly. Unsafeness, the state or condition of being unsafe. Unsafer, comparative form of unsafe, more unsafe. Unsafes, third person singular simple present indicative of unsafe. Unsafest, superlative form of unsafe, most unsafe. Unsafety, simple past and past participle of unsafety. Unsafeties, Third person singular simple present indicative of unsafety. Unsafety, lack of safety, insecurity. Unsafety, present participle and gerund of unsafety. Unsafing, present participle and gerund of unsafe. Unsagacious, not sagacious. Unsage, unwise. Unsagging, that does not sag. Unsay, simple past and past participle of unsay. Unsaleable, not saleable. Unsailed, not sailed, not visited or explored by boat or ship. Unsailor-like, not sailor-like. Unsailorly, not sailorly. Unsained, not saned and blessed. Unsaint, to deprive of sainthood. Unsainted, simple past and past participle of unsaint. Unsainting, present participle and gerund of unsaint. Unsaintly, not saint-like. Unsaintliness, the quality of being unsaintly. Unsaintly, not saintly. Unsaints, third person singular simple present indicative of unsaint. Unsake, to forsake. Unsaken, past participle of unsake. Unsakes, third person singular simple present indicative of unsake. Unsaking, present participle and gerund of unsake. Unsalability, alternative form of unsalability. Unsaleable, something that cannot be sold. Unsalableness, alternative form of unsalableness. Unsalables, plural of unsalable. Unsalably, alternative form of unsalably. Unsalacious, not salacious. Unsalaried, without a salary. Unsalability, the quality of being unsaleable. Unsaleable, not sellable. Unsalableness, the state or quality of being unsaleable. Unsalables, plural of unsalable. Unsalably, such that it cannot be sold. Unsalesmanlike, not salesmanlike. Unsalient, not salient. Unsalinated, not salinated, without the addition of salt. Unsaline, not saline. Unsalinized, not salinized. Unsalivated, not exposed to the action of saliva. Unsalmon-like, not salmon-like. Unsalt, to desalt. Unsalted, to which salt has not been added. Unsaltedness, the state or condition of being unsalted. Unsaltiness, the state or condition of being unsalty. Unsalting, present participle and gerund of unsalt. Unsalts, third person singular simple present indicative of unsalt. Unsalty, not salty. Unsalubrious, not salubrious. Unsalutary, not salutary. Unsaluted, not saluted. Unsaluting, that does not salute. Unsalvability, the quality of being unsalvable, inability to be saved. Unsalvable, incapable of being saved. Unsalvageable. Alternative spelling of unsalvageable. Unsalvageably. Alternative spelling of unsalvageably. Unsalvageable. That cannot be salvaged, not salvageable. Unsalvageably. In an unsalvageable way, irrecoverably. Unsalvaged, not salvaged. Unsalved, not salved. Unsampleable, not capable of being sampled. Unsamplable, not sampleable. Unsampled, that has not been sampled. Unsanctifiable, not sanctifiable, that cannot be sanctified. Unsanctification, absence or lack of sanctification. Unsanctify, not having been sanctified, not made sacred, remaining mundane or worldly. Unsanctifiedly, in an unsanctified manner. Unsanctifiedness, the quality of being unsanctified. Unsanctifies, third person singular simple present indicative of unsanctify. Unsanctify, to reduce from a holy condition, to make profane. Unsanctifying, present participle and gerund of unsanctify. Unsanctimonious, not sanctimonious. Unsanctimoniously, in an unsanctimonious manner. Unsanctimoniousness, the quality of being unsanctimonious. Unsanction, to free from sanctions. Unsanctionability, the state or quality of being unsanctionable. Unsanctionable, that cannot be sanctioned, inexcusable. Unsanctioned, not sanctioned, not approved by a sanctioning body. Unsanctioning, that does not sanction something. Unsanctions, third person singular simple present indicative of unsanction. Unsanctity, lack of sanctity. Unsanctuaried, without a sanctuary. Unsandal, to remove sandals from the feet. Unsandaled, alternative form of unsandaled. Unsandaled, not sandaled, not wearing sandals. Unsandboxed, not sandboxed, not constrained to a sandbox. Unsanded, not sanded, abraded, or cleaned. Unsandpapered, not sandpapered. Unsandwiched, not sandwiched. Unsane, not sane as. Simple past of unsing. Unsanguinary, not sanguinary. Unsanguine, not sanguine, timid, pessimistic, etc. Unsanguineous, not sanguineous. Unsanitarily, in an unsanitary way. Unsanitariness, the state, condition, or practice of being unsanitary. Unsanitary, not sanitary, unhealthy, dirty. Unsanitated, not sanitated. Unsanitation, lack of sanitation. Unsanitize, alternative spelling of unsanitized. Unsanitize, not having been sanitized, and sanitary. Unsanity, a deficiency of sanity as. Unsaponifiable, not able to be saponified. Unsaponifiables, plural of unsaponifiable. Unsaponify, not saponify. Unthapped, not sapped. Unthathy, not sappy, without excessive, cloying sentimentality. Unsarcastic, sarcastic, not sarcastic, unsarcastically, without sarcasm, unsardonic, not sardonic, unsartorial, not sartorial. Unlash, to untie the sash that holds an article of clothing. Unplash, not fitted with a sash. Unsashes, third person singular simple present indicative of unsash. Unsashing, present participle and gerund of unsash. Unsatiable, insatiable, that cannot be sated. Unsatanic, not satanic. Unsated, not sated. Unsatedly, without being sated. Unsatedness, the quality of being unsated. Unsatiability, obsolete form of insatiability. Unsatiable, obsolete form of insatiable. Unsatiableness, the state or condition of being insatiable. Unsatiably, in an unsatiable manner. Unsatiate, insatiable. Unsatiated, not satiated. Unsatiating, not causing satiety. Unsatiety, lack of satiety. Unsatined, not satined. Unsating, that does not cause satiety. Unsatirical, not satirical. Unsatirically, in an unsatirical way. Unsatirized, alternative spelling of unsatirized. Unsatirizable, not satirizable. Unsatirized, that has not been satirized. Unsatisfaction, dissatisfaction. Unsatisfactions, plural of unsatisfaction. Unsatisfactorily, in an unsatisfactory manner. Unsatisfactoriness, the state or condition of being unsatisfactory. Unsatisfactory, inadequate, substandard or not satisfactory. Unsatisfiabilities, plural of unsatisfiability. Unsatisfiability, the condition of being unsatisfiable. Unsatisfiable, not satisfiable, unable to be satisfied. Unsatisfiableness, the quality of being unsatisfiable. Unsatisfiably, such that it cannot be satisfied. Unsatisfy, not satisfied, especially with the quantity of something, dissatisfied, uncontented. Unsatisfiedly, not satisfiedly, without satisfaction or contentment. Unsatisfiedness, the quality of being unsatisfied. Unsatisfies, third person singular simple present indicative of unsatisfy. Unsatisfy, to fail to satisfy, dissatisfy. Unsatisfiedness, archaic form of unsatisfiedness. Unsatisfying, not providing satisfaction. Unsatisfyingly, in a way or to an extent that is unsatisfying. Unsatisfyingness, the state or condition of being unsatisfying. Unsaturable, not saturable. Unsaturate, any unsaturated compound, but especially unsaturated hydrocarbon in the oil refining industry. Unsaturated, not saturated, capable of dissolving more of a solute at the same temperature. Unsaturated fat, a fat or oil from either animal or vegetable sources containing a high proportion of unsaturated fatty acids, will typically be liquid at room temperature. A diet high in unsaturated rather than saturated fats is thought to contribute to lower levels of cholesterol in the blood. Unsaturated fats, plural of unsaturated fat. Unsaturated fatty acid, a fatty acid such as oleic acid that contains at least one carbon-to-carbon double bond. Unsaturated fatty acids, plural of unsaturated fatty acid. Unsaturatedly, without being saturated. Unsaturatedness, the quality of being unsaturated. Unsaturates, plural of unsaturate. Unsaturation, the degree or condition of being unsaturated. Unsaturations, plural of unsaturation. Unsaturnine, not saturnine. Unsauce, not covered or seasoned with sauce. Unsavable, not savable, that cannot be saved. Unsavage, not savage. Unsavaged, not savage. Unsave, to undo an act of saving, to erase. Unsavable, alternative form of unsavable. Unsaved, not saved, unredeemed. Unsaved, third person singular simple present indicative of unsaved. Unsaving, present participle and gerund of unsave. Unsavor, not savored. Unsavourily, in an unsavory manner. Unsavoriness, the state or condition of being unsavory. Unsavory, not savory, without flavor. Unsavor, British and Canada standard spelling of unsavored. Unsavourily, in an unsavory manner. Unsavoriness, alternative spelling of unsavoriness. Unsavory, alternative spelling of unsavory. Unsavvy, not savvy. Unsaw, simple past and past participle of unsee. Unsawable, not capable of being sawn or cut with a saw. Unsawed, not sawed. Unsawn, not sawn. Unsay, to withdraw, retract something said. Unsayability, quality of being unsayable. Unsayable, not capable of being said. Unsayable, quality of being unsayable. Unsayably, in a manner which is inexpressible or is not describable. Unsay, obsolete spelling of unsaid. Unsaying, present participle and gerund of unsay. On that, third person singular simple present indicative of unsay. Ahmed, initialism of United Nations Security Council. Unscour, to remove a weapon from its scabbard. Unscabbarded, not in a scabbard. Unscabbarding, present participle and gerund of unscabbard. Unscoureds, third person singular simple present indicative of unscabbard. Unscabbed, free from scabs. Unscaffolded, not scaffolded. Unscalability, the state or condition of being unscalable. Unscalable, not scalable, that can not be climbed. Unscalably, in an unscalable way. Unscalded, not scalded. Unscow, to remove scales from a fish or snake. Unscalable, alternative form of unscalable. Unscaled, that has not been scaled, climbed. Unscales, third person singular simple present indicative of unscale. Unscaling, present participle and gerund of unscale. Unscalloped, not scalloped. Unscalped, not scalped. Unscaly, not scaly. Unskimped, synonym of unskimped. Unscandalized, not scandalized. Unscandalous, not scandalous. Unscannable, that cannot be scanned. Unscanned, not having been scanned. Unscanted, not scanted, undiminished. Unscanty, not scanty. Unscarce, not scarce. Unscare, to make a person no longer scared. Unscareable, not scareable. Unscare, not scare. Unscares, third person singular simple present indicative of unscare. Unscarfed, not wearing a scarf. Scarfless, unscarved. Unscariest, superlative form of unscary, most unscary. Unscarify, not scarified. Unscaring, present participle and gerund of unscare. Unscarred, not scarred. Unscarred, not wearing a scarf, scarfless. Unscary, not scary. Unscathed, not harmed or damaged in any way. Untouched. Unscatedly, without being harmed. Unscatheness, the quality of being unscathed. Unscatter, not scatter. Unscavengeable, not scavengeable. Unscavenge, that has not been scavenged. Unscavenger, not cleaned by a street sweeper. Unscenic, not scenic. Unscent, to remove the scent from. Unscented, unperfumed, having no scent. Unscenting, present participle and gerund of unscent. Unscents, third person singular simple present indicative of unscent. Unscepter, alternative form of unscepter. Unscepter, alternative form of unscepted. Unsceptering, present participle and gerund of unscepter. Unscepters, third person singular simple present indicative of unscepter. Unskeptical, alternative spelling of unskeptical. Skeptically, alternative spelling of unskeptically. Unscepter, to deprive of a scepter, to deprive of the status of monarch or of authority. Unscepted, having no scepter, not being an actual monarch but having comparable qualities. Unscepters, third person singular simple present indicative of unscepter. Unsceptring, present participle and gerund of unscepter. Unschedulable, not schedulable. Unschedule, to remove from a schedule. Unscheduled, not scheduled, impromptu. Unscheduled, third person singular simple present indicative of unschedule. Unscheduling, present participle and gerund of unschedule. Unschematic, not schematic. Unschematize, not schematized. Unscheming, not scheming, simple and honest. Unschismatic, not schismatic. Unschismatical, not schismatical. Unscholarly, not scholarlike. Unscholarliness, the state or condition of being unscholarly. Unscholarly, not scholarly. Unscholastic, not scholastic. Unscholastical, synonym of unscholastic. Unscholastic, obsolete spelling of unscholastic. Unschool, to educate a child in an alternative to the regular school method, focused on the learner-chosen activities as a primary means for learning. Unschooled, not schooled, not having been to school. Unschooledness, the quality of being unschooled. Unschooling, a set of educational philosophies which champion education outside the standard school environment, including homeschooling. Unschoolmarmish, not schoolmarmish. Unschools, third person singular simple present indicative of unschool. Unscience, that which is unscientific or pseudoscientific. Unscience, not scienced. Unsciences, plural of unscience. Unscientific, not scientific. Unscientifical, not scientifical. Unscientifically, in an unscientific manner. Unscientificness, the state or condition of being unscientific. Unscintillating, not scintillating. Unscient, without heirs or descendants. Uncessor, to become uncrossed or separate, like a pair of scissors opening. Unscissored, not cut with scissors. Unscissoring, present participle and gerund of unscissor. Unscissors, third person singular simple present indicative of unscissor. Unsclerotic, not sclerotic. Unscleritize, alternative form of unscleritized. Unscleritize, not scleritized. Unscoffed, not scoffed or jeered at, unmocked, often with at. Unscoffing, not scoffing, not subjecting to ridicule. Unscolded, not scolded. UNDECAR, abbreviation of United Nations Special Commission and Inspection Regime created by the United Nations to ensure Iraq's compliance with weapons regulations after the Gulf War. UNDECARS, not sconced. Unscooped, not scooped. Unscoped, not scoped. Unscorable, unable to be scored, not scorable. Unscorch, not scorched. Unscore, not assign a score or rate. Unable to be scored, not scorable. Unscorch, not scorched. Unscore, not assign a score or rating. Unscorify, not scorify. Unscored, not scorned. Unscornful, not scornful. Unscornfully, in an unscornful manner. Unscornfulness, quality of being unscornful. Unscotch, to remove a temporary block from a wheel or similar. Unscotch, not scotched. Unscotches, third person singular simple present indicative of unscotch. Unscotching, present participle and gerund of unscotch. Unscotify, having had the Scottish characteristics removed. Unscoured, not scoured. Unscourged, not having been scourged. Unscowling, not scowling. Unscramble, to reverse the process of scrambling, decrypt. Unscrambled, simple past and past participle of unscramble. Unscrambler, that which unscrambles, a device for decoding a scrambled signal. Unscramblers, plural of unscrambler. Unscrambles, third person singular simple present, indicative of unscramble. Unscrambling, present participle and gerund of unscramble. Unscrapable, alternative form of unscrapable. Unscrapable, not scrapable. Unscraped, not scraped. Unscrapped, not scrapped. Unscratchability, the state or quality of being unscratchable. Unscratchable, not scratchable, impossible to scratch. Unscratch, not scratched. Unscrawled, not scrawled. Unscreamed, not screamed. Unscreen, to reveal by removing a screen. Unscreenable, not screenable. Unscreened, not screened or not having been screened. Unscreening, present participle and gerund of unscreen. Unscreens, third person singular simple present indicative of unscreen. Unscrew, to loosen a screw or thing by turning it. Unscrewable, that can be unscrewed. Unscrewed, simple past and past participle of unscrew. Unscrewer, one who, or that which unscrews, a device for unscrewing. Unscrewers, plural of unscrewer. Unscrewing, present participle and gerund of unscrew. Unscrewings, plural of unscrewing. Unscrews, third person singular simple present indicative of unscrew. Unscribble, not scribble. Unscribbled, not scribbled. Unscribed, not scribed. Unscrimped, not stingy, done without undue frugality, adequate. Unscripted, not scripted, without a script. Unscriptedly, in an unscripted manner. Unscriptedness, the state or condition of being unscripted. Unscriptural, not scriptural. Unscripturally, in an unscriptural manner. Unscripturalness, the quality of being unscriptural. Unscroll, to open or unfold progressively, as a scroll does. Unscrollable, not scrollable. Unscrolled, simple past and past participle of unscroll. Unscrolling, present participle and gerund of unscroll. Unscrolls, third person singular simple present indicative of unscroll. Unscrubbed, not scrubbed. Unscrumptious, not scrumptious. Unscrunch, to restore or become restored from a crumpled or squeezed condition. Unscrunched, not scrunch. Unscrunches, third person singular simple present indicative of unscrunch. Unscrunching, present participle and gerund of unscrunch. Unscrupled, without scruples. Unscrupling, not scrupling, without hesitation or reluctance. Unscrupulosity, unscrupulousness. unscrupulous, without scruples, immoral, unscrupulously, in an unscrupulous manner. Unscrupulousness, the state of being unscrupulous. Unscrutable, archaic form of inscrutable. Unscrutableness, quality of being unscrutable. Unscrutinized, alternative spelling of unscrutinized. Unscrutinizable, not scrutinizable. Unscrutinized, not having been scrutinized. Unscrutinizing, that does not scrutinize. Unscrutinizingly, without scrutinizing. Undegat, not having been scuffed. Unsculptable, not sculptable. Unsculpted, not sculpted. Unsculptural, not sculptural. Unsculpture, not sculpture. Ungummed, not scummed. Unscuppered, not scuppered. Unscurrilous, not scurrilous. Unscotched, not scotch. Unscutcheoned, without an escutcheon. Unscottled, not scottled. Unsight, not sight. Omnit, initialism of United Nations Sustainable Development Group. Unseafaring, not seafaring. Unseal, to break the seal of something in order to open it. Unsealable, unable to be sealed. Unsealed, simple past and past participle of unseal. Unsealed road, synonym of gravel road. Unsealed roads, plural of unsealed road. Unsealer, one who unseals something. Unsealers, plural of unsealer. Unsealing, present participle and gerund of unseal. Unsealings, plural of unsealing. Unseals, third person singular simple present indicative of unseal. Unseen, to open the seam or seams of, to rip, to cut open. Unseamanlike, not characteristic of or befitting a seaman. Unseamanly, not seamanly. Unseamanship, lack of seamanship. Unseamed, simple past and past participle of unseen. Unseaming, present participle and gerund of unseen. Unseams, third person singular simple present indicative of unseen. Unsearchable, that cannot be searched or investigated into, inscrutable, unknowable. Unsearchableness, the quality of being unsearchable. Unsearchables, plural of unsearchable. Unsearchably, so as to preclude searching. Unsearch, not having been searched. Unsearching, not searching. Unseared, not seared. Unseason, to make unseasoned, to deprive of seasoning. Unseasonabilities, plural of unseasonability. Unseasonability, untimeliness. Unseasonable, not in accordance with the season. Unseasonableness, the quality of being unseasonable, untimeliness. Unseasonably, not in accordance with the season. Unseasonable, not normal. Appropriate or expected for the season or time of year. Unseasonal, not in keeping with the season, not expected, normal, or usual for the time of year. Unseasoned, not sprinkled with seasoning. Unseasoning, present participle and gerund of unseason. Unseasoned, third person singular simple present indicative of unseasoned. Unseat, to dislodge or remove someone from a seat, especially on horseback. Unseatable, not seatable, unable to sit or be seated. Unseat belted, not wearing a seatbelt. Unseat, simple past and past participle of unseat. Unseater, someone who unseats in various senses. Unseaters, plural of unseater. Unseating, present participle and gerund of unseat. Unseats, third person singular simple present indicative of unseat. Unseaworthiness, the state or condition of being unseaworthy. Unseaworthy, unfit for a sea voyage. Unsucceeding, not succeeding. Unsecluded, not secluded. Unseconded, not seconded, not supported, aided, or assisted. Unsecrecy, lack of secrecy, openness. Unsecret, not secret. Unsecretarial, not secretarial, not befitting a secretary. Unsecreted, not secreted. Unsecreting, present participle and gerund of unsecret. Unsecretive, not secretive, open, frank. Unsecretively, in an unsecretive manner. Unsecretiveness, the quality of being unsecretive. Unsecretly, without secrecy, openly. Unsecrets, third person singular simple present indicative of unsecret. Unsectarian, not sectarian. Unsectarianism, absence of sectarianism. Unsectarianize, to reverse the process of sectarianizing, to remove from the influence of a sect. Unsectarianize, simple past and past participle of unsectarianize. Unsectarianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unsectarianize. Unsectarianizing, present participle and gerund of unsectarianize. Unsectarians, plural of unsectarian. Unsectionable, not sectionable. Unsectional, not sectional. Unsectionalize, not sectionalize. Unsectioned, not sectioned. Unsecular, not secular. Unsecularize, to cause to become not secular, to detach from secular things, to alienate from the world. Unsecularize, not secularized. Unsecularizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unsecularized. Unsecularizing, present participle and gerund of unsecularize. Unsecurable, that cannot be secured. Unsecure, insecure. Unsecured, not physically secured. Not fastened, not attached. Unsecured creditor, a creditor who has a general claim against a debtor in which the claim is not secured by any particular asset. Unsecured creditors, plural of unsecured creditor. Unsecured debt, any type of debt or general obligation that is not protected by a guarantor or collateralized by a lien on specific assets of the borrower in the case of a bankruptcy or liquidation. Unsecured debts, plural of unsecured debt. Unsecurely, archaic form of insecurely. Unsecureness, synonym of insecurity, lack of security. Unsecures, third person singular simple present indicative of unsecure. Unsecuring, present participle and gerund of unsecure. Unsecuritize, alternative form of unsecuritized. Unsecuritize, not having the form of a security. Unsedate, not sedate. Unsedated, not sedated. Unsedentary, not sedentary. Unsedimented, not sedimented. Unseditious, not seditious. Unseduce, to undo the seduction of. Unseducible, not seducible. Unseduced, not seduced. Unseduces, third person singular simple present indicative of unseduce. Unseducible, alternative form of unseducible. Unseducing, present participle and gerund of unseduce. Unseductive, not seductive. Unseductively, in an unseductive manner. Unseductiveness, the state or condition of being unseductive. Unsedulous, not sedulous. Unse, to undo the act of seeing something, to erase the memory of having seen something, or otherwise reverse the effect of having seen something. Unseeability, that cautivity and seal. Unsell, invisible. Unsellness, that cautivity and seal. Unsell, in an unseeable way, invisibly. Unseer, not seated in any sense. Unsee, not see. Unsee, blind. Unseeing, without seeing. Unseenness, the quality in seeing. Unseekable, not seekable. Unseeking, not seeking anything. Unseal, to open, as the eyes of a hawk that have been sealed. Unsealed, simple past and past participle of unseal. Unseelie, a malevolent or malicious fairy. Unsealing, present participle and gerund of unseal. Unseals, third person singular simple present indicative of unseal. Unseeming, hesitating, scrupling. Unseemingly, in an unseeming manner. Unseemlier, comparative form of unseemly, more unseemly. Unseemliest, superlative form of unseemly, most unseemly. Unseemly, in an unseemly manner. Unseemliness, the state of being unseemly. Unseemlinesses, plural of unseemliness. Unseemly, inconsistent with established standards of good form or taste. Unseen, not seen or discovered, invisible. Unseenness, the state or condition of being unseen, invisibility. Seems, plural of unseen. Unlees, third person singular simple present indicative of unsee. Unseat, not boiled. Unsegmented, not segmented. Unsegregable, not segregable. Unsegregated, not segregated. Unseizable, that cannot be seized or grasped. Unseizableness, the state or condition of being unseizable. Unlease, to release from a state of being seized up or locked in position. Unseen, not seized. Uneas, third person singular simple present indicative of unseize. Unseizing, present participle and gerund of unseize. Unseldom, not seldom, frequently, regularly. Unselect, to cancel a previous selection, especially by removing a mark from a tick box. Unselectability, the inability to be selected. Unselectable, impossible to select. Unselected, simple past and past participle of unselect. Unselecting, present participle and gerund of unselect. Unselection, the process, act, or instance of unselecting. Unselections, plural of unselection. Unselective, not selective, open and inclusive. Unselectively, in an unselective manner, inclusively. Unselectiveness, synonym of unselectivity. Unselectivity, the quality of being unselective. Unselects, third person singular simple present indicative of unselect. Unself, that which is not the self. Unself-conscious, alternative spelling of unself-conscious. Unself-consciously, alternative form of unself-consciously. Unself-consciousness, lack of self-consciousness, ease in social situations. Unself-conscious, not self-conscious, natural and genuine. Unself-consciously, in a manner which is not self-conscious. Consciousness, the property of being unself-conscious. Unself, simple past and past participle of unself. Unselfing, present participle and gerund of unself. Unselfish, not selfish. Unselfishly, in an unselfish manner. Unselfishness, the state of being unselfish. Unselfishnesses, plural of unselfishness. Unself-like, not self-like. Unself-pitying, not self-pitying. Unselfs, third person singular simple present indicative of unself. Unself, to cause, to appear less attractive to consumers or adherents. Unsellability, property of being unsellable. Unsellable, not sellable, very hard to sell. Unselling, present participle and gerund of unsell. Unselves, third person singular simple present indicative of unsell. Unselves, plural of unself. Unsemantic, not semantic. Unsemanticize, not semanticize. Unseemly, archaic form of unseemly. Unsanitario, not sanitario. Send, to undo, cancel, or reverse the transmission of a message. Unsendable, that cannot be sent. Unsending, present participle and gerund of unsend. Unsend. Third person singular simple present indicative of unsend. Unsenescent, not senescent. Unsensational, not sensational. Unsensationalized. Alternative spelling of unsensationalized. Unsensationalist, not sensationalist. Unsensationalized, not sensationalized, reported in a reasonable manner. Unsense, lack or absence of sense, senselessness, nonsense. Unsense, not sensed or felt. Unsenses, third person singular simple present indicative of unsense. Unsensibility, the state or condition of being unsensible, insensibility. Unsensible, not sensible. Silly, foolish. Unsensibleness, insensibility, lack of feeling. Unsensibly, in an insensible manner, insensibly. Unsensing, not sensing, that does not sense. Unsensitize, alternative form of unsensitized. Unsensitive, synonym of insensitive. Unsensitively, synonym of insensitively. Unsensitiveness, synonym of insensitiveness. Unsensitivity, synonym of insensitivity. Unsensitize, not sensitize. Unsensory, not sensory. Unsensual, not sensual. Unsensualize, alternative form of unsensualize. Unsensualize, simple past and past participle of unsensualize. Unsensualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unsensualize. Unsensualizing, present participle and gerund of unsensualize. Unsensualize, to elevate from the domain of the senses to purify. Unsensualize, simple past and past participle of unsensualize. Unsensualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unsensualize. Unsensualizing, present participle and gerund of unsensualize. Unsensually, in an unsensual manner. Unsensuous, not sensuous. Unsensuousness, the quality of being unsensuous. Unsent, not yet sent or transmitted. Unsentenced, not having been sentenced. Unsententious, not sententious. Unsententiously, in a way that is not sententious. Unsentient, lacking sentience. Unsentimental, not sentimental. Unsentimentalist, a person who is not sentimental. Unsentimentalists, plural of unsentimentalists. Unsentimentality, the state or condition of being unsentimental. Unsentimentalize, to make unsentimental, to remove the sentimental elements or character from. Unsentimentalize, not sentimentalize. Unsentimentalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unsentimentalize. Unsentimentalizing, present participle and gerund of unsentimentalize. Unsentimentally, in an unsentimental way. Unsentineled, alternative form of unsentineled. Unsentineled, not provided with a sentinel or guard. Unsentry, not sentried. Unseparable, not separable, inseparable. Unseparableness, the state or condition of being unseparable, inseparability. Unseparably, synonym of inseparably. Unseparate, not separate. Unseparated, not separated. Unseparatedness, the property of being unseparated. Unseparateness, the property of being unseparate. Unseparation, the condition of not being separate, togetherness, combination. Unseptate, not septate. Unseptated, not septated. Unsepulture, alternative form of unsepulchre. Unsepulture, alternative form of unsepulchred. Unsepulturing, present participle and gerund of unsepulture. Unsepultures, third person singular simple present indicative of unsepulture. Unsepulchral, not sepulchral. Unsepulchre, to remove from a sepulchre. Unsepulchred, not laid in a sepulchre. Unsepulchres, third person singular simple present indicative of unsepulchre. Unsepulchring, present participle and gerund of unsepulchre. Unsepulture, not interred in a sepulture. Unsequacious, not sequacious. Unsequeled, without a sequel or recurrence. Unsequeled, alternative form of unsequeled. Unsequencable, misspelling of unsequenceable. Unsequenceable, not sequenceable. Unsequenced, that has no regular sequence. Unsequential, not sequential, out of sequence. Unsequentially, not sequentially, not in sequence. Unsequester, that has not been separated. Unsequestrated, not sequestrated. Unsequined, not sequined. Assur, a surname. Unseraphic, not seraphic. Unserdeutsch, a German-based Creole language spoken primarily in Papua New Guinea and the northeast of Australia. Unserenaded, not serenaded. Unserendipitous, not serendipitous. Unserene, not serene. Unserenely, in an unserene manner. Unserenity, the quality of being serene. Unsurfly, not surf-like. Unsurged, not surged. Unserializability, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of unserializability. Unserializable, alternative spelling of unserializable. Unserializability, the state or condition of being unserializable. Unserializable, that cannot be serialized. Unserialization, deserialization. Unserialize, had deserialize. Unserialize, not serialize. Unserialize is third person singular simple present indicative of unserialize. Unserializing, present participle and gerund of unserialize. Unserifed, not having serifs. Unserifed, alternative form of unserifed. Unseriosity, the quality of being unserious. Unserious, not serious. Unserially, in an unserious way, flippantly, frivolously. Unseriousness, the state or quality of being insidious. Uncertite, not serotite. Unserpentine, not serpentine. Unserrated, not serrated. Unserried, not serried. Unsirs, plural of unsir. Unservable, not servable. Unserved, not served. Unservice, neglect of duty, idleness, indolence, poor service. Unserviceability, the condition of being unserviceable. Unserviceable, unusable, of no use. Unserviceableness, quality of being unserviceable. Unserviceably, in an unserviceable manner. Unservice, not serviced. Unservice-like, not characteristic of the naval service, unseamanlike. Unservicing, the removal of household appliances in order to transport them to another location. Unservile, not servile. That, not set, not fixed or appointed. Unset the table, to remove plates, etc. from a table after a meal. That's third person singular simple present indicative of unset. Unsettable, not settable. Unsetting, present participle and gerund of unset. Unsettle, to make upset or uncomfortable. Unsettlable, not settleable. Unsettled, disturbed, upset. Unsettledly, in an unsettled manner, uneasily. Unsettledness, the quality of being unsettled. Unsettlednesses, plural of unsettledness. Unsettlement, the quality of being unsettled, upset or unrest. Unsettlements, plural of unsettlement. Unsettles, third person singular simple present indicative of unsettle. Unsettling, that makes one troubled or uneasy, disquieting or distressing. Unsettlingly, in an unsettling manner. Unsettlingness, the quality of being unsettling. Unsettling, plural of unsettling. Unseverable, that can not be severed. Unsevere, not severe. Unsever, not sever. Unseverely, in an unsevere manner. Unseverity, lack of severity. Unsew, to undo something sewn or enclosed by sewing, to rip apart, to take out the stitches of. Unsellable, not sewable, that cannot be sewn. Unsewed, simple past of unsew. Unsewer, having no sewer. Unselling, present participle and gerund of unsew. Unsewn, past participle of unsew. Unsews, third person singular simple present indicative of unsew. Undex, to deprive of sexual attributes or characteristics. Unsex, not separated by sex, not having undergone sexing. Unsexes, third person singular simple present indicative of unsex. Unsexier, comparative form of unsexy, more unsexy. Unsexiest, superlative form of unsexy, most unsexy. Unsexily, in an unsexy way, not sexily. Unsexiness, the quality of being unsexy. Unsexing, present participle and gerund of unsex. Unsexist, not sexist. Unsex-like, not befitting a person's sex, unmanly for a man or unwomanly for a woman. Unsexual, not sexual. Unsexualize, alternative form of unsexualize. Unsexuality, quality of being sexual. Unsexualize, to make unsexual. Unsexualize, not sexualize. Unsexually, in a way that is not sexual. Unsexy, not sexy. The abbreviation of unsigned. Untabby, not shabby. Unshackle, to remove shackles from someone or something. Unshackled, simple past and past participle of unshackle. Unshackledness, the state or quality of being unshackled. Unshackles, third person singular simple present indicative of unshackle. Unshackling, present participle and gerund of unshackle. Achit, to remove a shade from. Unshaded, not shaded, lacking shade or a shade. Unyades, third person singular simple present indicative of unshade. Unshading, present participle and gerund of unshade. Unshadow, to free from shadow, to allow to become illuminated. Unshadowable, not shadowable. Unshadowban, to remove a shadowban against. Unshadowban, simple past and past participle of unshadowban. Unshadowbanning, present participle and gerund of unshadowban. Unshadowbans, third person singular simple present indicative of unshadowban. Unshadowed, not shadowed, not covered by a shadow. Unshadowing, present participle and gerund of unshadow. Unshadows, third person singular simple present indicative of unshadow. Unshadowy, not shadowy. Undeady, not shady. Untafted, not shafted. Unshaggable, unhackable. Unjagged, with whom nobody has had sexual intercourse. Unshakability, the quality or state of being unshakable. Unshakable, not able to be shaken, firm, solid. Unshakableness, the quality of being unshakable. Unshakably, in an unshakable manner. Unshake, to retract, to unfold. Unshakability, alternative form of unshakability. Unshakable, alternative form of unshakable. Unshakableness, alternative form of unshakableness. Unshakably, alternative spelling of unshakably. Unshake, unshaken. Unshaken, not shaken. Unshakenly, without being shaken. Unshakenness, the quality of being unshaken. Unyakes, third person singular simple present indicative of unshake. Unshakespearean, not Shakespearean, not thematically or stylistically like the works of Shakespeare. Unshaking, standing firm, unwavering. Unshakingly, without shaking. Unshell, to strip of the shell or husk. Unshelled, simple past and past participle of unshale. Unshales, third person singular simple present indicative of unshale. Unshaling, present participle and gerund of unshale. Unshallow, not shallow. Unshameable, alternative form of unshameable. Unshameable, impossible to shame. Unshamed, not shamed. Undamefaced, not shamefaced. Unshamefacedness, the quality of not being shamefaced. Unnamefast, not shamefast. Unshamefastness, quality of being unshamefast. Undameful, not shameful. Unshamefully, in an unshameful manner. Unyabbed, not shammed, genuine. Unshampooed, not shampooed. Unshanked, not shanked in various senses. Unshapeable, not shapeable. Unshape, to deprive of shape, throw out of form or into disorder. Unshapeable, alternative form of unshapeable. Unshapeableness, the state or condition of being unshapeable. Unshaped, having no distinct shape, formless or amorphous. Unshapliest, superlative form of unshapely, most unshapely. Unshapeliness, quality of being unshapely. Unshapely, not having a distinct shape. Unshapen, shapeless, misshapen, deformed, oddly. Unshapened, simple past and past participle of unshapen. Unshapening, present participle and gerund of unshapen. Unshapenness, misshapenness. Unshapens, third person singular simple present indicative of unshapen. Undapes, third person singular simple present indicative of unshape. Unshaping, present participle and gerund of unshape. Unjar, to extract data from a file in the char shell archive format. Uncharable, alternative form of unshareable. Uncharted, not sharded. Unshare, to stop sharing a network resource, etc. Unshareable, impossible to share. Unsharer, not shared, exclusive. Unsharedness, the quality of being unshared. Unshares, third person singular simple present indicative of unshare. Unsharing, present participle and gerund of unshare. Unshar, not sharp, as. Unsharped, simple past and past participle of unsharp. Unsharpen, to render unsharp, to spoil the sharpness of something. Unsharpenable, unable to be sharpened. Unsharpened, not sharpened. Unsharpening, present participle and gerund of unsharpen. Unsharpens, third person singular simple present indicative of unsharpen. Unsharping, present participle and gerund of unshar. Unsharpness, the condition of being unsharp, usually with reference to imaging, for example radiography, computed tomography. Unsharps, third person singular simple present indicative of unshar. Unsharred, simple past and past participle of unshar. Unsharring, present participle and gerund of unshar. Unshars, third person singular simple present indicative of unchar. Undef, not defecated, not pooped. Unshatter, to reverse the process of shattering, to unbreak. Unshatterable, not shatterable, that cannot be shattered. Unshatter, not shattered, intact. Unshattering, present participle and gerund of unshatter. Unshatters, third person singular simple present indicative of unshatter. Unshavable, not capable of being shaved. Unshavable, rare form of unshavable. Unshaved, not shaved. Unshavedness, the quality of being unshaved. Unshaven, not having shaved, not shaven and trimmed. Unshavenly, without having been shaved. Unshavenness, the quality of being unshaven. Unshaw, to remove one's shawl. Unshawl, simple past and past participle of unshawl. Unshawling, present participle and gerund of unshawl. Unshawls, third person singular simple present indicative of unshawl. Unshazamable, not shazamable. Unshazamable, alternative form of unshazamable. Unshear, not shear. Unjee, alternative spelling of unsheath. Edit, to deprive of a sheath, to draw from the sheath or scabbard as a sword. Unyut, simple past and past participle of unsheath. Unis, third person singular simple present indicative of unsheath. Unsheathing, present participle and gerund of unsheath. Unsheathings, plural of unsheathing. Unsheaths, third person singular simple present indicative of unsheath. Unshed, that has not been shed. Unsheddable, impossible to shed or discard. Unshedding, that does not shed. Unshape-like, not sheep-like. Undi, to remove a sheet or sheets from. To uncover. Unsheeted, not covered by a sheet. Unsheeting, present participle and gerund of unsheet. Undates, third person singular simple present indicative of unsheet. Unshell, to strip the shell from, to take out of the shell, to hatch. Unshellable, not shellable. Angelic, not coated with shellac. Unshelved, not having had the shell removed. Unshelle, present participle and gerund of unshell. Ungels, third person singular simple present indicative of unshell. Unshelterable, not shelterable. Unshelter, without shelter, expose. Unshelteredness, the state or condition of being unsheltered. Unsheltering, that does not shelter. Unshelve, to remove from a shelf. Unshelved, simple past and past participle of unshelved. Unshelved, third person singular simple present indicative of unshelved. Unshelving, present participle and gerund of unshelved. Undead, not shent, not disgraced, blameless. Unshepherded, not shepherded, without a guiding influence. Unshepherd-like, not shepherd-like. Unshepherdly, not shepherdly. sheriff, to depose from the office of sheriff. Unsheriff, simple past and past participle of unsheriff. Unsheriffing, present participle and gerund of unsheriff. Unsheriffs, third person singular simple present indicative of unsheriff. Unshun, obsolete spelling of unshown. Unshield, to expose by removing the shield or protective shielding from. Unshieldable, not shieldable. Unshielded, not shielded. Unshielding, present participle and gerund of unshield. Unshields, third person singular simple present indicative of unshield. Unift, to release the shift key on a computer or typewriter keyboard. Unshiftable, impossible to shift, immovable. Unshiftably, such that it cannot be shifted or moved. Unshifted, not shifted. Unshifting, present participle and gerund of unshift. Unshiftingly, unmovingly. Unift, third person singular simple present indicative of unshift. Unshifty, not shifty in various senses. Unjammed, not fitted with shims. Unshimmering, not shimmering. Unshine, not shined. Unshingled, not shingled. Unshining, not shining. Undiny, not shiny. Adept, to remove an oar and mast, etc. from its normal position. Unship-like, not resembling or characteristic of a ship. Unshipment, the act of unshipping or the state of being unshipped, displacement, removal of cargo from a vessel. Unshipments, plural of unshipment. Unshippable, not shippable, impossible to ship or unsuitable for shipping. Unshipped, simple past and past participle of unship. Unshippe, present participle and gerund of unship. Unnips, third person singular simple present indicative of unship. Unship ship, not ship shape. Unshipwreck, not shipwrecked. Unsire, not shired, not constituted into counties, by extension ungoverned. Unshirkable, that cannot be shirked. Unshirking, not shirking, attentive to one's duty. Unsure, not shirt. Unsure, not wearing a shirt, shirtless. Unzip, to retract an act of defecation. Undets, third person singular simple present indicative of unshit. Unshitting, present participle and gerund of unshit. Unshitty, not shitty. Unshiver, not shivered or broken to pieces, intact. Unshivering, not shivering. Unshockable, incapable of being shocked, scandalized, or appalled. Unshock, not shocked. Unshocking, not shocking. Unshy, not shod, without shoes. Unshodden, not wearing shoes, unshod. Unshoddy, not shoddy. Undo, to remove a shoe, especially a horseshoe from. Unsued, not wearing shoes. Unshoeing, present participle and gerund of unshoe. Adios, third person singular simple present indicative of unshu. Anja, not shanaban. Ishok, simple past of unshake. Unthut, to shoot back the bolt of a door to allow opening. Unshootable, not shootable. Unshooting, present participle and gerund of unshoot. Undoots, third person singular simple present indicative of unshoot. Unshopped, from which purchases are not made, not shopped in or from. Unshore, without shoring. Unshorn, not shorn. Unshornness, the state or condition of being unshorn. Unshore, to remove a short circuit from. Unshorter, not shorter. Unshorten, to expand from an abbreviated form to restore to its original length. Unshortenable, not shortenable. Unshorten, not shorten. Unshortening, present participle and gerund of unshorten. Unshortens, third person singular simple present indicative of unshorten. Unshorting, present participle and gerund of unshort. Unshorts, third person singular simple present indicative of unshort. Unjot, not having been shot. Unshots, third person singular simple present indicative of unshot. Unshottu, simple past and past participle of unshot. Unshotting, present participle and gerund of unshot. Unshoulder, to remove a burden from one's shoulder. Unshoulder, simple past and past participle of unshoulder. Unshouldering, present participle and gerund of unshoulder. Unshoulders, third person singular simple present indicative of unshoulder. Unshouted, not shouted, not expressed in a shout. Unshouting, not shouting, quiet, calm, unassuming, etc. Unshowed, not showed. Unshoveled, alternative spelling of unshoveled. Unshoveled, not having been shoveled. Unshovelable, not showable, that cannot be shown. Unshower, not showered, not having taken a shower. Unshowiness, the quality of being unshowy. Unshowmanlike, not showmanlike. Unshown, not shown. Unshowy, not showy, plain or unassuming. Untrank, simple past of untrank. Untreadable, not treadable. Unshredded, not shredded. Ushrewd, not shrewd. Ushrewish, not shrewish. Unshrill, not shrill. Unshrine, not placed in a shrine. Unshrink, to restore something shrunken to its original size. Unshrinkability, the quality of being unshrinkable. Unshrinkable, that cannot shrink and cannot be shrunk. Unshrinking, not shrinking. Unshrinkingly, without shrinking, courageously. Unshrinks, third person singular simple present indicative of unshrink. Untried, not shrived. Unshriveled, not shriveled. Unshriveled, not shriveled. Unshriven, not shriven. Unshroud, to remove a shroud from, to uncover. Unshrouded, not shrouded. Unshrouding, present participle and gerund of unshroud. Unshrouds, third person singular simple present indicative of unshroud. Unshrub, without shrubs. Unshrub, obsolete form of unshrubbed. Unshrugging, not shrugging. Unshrug, not shrug. Unshrunken, not shrunken. Unshuck, not shucked. Unshuddering, without shuddering. Unshuffleable, alternative form of unshuffleable. Undouble, to restore to order from a shuffled state. Unshuffleability, the incapability or impossibility of something being shuffled. Unshuffleable, incapable of being shuffled. Unshuffled, not shuffled. Unshuffled, third person singular simple present indicative of unshuffle. Unshuffling, present participle and gerund of unshuffle. Unshunnable, not shunnable, shunless. Unshun, not shunned. Unshuntable, not shuntable. Unshunted, not shunted. Unshushable, refusing to be quiet, impossible to shush. Undot, to open a door, window, etc. Undots, third person singular simple present indicative of unshut. Unshutter, to open or remove the shutters of. Unshutter, not shuttered. Unshuttering, present participle and gerund of unshutter. Unshutters, third person singular simple present indicative of unshutter. Unshutting, present participle and gerund of unshut. Unsigh, not shy. Unhighly, without shyness. Undiness, the quality of shy. Unsiolated, not siolated. Uncivilent, not sibilant. Unsick, not sick, healthy all senses. Unsicken, to make or become less sick. Unsickened, not sickened, healthy. Unsickening, not sickening. Unsickened, third person singular simple present indicative of unsicken. Unsicker, a surname. Unsickle, to reform as with a red blood cell from an abnormal crescent shape into the normal shape. Unsickled, simple past and past participle of unsickle. Unsickles, third person singular simple present indicative of unsickle. Unsickling, the removal of the crescent deformation from a red blood cell. Unsickly, not sickly. Unsided, originating from an uncertain side of the body, either left or right. Unsaved, not having been sieved. Unsifted, not having been sifted. Unsighing, not sighing. Unsight, absence of sight, lack of vision. Unsight, unseen. Dated form of sight unseen. Unsightable, invisible. Unsighted, not sighted, unseen. Unsighting, present participle and gerund of unsight. Unsightlessness, sightlessness, a lack of sight. Unsightlier, comparative form of unsightly, more unsightly. Unsightliest, superlative form of unsightly, most unsightly. Unsightliness, the state of being unsightly. Unsightlinesses, plural of unsightliness. Unsightly, displeasing to the eye. Unsightable, not sightable. Unsights, third person singular simple present indicative of unsight. Unsigmatic, not sigmatic. Unsign, to remove one's signature from something one has signed. Unsignable, not signable. Unsignaled, not signaled. Unsignalized, not signalized. Unsignaled, not signaled. Unsignatured, without a signature and signed. Unsigned, not accepting negative numbers, having only a positive value or zero. Unsignedness, the state or condition of being unsigned. Unsigned, plural of unsigned. Unsignated, not signated. Unsignifiability, the quality of being unsignifiable. Unsignifiable, that cannot be signified. Unsignificance, synonym of insignificance. Unsignificant, obsolete form of insignificant. Unsignificative, not significative. Unsignified, not signified. Unsignifying, that does not signify, meaningless or unimportant. Unsigning, present participle and gerund of unsign. Unsignposted, not provided with a signpost. Unsigns, third person singular simple present indicative of unsign. Unsiker, unsafe, insecure. Unsilence, to make no longer silent, to provide with a voice. Unsilenceable, unable to be silenced. Unsilenceably, in a way that cannot be silenced. Unsilenced, not silenced. Unsilences, third person singular simple present indicative of unsilence. Unsilencing, present participle and gerund of unsilence. Unsilent, not silent. Unsilently, not silently. Unsolicify, not solicified. Unsiliconized, not siliconized. Unselled, not furnished with a sill. Unsilly, not silly. Unsilted, not silted. Unsilty, not silty. Unsilver, not silver. Unsimilar, dissimilar. Unsimilarities, plural of unsimilarity. Unsimilarity, dissimilarity. Unsimilarly, synonym of dissimilarly. Unsimpable, impossible or difficult to simp for. Unsimpables, plural of unsimpable. Unsimple, not symbol. Unsimplicity, absence of simplicity, complication or complexity. Unsimplifiable, not capable of being simplified. Unsimplify, not simplify. Unsimplifies, third person singular simple present indicative of unsimplify. Unsimplify, to undo the simplifying of. to make more complex again. Unsimplifying. Present participle and gerund of unsimplify. Unsimplistic. Not simplistic. Unsimulable. That cannot be simulated. Unsimulated. Not simulated. Real, authentic. Unsimultaneous. Not simultaneous. Unsin. To undo or annul a past sin. Unsincere. Insincere. Unsincerely. Alternative form of insincerely. Unsincerity. Obsolete form of insincerity. Unsinew. To deprive of sinews or strength. Unsinewed. Simple past and past participle of unsinew. Unsinuing. Present participle and gerund of unsinew. Unsinews. Third person singular simple present indicative of unsinew. Unsinewy. Not sinewy. Unsinful. Not sinful. Unsinfully. Without sin. Unsinfulness. Absence of sin. Unsay. To take back something sung. To undo the singing of. Unsingability. The quality of being unsingable. Unsingable. Not singable. Impossible to sing. Unsingableness. The quality of being unsingable. Unsingably. Such that it cannot be sung. Unsinged. Not singed. Unsinging. That does not sing. Unsingle. Not single. Unsingled. Not singled. Unsingleness. Quality of a single. Unsings. Third person singular simple present indicative of unsing. Unsingular. Not singular. Unsinister. Not sinister. Unsinkability. The quality of being unsinkable. Unsinkable. That cannot be sunk. Unsinkable rubber duck. A belief in a supernatural or paranormal phenomenon that people can continue to hold in spite of it being debunked. Unsinkable rubber ducks. Plural of unsinkable rubber duck. Unsinkableness. The quality of being unsinkable. Unsinkables. Plural of unsinkable. Unsinkably. Such that it cannot be sunk. Unsinking. That does not sink. Unsinned. Simple past and past participle of unsin. Unsinning. Present participle and gerund of unsin. Unsinningly. Without sin. Unsins. Third person singular simple present indicative of unsin. Uncentered. Not centered. Unsinuous. Not sinuous. Unsiphoned. Not siphoned. Unset. Not sept. Unsire. Not sired. Unsizzy. Not sizzy. Sister. To separate as sisters to disjoin. Unsister. Simple past and past participle of unsister. Unsistering. Present participle and gerund of unsister. Unsisterly. Not sisterlike. Unsisterliness. The state or quality of being unsisterly. Unsisterly. Not sisterly, not befitting his sister. Ancestors, third person singular simple present indicative of unsister. Unsisting, unresisting. Unsittable, unable to be sat on. Unsitting, not sitting well, unbecoming. Unsituated, not situated, without a situation or position, lacking a place. Unsizable, not of sufficient weight or size. Unsizable, alternative spelling of unsizable. Unsized, not sized. Unscathed, obsolete form of unscathed. Unskated, that has not been skated on. Unskein, to unwind from a skein. Unskeined, not skeined. Unskeining, present participle and gerund of unskein. Unskeins, third person singular simple present indicative of unskein. Unskeletonized, not skeletonized. Unskeptical, not skeptical, having an open mind. Unskeptically, in an unskeptical way. Unsketchable, not sketchable. Unsketched, not sketched. Unskew, to undo is skewing. Unskewed, not skewed. Unskewered, not skewered. Unskewing, present participle and gerund of unskew. Unskewers, third person singular simple present indicative of unskew. Unskiable, not skiable, unsuitable for skiing. Unski, not skied. Unskillful, alternative spelling of unskillful. Unskillfulness, archaic form of unskillfulness. Unskillfully, alternative spelling of unskillfully. Unskillfulness, lack of skill. Unskill, foolish conduct, wrongdoing. Unskilled, of a person or workforce, not having a skill or technical training. Unscaledly, in an unskilled manner. Unskilledness, the quality of being unskilled. Unskillful, not skillful. Unskillfulness, archaic spelling of unskillfulness. Unskillfully, in an unskilled manner. Unskillfulness, the state or quality of being unskillful, of lacking skill. Unskimmed, not skimmed. Unskimped, done properly, not carelessly or inadequately. Unskimby, not skimby. Unskir, to remove the skin from. Unskinned, not skinned, not having had the skin removed. Unskinning, present participle and gerund of unskin. Unskinny, not skinny, by extension fat, thick. Unskins, third person singular simple present indicative of unskin. Unskip, to undo a skip action. Unskippable, that cannot be skipped. Unget, not skipped. Unskirted, without a skirt. Unskittish, not skittish. Unskunked, not skunked. On the lack, not slacked. Unslack, alternative form of unslaked. Unslackened, not slackened. Unslackening, not slackening, without loss of speed. Unslacking, not slacking. without respite. Unslagged, not slagged. Unslain, not slain, not killed. Unslakable. That cannot be slaked. Unslakable. That cannot be slate. Unslate. Not yet slate. Unslammed. Not having been slammed. Unslandered. Not slandered. Unslanderous. Not slanderous. Unslanted. Not slanted. Unslappable. Not slappable. Unlapped. Not having been slapped. Unslash. Not slashed. Unslate. To remove slates from. Unslated. Not fitted with slates. Unslates. Third person singular simple present indicative of unslate. Unslating. Present participle and gerund of unslate. Unslatted. Not slatted. Unslaughterable. Not fit or ready for slaughter. Unslaughter. Not slaughter. Unslavish. Not slavish. Unslavishly. In an unslavish manner. Unslayable. Incapable of being slain. Unslayableness. The state or condition of being unslayable, unkillableness. Unsleety. Not sleety. Unmeleek. Not sleek. The opposite of sleek. Rough. Unleave. Sleeplessness. Wakefulness. Unsleepable. Not sleepable. Unsuitable for sleeping. Unsleepably. So as to make sleep impossible. Unsleepful. Not sleepful. Unsleepiness. The state or quality of being unsleepy. Unsleeping. Not sleeping. Unsleepingly. Without sleeping. Vigilantly. Unleaps. Third person singular simple present indicative of unsleep. Unsleepy. Not sleepy. Wakeful. Unsleeve. To remove from a sleeve. Unsleeved. Not covered by a sleeve. Unsleeves. Third person singular simple present indicative of unsleeve. Unsleeving. Present participle and gerund of unsleeve. Unslender. Not slender. Unslept. Not having been slept. Unalice. To undo the process of slicing. Unalice. Not sliced. Unslices. Third person singular simple present indicative of unslice. Unslicing. Present participle and gerund of unslice. Unlick. Not slick. Not polish or fancy. Unslid. Simple past and past participle of unslide. Unslide. To slide back, to open or unfasten by sliding. Unslides. Third person singular simple present indicative of unslide. Unsliding. Present participle and gerund of unslide. Unslided. Not slided. Unlim. Not slim. Unslimed. Not covered in slime. Unsulling. To take something from a hanging or slung position. Unslinging. Present participle and gerund of unsulling. Unslingers. Third person singular simple present indicative of unsulling. Unslip. To release a dog, etc. from its slip or leash. Unflipped. not prepared with slip mix of clay and water. Unslippered, not wearing slippers. Unslippery, not slippery. Unslipping, that does not slip. Unflips, third person singular simple present indicative of unslip. Unflit, not having been slit. Unslitted, not slitted. Onslaught, unslate. Unsloped, not sloped. Unsloping, not sloping. Unaloft, not slopped. Undaloppy, not sloppy. Undalot, to remove from a slot. Unslothful, not slothful. Unslothfully, in an unslothful manner. Unslothfulness, quality of being unslothful. Unalots, third person singular simple present indicative of onslaught. Unslotted, not slotted. Unslotting, present participle and gerund of onslaught. Unmeleft, not sloughed. Unluffing, that does not slough. Unslowed, not slowed. Unslowing, not becoming any slower. Unsluggish, not sluggish, rapid or energetic. Unloose, to sluice, to open the sluice or sluices of, to let flow, to discharge. Unsluiced, simple past and past participle of unsluice. Unsluices, third person singular simple present indicative of unsluice. Unsluicing, present participle and gerund of unsluice. Unslumbering, not slumbering and sleeping. Unslumberous, alternative form of unslumberous. Unslumberous, elapless. Unmelar, simple past and past participle of unsulling. Unslurked, not slurked. Unslur, not slur. Unslutty, not slutty. Unsly, not sly. Lacking slyness. Unsmack, not smacked. Unsmall, not small, large. Unsmark, not smart in various senses. Unsmartness, the quality of being smacked. Unsmashable, that cannot be smashed. Unsmeared, not smeared. Unsmell, to forget a scent. Unsmelled, not having been smelled. Unsmelling, that does not or cannot smell, lacking or not using the sense of smell. Unsmelled, third person singular simple present indicative of unsmell. Unsmelly, not smelly, not having an unpleasant smell. Unsmelt, not having been smelled. Unsmeltable, not smeltable. Unsmelted, not smelted, not having been subjected to a smelting process, still in the state of being an unrefined ore. Unsmiled, not smiled. Unsmiling, not smiling, serious or grave. Unsmilingly, in an unsmiling way. Unsmilingness, the absence of a smile. Unsmirched, not having been smirched, undismirched. Unsmirking, not smirking. Unsmitten, not having been smitten. Unsmock, not smocked. Unsmokable. Impossible or undesirable to smoke. Unsmokable. Alternative form of unsmokable. Unsmoked, not preserved by treatment with smoke and thus retaining more of the original flavor, for example, unsmoked bacon or salmon. Unsmoking, not smoking. Unsmoky, not smoky. Unsmooch, not having been smooched kiss. Unsmooth, not smooth rough. Unsmoothable, that cannot be smooth. Unsmoothed, not smooth. Unsmoothing, present participle and gerund of unsmooth. Unsmoothly, in a way that is not smooth. Unsmoothness, the quality of being smooth. Unsmoots, third person singular simple present indicative of unsmooth. Undemote, unsmeten. Unsmother, to release from smothering. Unsmotherable, unquenchable. Unsmothered, not smothered. Unsmothering, present participle and gerund of unsmother. Unsmothers, third person singular simple present indicative of unsmother. Unlimited, not smudged. Unsmog, not smug. Unsmoggled, not smuggled. Unsmuch, not smutch. Unspotted, not tainted by the smut fungus. Unsmutty, not smutty. Unsnag, to remove a snag from. Unsnagged, simple past and past participle of unsnag. Unsnagging, present participle and gerund of unsnag. Unsnaggle, to disentangle. Unsnaggled, simple past and past participle of unsnaggle. Unsnaggles, third person singular simple present indicative of unsnaggle. Unsnaggling, present participle and gerund of unsnaggle. Unsnags, third person singular simple present indicative of unsnag. Unsnake-like, not snake-like. Unsnaky, not snaky. Unenap, to unfasten something held by snaps. Unenappable, not snappable, that cannot be snapped. Inseverable. Unenapped, simple past and past participle of unsnap. Unsnapping, present participle and gerund of unsnap. Unenaps, third person singular simple present indicative of unsnap. Ensnare, to release from a snare. Ensnarer, not snared. Ensnares, third person singular simple present indicative of unsnare. Ensnaring, present participle and gerund of unsnare. Unsnarl, to remove or undo a snarl or tangle. Unsnarl, simple past and past participle of unsnarl. Unsnarling, present participle and gerund of unsnarl. Unsnarls, third person singular simple present indicative of unsnarl. Undetach, not snatch. Undeneck, to unlatch or unlock. Unsnack, simple past and past participle of unsnack. Unsnacking, present participle and gerund of unsnack. Undenex, Third person singular simple present indicative of unsnack. Unsneering, not sneering. Undemeest, not sneezed. Undemeasing, not sneezing. Undeneb, to undo, untie, or open or become undone, untied, or opened. Unsneb, simple past and past participle of unsnib. Unsnibbing, present participle and gerund of unsnib. Unsnebs, third person singular simple present indicative of unsnib. Unsniffed, not sniffed. Unsnipped, not snipped, intact. Unsnobbish, not snobbish, humble, sociable, and friendly, treating everybody, including inferiors, equally. Unsnobbishly, in an unsnobbish manner. Unsnobbishness, the quality of being unsnobbish. Unsnobby, not snobby. Unsnogged, not having received a snog kiss. Unsnoring, not snoring. Unsnowed, not covered in snow. Unsnowing, not snowing. Undenowy, not snowy. Unsnubbable, incapable of being snubbed. Unsnubbed, not snubbered. Unsnubbed, not snuffed. Unsnubbly, not snugly. Unsoaked, that has not been soaked. Unsoaped, not soaped, unwashed. Unsoapy, not soapy. Unsorrowful, not suitable for soaring. Unsober, not sober. Unsober, not made sober. Unsobering, not sobering. Unsoberness, the quality of being unsober. Unsobriety, alternative form of insobriety. Unsociabilities, plural of unsociability. Unsociability, the state or quality of being unsociable. Unsociable, not desiring the company of others. Unsociableness, the state or quality of being unsociable. Unsociables, plural of unsociable. Unsociably, in an unsociable manner. Unsocial, not social. Unsocialize, alternative form of unsocialized. Unsocialism, a view or practice that opposes socialism. Unsocialist, not socialist, contrary to the tenets of socialism. Unsocialistic, not socialistic, contrary to the tenets of socialism. Unsocialistically, in an unsocialistic way, contrary to socialism. Unsociality, the quality of being unsocial. Unsocializable, not socializable. Unsocialize, not having been socialized. Unsocially, in a way that is not social. Unsocialness, the quality of being unsocial. Unsocial. Theological, not sociological. Unsociologists, One of four categories of sociologists propounded by Horowitz, a marginal sociologist who is primarily an administrator committed to the institution where he or she works rather than particularly passionate about any sociological questions or issues. Unsociologists, plural of unsociologists. Unsock, not wearing a sock or socks. Unsocket, to loosen or remove from a socket. Unsocketed, simple past and past participle of unsocket. Unsocketing, present participle and gerund of unsocket. Unsockets, third person singular simple present indicative of unsocket. Unsodden, not sodden. Unsodomized, not sodomized. Unsoft, not soft, hard, coarse, rough. Unsoftenable, not softenable. Unsoftened, not softened. Unsoftening, not growing softer. Unsoftly, in a way that is not soft. Unsoddy, not soddy. Unsoil, to remove dirt or stains from. Unsoilable, not soilable, that cannot be soiled. Unsoiled, uncontaminated, undirtied, pure, clean, immaculate. Unsoiledness, the quality of being unsoiled. Unsoiling, the act or process of stripping the surface of dirt or soil from the top of a quarry, clayed, etc. Unsoils, third person singular simple present indicative of unsoil. Unsolace, not solaced. Unsolacing, not affording solace, not comforting. Unsolar, not solar. Unsolarize, not solarized. Unsold, not sold. Unsolder, to reverse the process of soldering, such as by breaking the joint and removing the solder. Unsoldered, simple past and past participle of unsolder. Unsoldering, present participle and gerund of unsolder. Unsolders, third person singular simple present indicative of unsolder. Unsoldier, not equipped like a soldier and soldier-like. Unsoldier-like, not soldier-like. Unsoldierliness, the state or condition of being unsoldierly. Unsoldierly, not soldierly, not appropriate for a soldier. Unsole, to remove the sole of a shoe. Unsold, not having been sold. Unsolemn, not solemn. Unsolemnize, to divest of solemnity, to render less solemn. Unsolemnized, simple past and past participle of unsolemnize. Unsolemnizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unsolemnize. Unsolemnizing, present participle and gerund of unsolemnize. Unsolemnly, in an unsolemn manner. Unsolicited, alternative form of unsolicited. Unsolicited, not requested, welcomed nor invited. Unsolicitedly, without having been asked or commanded. Unsolicitous, not solicitous. Unsolicitously, in an unsolicitous manner. Unsolicitousness, the quality of being unsolicitous. Unsolid, not solid. Unsolidarity, lack of solidarity. Unsolidifiable, not solidifiable. Unsolidify, that has not solidified. Unsolidity, lack of solidity, the quality of not being solid. Unsolidly, in a way that is not solid. Unsolidness, the quality of being solid. Unsolipsistic, not solipsistic. Unsolitary, not solitary. Unsolubilized, alternative form of unsolubilized. Unsolubility, archaic form of insolubility. Unsolubilized, not solubilized. Unsoluble, archaic form of insoluble. Unsolvabilities, plural of unsolvability. Unsolvability, the property of being unsolvable. Unsolvable, not solvable. Unsolvableness, the quality of being unsolvable. Unsolvables, plural of unsolvable. Unsolvably, such that it cannot be solved. Unsolvated, not solvated. Unsolved, dissolve. Unsolved, not yet solved. Unsolves, third person singular simple present indicative of unsolved. Unsolving, present participle and gerund of unsolve. Unsomber, alternative form of unsomber. Unsomber, not somber. Unsonicated, not sonicated. Unsunlike, not sunlike. Unsunly, not sunly. Unsonorous, not sonorous. Umsonzy, not fortunate. Umsuck, simple past of unsake. Umsut, to remove soot from. Unsutted, not covered or dressed with soot. Unsuitable, impossible to soothe. To disturb, to unsettle, to arouse or irritate from a calm state. Unsuit, not suet. Unsuit, third person singular simple present indicative of unsoothe. Unsoothing, not soothing. Unsooting, present participle and gerund of unsoot. Umtuts, third person singular simple present indicative of unsoot. Umsooty, not sooty. Unsophistic, not sophistic. Unsophistical, not sophistical. Unsophistically, in a way that is not sophistical. Unsophisticate, an unsophisticated person. Unsophisticated, not sophisticated, lacking sophistication. Unsophisticatedly, in an unsophisticated manner. Unsophisticatedness, the state or quality of being unsophisticated. Unsophisticates, plural of unsophisticate. Unsophistication, absence of sophistication, the quality of being unsophisticated. Unsophomoric, not sophomoric. Unsoppy, not soppy. Unsorted, not sorted. Unsortedly, in an unsorted way. Unsortedness, the quality of being unsorted. Unsore, not sore, without soreness or pain. Unsore, of a horse not having been mutilated by sorin. Unsorrowed, not sorrowed for, unlamented. Unsorrowful, not sorrowful. Unsorrowfully, in an unsorrowful manner. unsorrowing, not sorrowing, unsorry, not sorry, unsort, to sort out, to resolve, unsortable, not sortable, that cannot be sorted, unsorted, not in any particular order or sequence, unsortedness, the quality of being unsorted, unsorting, present participle and gerund of unsort. Unsorts, third person singular simple present indicative of unsort. Unsotted, not sotted, not drunk. Unsought, not sought. Unsoul, to deprive of soul, spirit, or principle. Unsold, simple past and past participle of unsoul. Unsoulful, not soulful. Unsouling, present participle and gerund of unsoul. Unsouls, third person singular simple present indicative of unsoul. Unhound, not sound. Unsoundable, impossible to sound, whose depth cannot be gauged. Unsounded, unfathomed. Unsounder, comparative form of unsound, more unsound. Unsoundest, superlative form of unsound, most unsound. Unsounding, not making a sound, silent. Unsoundly, in an unsound manner. Unsoundness, the state of being unsound. Unsoundnesses, plural of unsoundness. Unsour, to remove the sourness from, to make no longer sour. Unsourceable, that cannot be sourced, located, obtained. Unsourced, presented without a source or reference. Unsoured, not soured. Unsouring, present participle and gerund of unsour. Unsours, third person singular simple present indicative of unsour. Unsoused, not soused. Unsouthern, not southern. Unsovereign, not sovereign. Unsellable, incapable of being sowed. Unsowed, not sowed, unsown. Unsown, not sown. Unzazzled, not drunk, sober. Unspaced, not spaced, without spaces or gaps. Unspaceworthy, not spaceworthy. Unfit for a space voyage. Unspacious, not spacious. Unspackled, not spackled. Unspaded, not spaded. Unspalled, not spalled. Unspam, to remove spam messages. Unspammable, incapable of being spammed. Unspammed, without spam. Unspangled, not spangled. Unspankable, unsuitable for spanking. Unspanked, not spanked. Unspanned, not spanned. Unspar, to take the spars, stakes, bolts, or bars from. Unsparable, alternative form of unsparable. Unspare, not spare, abundant or generous. Unsparable, not spariable or available, that cannot be given up. Unspared, not spared. Unsparing, without sparing, liberal, profuse, thorough. Unsparingly, in an unsparing manner. Unsparingness, the state of being unsparing. Unspark, that has not been sparked. Unsparkling, not sparkling. Unsparred, simple past and past participle of unspar. Unsparring, present participle and gerund of unspar. Unsparrow-like, not like a sparrow in form or behavior. Unspars, third person singular simple present indicative of unspar. Unspars, not sparse. Unsparsify, not sparsified. Unspat, not having been spat. Unspatial, not spatial, not extending into physical space. Unspatiality, the quality of being unspatial. Unspatially, in an unspatial manner. Unspatter, not spattered. Unspavined, not spavined. Unspawned, not having been spawned. Unspay, not spay. Unspeak, to retract what one has spoken, to unsay. Unspeakability, unspeakableness. Unspeakable, incapable of being spoken or uttered. Unspeakableness, the condition or quality of being unspeakable. Unspeakables, plural of unspeakable. Unspeakably, in an unspeakable manner. Unspeaking, silent, not talking. Unspeakingly, without speaking, mutely. Unspeakingness, the quality of not speaking. Unspeaks, third person singular simple present indicative of unspeak. Unspear, to remove a spear from. Unspared, not speared. Unspecial, not special. Unspecialized, alternative spelling of unspecialized. Unspecialized, synonym of despecialize. Unspecialized, having no speciality or particular purpose. Unspecializes, third person singular simple present indicative of unspecialized. Unspecializing, present participle and gerund of unspecialized. Unspecialness, the state or quality of being unspecial. Unspeciated, not speciated. Unspecifiability, the quality of being unspecifiable. Unspecifiable, unable to be specified. Unspecifiably, in a way that cannot be specified. Unspecific, synonym of nonspecific, not specific. Unspecifically, in an unspecific manner, not specifically. Unspecificities, plural of unspecificity. Unspecificity, the quality of not being specific. Unspecificness, the characteristic of being unspecific. Unspecify, not specified, not thoroughly explained or detailed, not adequately commented. Unspecifiedly, in a way that is not specified. Unspecifies, third person singular simple present indicative of unspecify. Unspecify, to undo the specification of. Unspecifying, present participle and gerund of unspecify. Unspecious, not specious. Unspeck, not marked with specks. Unspeckled, not speckled, without speckles. Unspectacled, not wearing spectacles. Unspectacular, not spectacular. Unspectacularly, in an unspectacular manner. Unspectral, not spectral or ghostly. Unspeculated, not speculated. Unspeculating, not speculating. Unspeculative. Not speculative. Unspeculatively, in an unspeculative manner. Unneth, not performed, not dispatched. Unspeed, lack of speed. Unspaded. Not measured in terms of speed. Unspeedy, slow. Not speedy, taking considerable time. Unspared, unashed. Unspell, to break the power of a spell, to release a person from the influence of a spell, to disenchant. Unspellable, difficult or impossible to spell. Unspelled, not spell. Unspelling, present participle and gerund of unspell. Unspells, third person singular simple present indicative of unspell. Unspelt, not spelt. Unspend, to recover money that has been spent, to undo the spending of. Unspendable, not spendable. Unspending, present participle and gerund of unspend. Unspends, third person singular simple present indicative of unspend. Unspent, not spent. Unspewed, not spewed. Unsphere, to remove from a sphere as in celestial bodies, to remove from the heavens. Unsphere, simple past and past participle of unsphere. Unspheres, third person singular simple present indicative of unsphere. Unsphering, present participle and gerund of unsphere. Unspice, not spice. Unspicy, not spicy. Unspy, obsolete form of unspy. Unspy, not seen or spied upon. Unspigoted, not sealed with a spigot. Unspike, to remove a spike from. Unspike, not spiked. Unspikes, third person singular simple present indicative of unspike. Unspiking, present participle and gerund of unspike. Unspiky, not spiky. Unspill, hypothetically, to undo the spilling of. Unspellable, impossible to spill. Unspelled, not spelled. Unspilling, present participle and gerund of unspell. Unspells, third person singular simple present indicative of unspill. Unspelt, not spelt. Unspin, to unravel something spun, knit, or woven. Unspined, without spines. Unspinnable, not capable of being spun. Unspinning, present participle and gerund of unspin. Unspins, third person singular simple present indicative of unspin. Unspinsterly, not spinster-like. Unspiny, not spiny. Unspiral, to cause to open up from a spiral shape. Unspiral, simple past and past participle of unspiral. Unspiraling, present participle and gerund of unspiral. Unspiralize, not spiralize. Unspiraled, simple past and past participle of unspiral. Unspiraling, present participle and gerund of unspiral. Unspirals, third person singular simple present indicative of unspiral. Unspiritize, not spirantized. Unspire, lacking aspire. Unspirit, to lower the spirit's positive energy of, to dispirit. Unspirited, not spirited, lacking animation or liveliness. Unspiritedly, in an unspirited manner. Unspiritedness, the state or condition of being unspirited. Unspiriting, present participle and gerund of unspirit. Unspirits, third person singular simple present indicative of unspirit. Unspiritual, not spiritual, lacking metaphysical significance. Unspiritualize, alternative form of unspiritualize. Unspiritualize, simple past and past participle of unspiritualize. Unspiritualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unspiritualize. Unspiritualizing, present participle and gerund of unspiritualize. Unspirituality, the quality of being unspiritual. Unspiritualize, to deprive of spirituality. Unspiritualize, not spiritualized. Unspiritualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unspiritualize. Unspiritualizing, present participle and gerund of unspiritualize. Unspiritually, in an unspiritual manner. Unspiritualness, the quality of being unspiritual. Unspet, to remove meat, etc. from a spet. Unspited, not spited. Unspiteful, not spiteful. Unspets, third person singular simple present indicative of unspit. Unspitted, simple past and past participle of unspit. Unspitting, present participle and gerund of unspit. Unsplash, not splashed. Unsplatter, not splattered. Unsplay, to bring together compactly. Unsplayed, not splayed. Unsplaying, present participle and gerund of unsplay. Unsplays, third person singular simple present indicative of unsplay. Unspleened, deprived of his spleen. Unsplendid, not splendid. Unsplendidly, in an unsplendid manner. Unspliceable, not spliceable. Unspliced, not spliced. Unsplinted, that is not equipped with a splint. Unsplinterable, resistant to being splintered. Unsplinter, not splintered. Unsplit, not split, whole, undivided. Unsplit, third person singular simple present indicative of unsplit. Unsplittable, not capable of being split. Unsplitting, present participle and gerund of unsplit. Unspoil, to make less spoiled. Unspoilable, not spoilable. Unspoilableness, the quality of being unspoilable. Unspoilably, such that it cannot be spoiled. Unspoils, not spoiled or touched. Pure. Unspoiledness, the state or condition of being Unspoiled. Unspoiler. To bypass the spoiler warning on a message so as to view the contents. Unspoiler. Simple past and past participle of unspoiler. Unspoilering. Present participle and gerund of unspoiler. Unspoilers. Third person singular simple present indicative of unspoiler. Unspoiling. Present participle and gerund of unspoil. Unspoils. Third person singular simple present indicative of unspoil. Unspoilt. Not spoilt, decayed or corrupted. Unspoiledness. The quality of being unspoilt. Unspoke. Simple past and past participle of unspeak. Unspoke. Without spokes parts of a wheel. Unspoken. Not spoken, not said. Unspoken riz. The ability to apply riz without speaking a single word. Skillfulness at attracting or seducing a potential usually female love interest using only body gestures and facial expressions. Unspoken rule. A rule that is understood to apply but does not exist in written form. Unspoken rules. Plural of unspoken rule. Unspoken water. Water that is collected by someone who remains silent, particularly from underneath a bridge which leads to a cemetery, though in some folkloric practices, from a well or spring instead, believed to have magical curative properties. Unspokenly. In an unspoken manner, tacitly. Unspokenness. The state or condition of being unspoken. Unsponged. Not sponged. Unspongy. Not spongy. Unsponsorable. Unable to be sponsored. Unsponsored. Non-sponsored. Unspontaneity. The quality of not being spontaneous. Unspontaneous. Not spontaneous. Halting or rehearse. Unspontaneously. In an unspontaneous manner. Unspontaneousness. The quality of being unspontaneous. Unspoofable. That cannot be spoofed. Unspoof. Not spoofed. Unspookable. Unable to be spooked or frightened. Unspook. Not spooked. Unspooky. Not spooky. Unspook. To remove film, cotton, etc. from a spool, unwind. Unspool. Simple past and past participle of unspool. Unspooling. Present participle and gerund of unspool. Unspools. Third person singular simple present indicative of unspool. Unsported. Not sported. Unsportful. Not sportful. Unsportiness. The state or condition of being unsporty. Unsporting. Unfair or not sportsmanlike. Unsportingly. In an unsporting way, unfairly. Unsportingness. The quality of being unsporting. Unsportive. Not sportive. Unsportsmanlike. Violating the accepted standards of sportsmanship. Unsportsmanlikeness. The state or condition of being unsportsmanlike. Unsportsmanliness. The state or condition of being unsportsmanly. Unsportsmanlikeness. Unsportsmanly. Not sportsmanly. Not befitting a sportsman. Unsportswomanlike. Synonym of unsportsmanlike where the person being discussed is female. Unsporty. Not sporty. Unsporulated. Not sporulated. Unspotless, not spotless, slightly dirty or stained. Unspotlighted, not spotlighted. Unspottable, that cannot be seen or spotted, invisible. Unspotted, not having spots. Unspottedly, without stains and blemishedly. Unspottedness, absence of stains or blots, freedom from sin. Unspouse, without a spouse, unmarried. Unspouted, not furnished with a spout. Unsprained, not sprained. Unspray, simple past of unspring. Unsprayable, not sprayable. Unspray, not having been sprayed. Unspread, not spread. Unspreadable, not spreadable. Unspreading, present participle and gerund of unspread. Unspreads, third person singular simple present indicative of unspread. Unsprightliness, the quality of being unsprightly. Unsprightly, not sprightly. Unspring, to release or be released by means of a spring. Unspringing, present participle and gerund of unspring. Unspringlike, not springlike. Unsprings, third person singular simple present indicative of unspring. Unspringy, not springy. Unsprinkled, not having been sprinkled. Unsprinklered, not fitted with automatic sprinklers for fire prevention. Unsprocketed, of photographic film lacking perforations. Unsprouted, ungerminated, without sprouts of seed. Unsprouting, not sprouting. Unspruced, not spruced up. Unspry, not sprung. Unspun, not spun. Unspurious, not spurious. Unspurned, not spurned. Unspurred, lacking spurs. Unsputter, not sputtered. Unspying, that does not spy. Unsqualid, not squalid. Unsquandered, not squandered. Unsquarable, that cannot be squared. Unsquare, not square. Unsquareable, alternative spelling of unsquarable. Unsquare, not square. Unsquash, to reverse a process of squashing, to expand something back to the original size. Unsquash, not squashed. Unsquashes, third person singular simple present indicative of unsquash. Unsquashing, present participle and gerund of unsquash. Unsquatted, not occupied by squatters. Unsqueaking, not producing squeaking noises. Squeaky, not squeaky. Squeamish, not squeamish. Unsqueamishly, in an unsqueamish manner. Unsqueamishness, the quality of being unsqueamish. Unsqueezable, that cannot be squeezed. Unsqueeze, to reformat a video image from 4:3 to 16:9 aspect ratio. Unsqueezed, simple past and past participle of unsqueeze. Unsqueezes, third person singular simple present indicative of unsqueeze. Unsqueezing, present participle and gerund of unsqueeze. Unsquelched, not squelched. Unsquinting, not squinting. Unsquire, to strip of the dignity of squire. Unsquire, simple past and past participle of unsquire. Unsquirely, not squire-like. Unsquires, third person singular simple present indicative of unsquire. Unsquiring, present participle and gerund of unsquire. Unsquirted, not squirted. Unsquished, not squished. Initialism of United Nations System Staff College. Uds, an island of the Shetland Islands Council area, Scotland, the northernmost in the inhabited British Isles. Unstabbable, not stabbable. Unstad, not stabbed. Unstabilized, non-Oxford British English spelling of unstabilized. Unstabilities, plural of unstability. Unstability, instability. Unstabilizable, not stabilizable. Unstabilize, to make unstable, destabilize. Unstabilize, not stabilized, potentially unstable. Unstabilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unstabilize. Unstabilizing, present participle and gerund of unstabilize. Unstable, not stable. Unstable equilibrium, an equilibrium in which a small disturbance causes it to move further away from its original state. Unstable, not lodged in a stable. Unstableness, the quality of being unstable, instability. Unstablenesses, plural of unstableness. Unstabler, comparative form of unstable, more unstable. Unstables, third person singular simple present indicative of unstable. Unstables, superlative form of unstable, most unstable. Unstabling, present participle and gerund of unstable. Unstably, in an unstable manner. Unstack, to remove from a stack. Unstackable, not stackable. Unstacked, not stacked. Unstacker, a person or machine that unstacks something. Unstaggers, plural of unstacker. Unstacking, present participle and gerund of unstack. Unstacks, third person singular simple present indicative of unstack. Unstaffed, without staff or workers. Unstage, to move a file out of the staging area where files are kept in preparation to be committed and deployed. Unstageable, impossible to perform on a stage. Unstaged, not formally staged, not presented to an audience on a stage. Unstages, third person singular simple present indicative of unstage. Unstagey, alternative form of unstagey. Unstagger, not staggered. Unstaggering, not staggering, steadfast. Unstaging, present participle and gerund of unstage. Unstagnating, not stagnating. Unstagey, not stagey. Unstay, uncontrolled, unrestrained. Unstainedness, quality of being unstay. Unstain, to remove a stain from. Unstainable, not stainable. Unstained, not dyed or discolored, not marred by any stains, marks, or spotting. Unstainedly, without bearing a stain spotlessly. Unstainedness, the quality of being unstained. Unstaining, synonym of non-staining. Unstains, third person singular simple present indicative of unstained. Unstaked, not staked. Unstale, not stale, fresh. Unstaled, not having gone stale, fresh. Unstaling, that does not go stale, that remains fresh and current. Unstockable, not stockable. Unstock, without a stock. Unstall, to release from a stalled state. Unstalled, simple past and past participle of unstall. Unstalling, present participle and gerund of unstall. Unstalls, third person singular simple present indicative of unstall. Unstammering, speaking or spoken without a stammer. Unstamp, to undo the act of stamping something, to remove a stamp from. Unstampable, not able to be marked with a stamp. Unstamped, not stamped. Unstampeded, not stampeded. Unstamping, present participle and gerund of unstamp. Unstamps, third person singular simple present indicative of unstamp. Unstan, to stop acting as is stand for, to cease to be an obsessive fan of. Unstanchable, incapable of being stopped or brought to a close, unstoppable. Unstanchably, in an unstanchable manner, unstoppably. Unstench, not stenched. Unstand, pronunciation spelling of understand. Unstander, not standard, not at standard or at a level other than that which is considered standard. Unstandardized, alternative spelling of unstandardize. Unstandardized, not standardize. Unstanding, not standing, not in a standing, upright position. Unstandsake, not standsake. Unstaple, to remove staples from. Unstapled, not stapled, loose. Unstaples, third person singular simple present indicative of unstable. Unstapling, present participle and gerund of unstaple. Unstar, to demote a question from an oral one to a written one because oral questions are conventionally marked with a star on the order of business in the House of Commons. Unstarch, to remove starch from. Unstarch, not starched. Unstarches, third person singular simple present indicative of unstarch. Unstarching, present participle and gerund of unstarch. Unstarchy, informal, casual. Unstarlike, not starlike, and like a star astral body. Unstarred, simple past and past participle of unstar. Unstarring, present participle and gerund of unstar. Unstarry, not starry. Unstars, third person singular simple present indicative of unstar. Unstart, a sudden compressor stall that can occur in the jet engines of supersonic aircraft. Unstartable, that cannot be started. Unstarter, not started. Unstarting, that forms an unstart. Unstartle, not startle. Unstartling, not startling. Unstartlingly, so as not to startle, unsurprisingly. Unstarts, plural of unstart. Unstarred. Not starred. Unstatable. That cannot be stated or uttered. Unstay. To deprive of state or dignity. Unstatable. Alternative form of unstatable. Unstated. Not explicitly stated, unspoken. Unstatedly. Without being stated. Unstatedness. The state or condition of being unstated. Unstateliness. The state or condition of being unstately. Unstately. Not stately. Unstates. Third person singular simple present indicative of unstate. Unstatesmanlike. Not statesmanlike. Unstatesmanly. Not statesmanly. Unstatic. Not static. Unstating. Present participle and gerund of unstate. Unstation. To remove from a station or fixed position. Unstationary. Not stationary. Unstationed. Not station. Unstationing. Present participle and gerund of unstation. Unstations. Third person singular simple present indicative of unstation. Unstatistic. Not statistic. Unstatistical. Not statistical. Unstatued. Without a statue. Unstatuesque. Not statuesque. Unstatutable. Not statutable. Unstatutably. In an unstatutable manner. Unstaunchable. Incapable of being staunched. Unstoppable. Unstaunch. Not staunched. Unstay. Not stayed. Unstay. To undo the establishment of, disestablish, dissolve, divest. Unstayable. That cannot be stayed, inexorable. Unstay. Not stayed or held back. Unstayedness. Lack of restraint, impulsiveness. Unstaying. Present participle and gerund of unstay. Unstays. Third person singular simple present indicative of unstay. Unsteadfast. Not steadfast, wavering, unfaithful. Unsteadfastly. In an unsteadfast manner. Unsteadfastness. The quality of being unsteadfast. Unsteady. Simple past and past participle of unsteady. Unsteadier. Comparative form of unsteady, more unsteady. Unsteadies. Third person singular simple present indicative of unsteady. Unsteadiest. Superlative form of unsteady, most unsteady. Unsteadily. In an uncertain manner, with hesitation or timidity. Unsteadiness. The quality of being unsteady. Unsteadinesses. Plural of unsteadiness. Unsteady. Not held firmly in position, physically unstable. Steady. Present participle and gerund of unsteady. Unsteal. To reverse the process of stealing, to return or never to have taken something stolen. Unstalable. That is not capable of being stolen. Unstealing. Present participle and gerund of unsteal. Unstales. Third person singular simple present indicative of unsteal. Unstealthily. Without stealth. Unstealthy. Not stealthy. Unsteamed. not steamed. Unsteaming, not steaming. Unsteamy, not steamy. Unstecker, unprocessed by a plugboard. Unstale, to disarm, to soften. Unstaled, simple past and past participle of unsteel. Unstealing, present participle and gerund of unsteel. Unstales, third person singular simple present indicative of unsteel. Unstalely, not steely. Unsteep, not steep. Unstate, not having been steeped. Unstale, to release the hands from a steepled position. Unstapled, simple past and past participle of unsteeple. Unstaples, third person singular simple present indicative of unsteeple. Unsteepling, present participle and gerund of unsteeple. Unsteerable, not capable of being steered. Unsteer, not steered. Unstemmable, that cannot be stemmed, being an unstoppable flood. Unstemmed, not stemmed. Unstenciled, not stenciled. Unstenciled, alternative spelling of unstenciled. Unstenotic, not stenotic. Unstented, not stented. Uncentorian, not stentorian. Unstep, to remove the mast from a sailing vessel. Unstepmotherly, not befitting a stepmother. Unsteppable, incapable of being traversed or controlled by steps. Unstepped, simple past and past participle of unstep. Unstepping, present participle and gerund of unstep. Unsteps, third person singular simple present indicative of unstep. Unstereotate, not stereotyped made into a stock character. Unstereotypical, not stereotypical. Unstereotypically, in an unstereotypical manner. Unsterile, not sterile. Unsterilize. Alternative spelling of unsterilized. Unsterilizable. Unable to be sterilized. Unsterilize, not sterilize. Unstewarded, not stewarded. Unstewardly, not stewardly. Astewed, not stewed. Unstick, to free from the condition of being stuck. Unsticker, not sticker. Unsticking, present participle. And gerund of unstick. Unsticks, third person singular simple present indicative of unstick. Unsticky, not sticky. Unstiff, not stiff, limber. Unstiffen, to remove the stiffness from, to relax, to make pliant. Unstiffened, not stiffened. Unstiffening, present participle and gerund of unstiffen. Unstiffens, third person singular simple present indicative of unstiffen. Unstifled, not stifled. Unstifling, not stifling. Unstigmatized, alternative form of unstigmatized. Unstigmatized, not stigmatized. Unstigmatizing, that does not stigmatize. Still, not still, changing or in motion. Unstillable, that cannot be stilled. Unstilled, not still. Unstillness, the quality of not being still. Unstilted, not stilted. Unstimulated, not stimulated. Unstimulating, that does not stimulate. Unstimulatory, not stimulatory. Unstay, to remove the sting of. Unstingable, not stingable. Unstinged, simple past and past participle of unsting. Unstinging, present participle and gerund of unsting. Unstings, third person singular simple present indicative of unsting. Unstingy, not stingy. Unstink, to remove the stench of something. Unstink, simple past and past participle of unstink. Unstinking, present participle and gerund of unstink. Unstinks, third person singular simple present indicative of unstink. Unstinky, not stinky, not having an unpleasant smell. Unstinted, not constrained, not restrained, or not confined, great in amount or degree. Unstintedly, in an unstinted manner. Unstinting, generous and tireless with one's contributions of money, time, etc. Unstintingly, in an unstinting manner. Unstintingness, the quality of being unstinting. Unstippled, not stippled. Unstipulated, not having been stipulated. Unstir, hypothetically, to undo the act of stirring or being stirred. Unstirrable, not stirrable. Unstir, that has not been mixed by stirring. Unstirring, without stirring, quiet and still. Unstirringly, without stirring, remaining quiet and still. Unstars, third person singular simple present indicative of unstir. Unstitch, to take out stitches from. Unstitchable, not stitchable, that cannot be stitched. Unstitched, not stitched. Unstitches, third person singular simple present indicative of unstitch. Unstitching, present participle and gerund of unstitch. Unstock, to remove the stock, store, or supply from, to empty of goods. Unstockable, not stockable. Unstockated, not stockated. Unstocked, not stocked. Unstocking, present participle and gerund of unstock. Unstocking, not wearing stockings. Unstocks, third person singular simple present indicative of unstock. Unstodgy, not stodgy. Unstoic, not stoic. Unstoical, not stoical. Unstoically, without stoicism. Unstoichiometric, not stoichiometric. Unstoke, not having been stoked. Unstole, simple past of unsteal. Unstolen, not having been stolen. Unstolid, not stolid. Unstomachable, not stomachable, distasteful to the point that it cannot be accepted. Unstone, a village and civil parish in northeast Derbyshire district, Derbyshire, England. A West Grid Ref SK 3777. Unstone, not having been stoned, without the stone removed. Unstoned, third person singular simple present indicative of unstone. Unstoning, present participle and gerund of unstone. Unstony, not stony. Unstuck, not stoked. Unstooped, not stooped. Unstooping, not stooping. Unstop, to remove a stoppage, to clear a blockage. Unstoppability, the quality of being unstoppable. Unstoppable, unable to be stopped. Unstoppableness, the quality of being unstoppable. Unstoppably, in an unstoppable manner. Unstopped, simple past and past participle of unstop. Unstopper, to remove the stopper from. Unstopper, simple past and past participle of unstopper. Unstoppering, present participle and gerund of unstopper. Unstoppers, third person singular simple present indicative of unstopper. Unstopping, present participle and gerund of unstop. Unstoppingly, without stopping, continuously. Unstopple, to remove the stopple from. Unstopple, simple past and past participle of unstopple. Unstopples, third person singular simple present indicative of unstopple. Unstoppling, present participle and gerund of unstopple. Unstopped, third person singular simple present indicative of unstop. Unstopped, simple past and past participle of unstop. Unstorable, not capable of being stored. Unstore, not stored. Unstory, not storied, lacking history. Unstories, plural of unstored. Unstormed, not stormed. Unstormy, not stormy. Unstory, a story which lacks the expected characteristics found in a normal story. Unstout, not stout. Unstowed, not stowed. Unstow, to unload stowed cargo from a ship, etc. Unstowed, simple past and past participle of unstow. Unstowing, present participle and gerund of unstow. Unstows, third person singular simple present indicative of unstow. Unstraddle, to depart from a straddle position upon. Unstraddle, simple past and past participle of unstraddle. Unstraddles, third person singular simple present indicative of unstraddle. Unstraddling, present participle and gerund of unstraddle. Unstrafed, not strafed. Unstrafe, not straight. Unstraighten, to rearrange or reposition something so that it is no longer straight. Unstraightenable, not straightenable. Unstraightened, not straightened. Unstraightening, present participle and gerund of unstraighten. Unstraightens, third person singular simple present indicative of unstraighten. Unstraightforward, not straightforward, oblique, evasive, equivocal, indirect. Unstraightforwardly, in an unstraightforward manner, not straightforwardly, obliquely, indirectly. Unstraightforwardness, the state or quality of being unstraightforward, a lack of straightforwardness, obliqueness, evasiveness. Unstraightness, the quality of being straight. Unstrain, to relieve from strain, to relax. Unstrainable, not strainable. Unstrained, not strained or tense. Unstraining, present participle and gerund of unstrain. Unstrains, third person singular simple present indicative of unstrain. Unstraighten, not straighten. Unstraight, not straight. Unstrand, to separate the strands of. Unstrandable, not able to be left without an expressed complement adjacent to it. Unstranded, simple past and past participle of unstrand. Unstranding, present participle and gerund of unstrand. Unstrands, third person singular simple present indicative of unstrand. Unstrange, not strange. Unstranged, simple past and past participle of unstrange. Unstrangeness, the state or condition of being unstrange, ordinariness. Unstranges, third person singular simple present indicative of unstrange. Unstranging, present participle and gerund of unstrange. Unstrangle, to undo a constriction of the air passages or restore to life after death by strangulation. Unstrangled, not having been strangled. Unstrangles, third person singular simple present indicative of unstrangle. Unstrangling, present participle and gerund of unstrangle. Unstrangulated, not strangulated. Unstrap, to loosen or remove the straps from something. Unstrapped, simple past and past participle of unstrap. Unstrapping, present participle and gerund of unstrap. Unstraps, third person singular simple present indicative of unstrap. Unstrategic, not strategic. Unstrategically, in an unstrategic way. Unstratifiable, not stratifiable. Unstratify, not stratified. Unstring, not string, constant. Unstreaked, without streaks or stripes. Unstreamable, not streamable, impossible to stream. Unstreamed, not divided into streams. Unstreamline, to make unstreamlined. Unstreamlined, not streamlined. Unstreamlines, third person singular simple present indicative of unstreamline. Unstreamlining, present participle and gerund of unstreamline. Unstreetwise, not streetwise. Unstrengthened, not strengthened. Unstrengthening, that does not strengthen. Unstrenuous, not strenuous. Unstress, not to stress or to remove the stress from. Unstressability, the quality of being unstressable. Unstressable, not capable of being stressed or emphasized in speech. Unstress, not stressed or accentuated. Unstressedly, without being stressed. Unstressedness, the state or condition of being unstressed. Unstresses, third person singular simple present indicative of unstress. Unstressful, not stressful. Unstressfully, in an unstressful manner without stress. Unstressing, present participle and gerund of unstress. Unstressing, to cause to relax from a stretched state. Unstretchable. That cannot be stretched. Unstretched. Not stretched. Unstretches. Third person singular simple present indicative of unstretch. Unstretching. Present participle and gerund of unstretch. Unstrewed. Not having been strewed. Unstrewn. Not having been strewn. Unstrided. Not strided. Unstricken. Not stricken. Unstrict. Not strict. Unstrictness. The quality of neck. Being strict. Unstricture. Not strictured. Unstrident. Not strident. Unstry. To loosen the strings that attach the hood on the bird's head. Unstrikable. Not strikable. Unstrikes. Third person singular simple present indicative of unstrike. Unstriking. Present participle and gerund of unstrike. Unstring. To remove the string or strings from. Unstringed. Not stringed. Unstringent. Not stringent. Unstringing. Present participle and gerund of unstring. Unstrings. Third person singular simple present indicative of unstring. Unstrip. To strip off. Unstriped. Not striped. Unstripped. Not stripped. Unstripping. Present participle and gerund of unstrip. Unstrips. Third person singular simple present indicative of unstrip. Unstriving. Not striving. Unstrokable. Not strokable. Unstroke. Not stroked. Unstraw. Not strong. Weak. Unstropped. Not stropped. Unstruck. Not having been struck. Unstructurable. Not structurable. Unstructural. Not structural. Unstructure. Lacking structure. Unstructurally. Without structure. Unstructuredness. The state or condition of being unstructured, lack of structure. Unstruggling. Not struggling. Unstrong. Not strong. Unstrongness. The state or condition of being unstrong. Unstarred. Not starred. Unstubbled. Not stubbled. Without stubble. Unstour. Not stubborn. Unstuccoed. Not stuccoed. Unstuck. Simple past and past participle of unstick. Unstudy. Not studied. Unstudentized. Not studentized. Unsverial. Not fit for studying. Unstudy. Free of artifice or cunning, innocent, spontaneous, and unaffected. Unstudiedly. In an unstudied manner, spontaneously, unaffectedly. Unstudiedness. The quality of being unstudied. Spontaneity, unaffectedness. Unstudious. Not studious, not inclined towards studying. Unstudiously. In an unstudious manner. Unstudiousness. The quality of being unstudious. Unstuff. To remove the stuffing from. Unstuffable. Not capable of being stuffed. Unstuffed. Not stuffed. Unstuffiness, the condition of being unstuffy. Unstuffing, present participle and gerund of unstuff. Unstuffs, third person singular simple present indicative of unstuff. Unstuffy, not stuffy. Straightforward. Unstuffed, obsolete spelling of unstuffed. Unstultify, not stultify. Unstultifying, not stultifying. Unstumbling, not stumbling. Unstumblingly, without stumbling. Unstumpable, unable to be stumped, having a solution to every problem. Unstumped, not stumped. Unstung, not stung. On the stunned, not stunned. Unstunted, not stunted. Unstupefy, not stupefy. Unstupendous, not stupendous. Unstupid, not stupid. Unstupefy, alternative spelling of unstupefy. Unsturdy, not sturdy enough to be considered sturdy. Unstutter, not spoken or uttered with a stutter, spoken fluently. Unstuttering, speaking or spoken without a stutter. Unstyled, to which no style has been applied. Unstylish, not stylish, unfashionable. Unstylishly, in an unstylish manner, unfashionably. Unstylishness, the state or condition of being unstylish. Unstylistic, not stylistic. Unstylized fact, in fact that is empirically observed rather than a stylized fact. Unstylized facts, plural of unstylized fact. Unstymied, not stymied. Unsuave, not suave. Unsuavity, the quality of being suave. Abbreviation of unknown subject of an investigation. Unsub, simple past and past participle of unsub. Unsubbing, present participle and gerund of unsub. Unsubclass, to cause a previously subclassed window or object no longer to act like a member of a subclass. Unsubclass, simple past and past participle of unsubclass. Unsubclasses, third person singular simple present indicative of unsubclass. Unsubclassing, present participle and gerund of unsubclass. Unsubdivided, not subdivided. Unsubduable, that cannot be subdued, indomitable. Unsubduably, such that it cannot be subdued. Unsubacted, not subacted. Unsubdued, unconquered, not vanquished. Unsubduedness, the state or quality of being unsubdued. Unsuborize, not suborize. Unsubject, not subject to something. Unsubjectable, that cannot be subjected to something. Unsubjected, not subjected. Unsubjection, lack of subjection, the condition of not being subject to something. Unsubjective, not subjective. Unsubject-like, not subject-like. Unsubjugate, to free from subjugation. Unsubjugated, not subjugated. Unsubjugates, third person singular simple present indicative of unsubjugate. Unsubjugating, present participle and gerund of unsubjugate. Unsublimable, not sublimable. Unsublimated, not sublimated. Unsublime, not sublime. Unsublimed, not sublimed. Unsubmerged, not submerged. Unsubmergible, not submergible. Unsubmersible, not submersible. Unsubmission, absence of submission, unsubmissiveness. Unsubmissive, unwilling to submit, not submissive, disobedient. Unsubmissively, in a way that is not submissive. Unsubmissiveness, the quality of not being submissive. Unsubmit, to retract a submission, to withdraw from consideration. Unsubmit, third person singular simple present indicative of unsubmit. Unsubmittable, unsuitable for submission, not good enough to be submitted. Unsubmitted, not submitted. Unsubmitting, that does not submit. Unsubordinate, not subordinate. Unsubordinated, not subordinated, not diminished in rank or value. Unsubord, not suborned. Unsupinate, not supinate. Unsub, plural of unsub. Unsubscribe, to cancel a subscription, especially to an online service. Unsubscribed, simple past and past participle of unsubscribe. Unsubscriber, one who unsubscribes. Unsubscribers, plural of unsubscriber. Unsubscribes, third person singular simple present indicative of unsubscribe. Unsubscribing, present participle and gerund of unsubscribe. Unsubscripted, not subscripted. Unsubscription, the act of unsubscribing. Unsubscriptions, plural of unsubscription. Unsubservient, not subservient. Unsubsided, not having subsided. Unsubsiding, not subsiding or stopping, continuing. Unsubsidized, alternative spelling of unsubsidized. Unsubsidized, not subsidize. Unsubstance, not given substance. Insubstantial, lacking form. Unsubstant, insubstantial. Unsubstantiable, that cannot be substantiated. Unsubstantial, insubstantial. Unsubstantialities, plural of unsubstantiality. Unsubstantiality, synonym of insubstantiality. Unsubstantialize, to make unsubstantial. Unsubstantialize, simple past and past participle of unsubstantialize. Unsubstantializes, third person singular simple present indicative of unsubstantialize. Unsubstantializing, present participle and gerund of unsubstantialize. Unsubstantially, in an unsubstantial way. Unsubstantialness, the quality of being unsubstantial. Unsubstantiatable, alternative form of unsubstantiable. Unsubstantiate, to prove false, to disprove or discredit. Unsubstantiated, lacking substantiation, without evidence. Unsubstantiatedly, in a way that is unsubstantiated. Unsubstantiates, third person singular simple present indicative of unsubstantiate. Unsubstantiate, Unsubstantiating, present participle and gerund of unsubstantiate. Unsubstantiation, the quality of being unsubstantiated. Unsubstantive, not having the form of a noun. Unsubstitutability, the quality of being substitutable. Unsubstitutable, not substitutable. Unsubstitutably, such that it cannot be substituted or used as a replacement or alternative. Unsubstituted, not substituted. Unsubtitled, without subtitles, not subtitled. Unsubtle, not subtle, obvious. Unsubtleness, the quality of being unsubtle. Unsubtler, comparative form of unsubtle, more unsubtle. Unsubtleless, superlative form of unsubtle, most unsubtle. Unsubtlety, the quality of being unsubtle. Unsubtly, in an unsubtle manner. Unsubtracted, that has not been subtracted. Unsubtypable, not subtypable. Unsubtyped, not subtyped. Unsuburban, not suburban. Unsubvention, not subvention. Unsubversive, not subversive. Unsubvertible, alternative form of unsubvertible. Unsubverted, not subverted. Unsubvertible, that cannot be subverted. Unsucceedable, not able or likely to succeed. Unsucceeded, not succeeded or replaced. Unsucceeding, not succeeding, unsuccessful. Unsuccess, a lack of success. Unsuccesses, plural of unsuccess. Unsuccessful, failed, not successful. Unsuccessfully, not successfully, without success, to no avail. Unsuccessfulness, the state or condition of being unsuccessful. Unsuccessive, not successive. Unsuccessively, not successively. Unsuccessiveness, quality of being unsuccessive. Unsuccinct, not succinct. Unsuccinctly, in a way that is not succinct. Unsuccourable, incapable of being succored or assisted. Unsuccored, not succored. Unsuccorable, alternative form of unsuccorable. Unsuccored, not succored. Unsucculent, not succulent. Unsuccumbing, not succumbing. Unsuccable, not suckable. Unsuck, not sucked. Unsuccored, not succored. Unsuckled, not suckled. Unsuction, to remove suction, such as when suction cups become detached. Unsuctioned, simple past and past participle of unsuction. Unsuctioning, present participle and gerund of unsuction. Unsuctions, third person, singular simple present indicative of unsuction. Unsudden, happening slowly and with plenty of warning, not sudden. Unsuddenly, not suddenly, happening slowly and with plenty of warning, in an unsudden manner. Avud, not sued. Unsufferable, not able to be suffered, difficult or impossible to endure, insufferable. Unsufferably, dated form of insufferably. Unsuffered, not suffered. unsuffering, not suffering. Unsuffice, not adequately provided for. Unsufficience, obsolete form of insufficiency. Insufficiences, plural of insufficience. Insufficiency, obsolete form of insufficiency. Insufficient, synonym of insufficient. Insufficiently, alternative form of insufficiently. Unsufficing, insufficient, inadequate. Unsufficingness, insufficiency. Unsuffix, not suffixed, without a suffix. Unsuffocate, to unsmother, to free from suffocation or suffocating circumstances. Unsuffocated, not suffocated. Unsuffocates, third person singular simple present indicative of unsuffocate. Unsuffocating, present participle and gerund of unsuffocate. Unsuffused, not suffuse. Unsugar, not sugared. Unsugary, not sugary. Unsuggestible, not suggestible. Unsuggested, not suggested. Unsuggestible, not suggestible. Unsuggestive, not suggestive. Unsuggestively, in a manner that is not suggestive. Unsuggestiveness, the quality of being unsuggestive. Unfit, to cause to fail to suit, to make something or someone unfit. Unsuitabilities, plural of unsuitability. Unsuitability, the quality of being unsuitable. Unsuitable, not suitable. Unsuitableness, the state or quality of being unsuited or inappropriate. Unsuitably, in an unsuitable manner. Unsuited, not suited to a specific purpose. Unsuitedness, the state or condition of being unsuited. Unsuiting, present participle and gerund of unsuit. Unsuits, third person singular simple present indicative of unsuit. Unsulfated, not sulfated. Unsulfonated, not sulfonated. Unsulfurated, unsulfured. Unsulfured, having no added sulfur. Unsulking, not sulking. Unsulky, not sulky. Unsullen, not sullen. Unsulliable, not sulliable, incapable of being dirtied or degraded. Unsullied, not sullied. Unsolidly, in an unsullied manner. Unsulliedness, the state or quality of being unsullied. Unsullies, third person singular simple present indicative of unsully. Unsully, to make clean something formerly sullied. Unsully, not sullying, pure. Unsulfated, alternative spelling of unsulfated. Unsulfonated, alternative form of unsulfonated. Unsulfurious, not sulfurious. Unsulfurized, not sulfurized. Unsultry, not sultry. Unsummable, not summable. Unsummarizable, alternative spelling of unsummarizable. Unsummarize, alternative spelling of unsummarized. Unsummarizable, not able to be summarized. Unsummarize, not summarized. Unsound, not summed. Unsummered, without summer or its warmth and joy, summerless. Unsummerlike, not summerlike. Unsummery, not summery. Unsummery, not summery, and like summer conditions. Unsummited, not summited. Unsummited, alternative spelling of unsummited. Unsummon, to send a summoned creature back to its own plane of existence. Unsummonable, not summonable. Unsummoned, not summoned. Unsummoning, present participle and gerund of unsummon. Unsummons, third person singular simple present indicative of unsummon. Unsummoned, not summoned. Unsumolatable, that cannot be sumolated. Unsumolated, not sumolated. Unsumptuous, not sumptuous. Unsunburned, not sunburned. Unsunburnt, not sunburnt. Unsunder, not sundered. Unsung, which has not been lauded or appreciated. Unsung hero, one who accomplishes great deeds but receives little or no recognition for them. Unsung heroes, plural of unsung hero. Unsunk, not having been sunk. Unsunken, not sunken. Unhud, not having been exposed to the sun. Umtani, not sunny. Unsuperable, not superable, impossible to overcome. Unsuperannuated, not superannuated. Unsupercharged, not supercharged. Unsupercilious, not supercilious. Unsuperficial, not superficial. Unsuperfluous, not superfluous. Unsuperfluousness, the state or condition of being unsuperfluous, concision. Unsuperheated, not superheated, not fitted with a superheater. Unsuperimposable, not superimposable. Unsuperimpose, not superimposed. Unsuperintended, not superintended. Unsuperior, not superior. Unsuperlative, not superlative. Unsupernatural, not supernatural. Unsupernaturalized, not supernaturalized. Unsuperposable, not superposable. Unsuperpose, not superposed. Unsuperscribed, not superscribed. Unsuperscripted, not superscripted. Unsuperseded, not superseded. Unsuperstitious, not superstitious. Unsuperstitiously, in an unsuperstitious manner. Unsupervisable, that cannot be supervised. Unsupervised, not supervised, met being constantly observed. Unsupervisedly, without supervision. Unsupervised, alternative form of unsupervised. Unsupped, not having eaten supper. Unsupper, not having eaten supper. Unsupplantable, not supplantable. Unsupplanted, not supplanted. Unsupple, not supple. Unsuppled, not made supple. Unsupplemented, not supplemented. Unsuppleness, the quality of being supple. Unsuppliable, that cannot be supplied. Unsupplicated, not supplicated. Unsupplied, not supplied. Unsupportability, the state or quality of being unsupportable. Unsupportable, not able to be supported or endured. Unsupportableness, the state or quality of being insupportable. Unsupportably, in an unsupportable manner. Unsupported, without physical support. Unsupportedly, without support. Unsupportedness, the quality of being unsupported. Unsupporting, that serves no supporting purpose in a structure. Unsupportive, not supportive. Unsupportively, in an unsupportive manner. Unsupportiveness, the quality of being unsupportive. Unsupposable, not supposable. Beyond imagining. Unsupposed, not suppose, unimagined or unexpected. Unsuppress, to cause no longer to be suppressed, to undo the suppression of. Unsuppressible, alternative form of unsuppressible. Unsuppressed, not suppressed. Unsuppresses, third person singular simple present indicative of unsuppressed. Unsuppressible, unable to be suppressed. Unsuppressing, present participle and gerund of unsuppress. Unsuppressive, not suppressive. Unsupurated, not suppurated. Unsupurative, not suppurative. Unsupreme, not supreme. Unsurcharged, not surcharge. Unsure, uncertain. Ambivalent. Unsured, not made sure, unassured. Unsurely, in an unsure manner. Unsureness. Uncertainty. Unsurer, comparative form of unsure. More unsure. Unsurest, superlative form of unsure. Most unsure. Unsurety, lack of surety, uncertainty. Insecurity, doubt. Unsurfable, not surfable. Unsurfaced, not having a tar macadam asphalt or other paved surface. Unsurfeited, not surfeited. Unsurfeiting, not surfeiting. Unsurgical, not surgical. Unsurging, not surging. Unsurly, not surly. Unsurmisable, unable to be surmised. Unsurmised, not surmise. Unsurmising, not thinking or realizing. Unsurmountability. Insurmountability. Unsurmountable. Insurmountable. Unsurmountably, such that it cannot be surmounted. Unsurmounted, not surmounted. Unsurnamed, not having a surname. Unsurpassability, the state or condition of being unsurpassable. Unsurpassable, not surpassable. Unable to be surpassed. Unsurpassableness, the quality of being unsurpassable. Unsurpassably, in a way that cannot be surpassed, unbeatably. Unsurpassed, not exceeded by others. Unsurpassably, in a manner that is unsurpassed. Unsurpassedness, the state or condition of being unsurpassed. unsurpassing, misconstruction of unsurpassed. Unsurplus, to remove the surplus and associated religious status from. Unsurplus, not wearing a surplice. Unsurpluses, third person singular simple present indicative of unsurplus. Unsurplusing, present participle and gerund of unsurplus. Unsurprisable, not surprisable. Unsurprise, absence of surprise. Unsurprised, not surprise. Unsurprisedly, in an unsurprised manner. Unsurprisedness, the state or quality of being surprised. Unsurprises, plural of unsurprise. Unsurprising, not surprising, expected. Unsurprisingly, not surprisingly as could be expected. Unsurprisingness, the quality of being unsurprising. Unsurrender, to retract the act of surrendering. Unsurrenderable, not to be surrendered. Unsurrendered, not surrendered. Surrendering, not surrendering, indomitable. Unsurrenders, third person singular simple present indicative of unsurrender. Unsurreptitious, not surreptitious. Unsurrounded, not surrounded. Unsurveilled, not surveilled, not subjected to surveillance. Unsurveyable, unable to be surveyed. Unsurvey, not surveyed, unexplored. Unsurvivability, the condition of being unsurvivable. Unsurvivable, from which survival is difficult or impossible. Unsurvived, not survived, not outlived by children. Unsurviving, that has not survived. Unsusceptibility, lack of susceptibility. Unsusceptible, not susceptible. Unsusceptive, not susceptive. Unsuspect, unsuspected, not subject to suspicion. Unsuspectable, not suspectable. Unsuspectably, so as to be beyond suspicion. Unsuspected, not suspected, not having raised suspicion. Unsuspectedly, in a manner not previously suspected. Unsuspectedness, the quality of being unsuspected. Unsuspectful, not suspectful. Unsuspectable, alternative form of unsuspectable. Unsuspecting, not suspecting, without any suspicion. Unsuspectingly, in an unsuspecting manner. Unsuspectingness, the quality of being unsuspecting. Unsuspective, not suspective. Unsuspend, to allow to continue after a period of suspension. Unsuspended, not suspended. Unsuspendered, not wearing suspenders. Unsuspending, present participle and gerund of unsuspend. Unsuspends, third person singular simple present indicative of unsuspend. Unsuspenseful, lacking excitement, anticlimactic, not suspenseful. Unsuspension, the act of unsuspending something. Unsuspicion, lack of suspicion. Unsuspicious, not arousing suspicion. Unsuspiciously, in an unsuspicious way. Unsuspiciousness, the quality of not arousing suspicion. Unsustainabilities, plural of unsustainability. Unsustainability, the state or condition of being unsustainable. Unsustainable, not sustainable. Unsustainables, plural of unsustainable. Unsustainably, in an unsustainable manner. Unsustained, not sustained. Unsustaining, that does not sustain. Unsuturable, that cannot be sutured. Unsuture, not suture. Unsvelte, not svelte. Unsawa, initialism of University of New South Wales. Unswabbed, not swabbed. Unswaddle, to remove swaddling, to unwrap. Unswaddled, simple past and past participle of unswaddle. Unswaddles, third person singular simple present indicative of unswaddle. Unswaddling, present participle and gerund of unswaddle. Unswagged, not swagged. Unswallow, to undo the swallowing of. Unswallowable, not swallowable. Unswallowableness, the state or condition of being unswallowable. Unswallowed, not swallowed. Unswallowing, present participle and gerund of unswallow. Unswallows, third person singular simple present indicative of unswallow. Unswank, not swank. Unswanky, not swanky. Unswanmy, not swanmike. Unswappable, not swappable. Unswapped, not swapped. Unswarming, not swarming. Unswath, to remove a swat from. Unswath, not swathed. Unswat is third person singular simple present indicative of unswat. Unswathing, present participle and gerund of unswat. Unswatted, not swatted. Unswayable, not swayable. Unsway, without being swayed, unconvinced, not having changed opinion. Unswayedness, the quality of being and sway. Unswaying, not swaying. Unswear, to recall a previously sworn oath. Unswearing, present participle and gerund of unswear. Unswears, third person singular simple present indicative of unswear. Unsweat, to relieve from perspiration, to ease or cool after exercise or toil. Unsweated, simple past and past participle of unsweat. Unsweating, present participle and gerund of unsweat. Unsweats, third person singular simple present indicative of unsweat. Unsweepable, of a mine, incapable of being located by minesweeping. Unsweet, not sweet. Unsweeten, to remove or lower the sweetness of. Unsweeten, not sweeten. Unsweetening, present participle and gerund of unsweeten. Unsweetens, third person singular simple present indicative of unsweeten. Unsweetly, in an unsweet manner. Unsweetness, the quality of being sweet. Unswell, to cease from swelling, to become unswollen. Unswelled, simple past of unswell. Unswelling, present participle and gerund of unswell. Unswells. Third person singular simple present indicative of unswell. Unswelter, not swelter. Unswept, not swept. Unswervable, not swervable. Unswerved, not swerved, not deviating from a trajectory or a target. Unswerving, not deviating, not yielding or straying or varying. Unswervingly, without deviation, not swerving. Unswervingness, the quality of being unswerving. Unswelled, not swelled. Unswimmable, not swimmable, that cannot be swum. Unswingled, not swingled. Unswiped, not having been swiped. Unswirl, to resolve or restraighten something previously swirled. Unswirled, simple past and past participle of unswirl. Unswirling, present participle and gerund of unswirl. Unswirls, third person singular simple present indicative of unswirl. Unswitchable, not switchable. Unswitched, not switched. Unswitch-offable, that cannot be switched off, of television, etc. Too compelling to stop watching. Unswivel, to release or remove by swiveling, to swivel back again. Unswivel, simple past and past participle of unswivel. Unswiveling, present participle and gerund of unswivel. Unswiveled, simple past and past participle of unswivel. Unswiveling, present participle and gerund of unswivel. Unswivels, third person singular simple present indicative of unswivel. Unswivel, to convert memory-dependent pointers to portable symbols or positions during serialization. Unswiveled, simple past and past participle of unswizzle. Unswizzles, third person singular simple present indicative of unswizzle. Unswizzling, present participle and gerund of unswizzle. Unswollen, not swollen. Unswooting, not swooning. Unsorted, without a sword. Unswore, simple past of unswear. Unsworn, not sworn. Unswerre, a village in the metropolitan borough of Bury, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 814,470. Unsworth, plural of unsworth. Unsworn, not swung. Unsycophantic, not sycophantic. Unsyllabic, not syllabic. Unsyllabifiable, not syllabifiable, unable to be syllabified. Unsyllabled, not spoken or conveyed in syllables. Unsyllogistic, not syllogistic. Unsymbolic, not symbolic. Unsymbolical, not symbolical. Unsymbolically, in an unsymbolic way. Unsymbolizable, alternative spelling of unsymbolizable. Unsymbolized, alternative form of unsymbolized. Unsymbolizable, not symbolizable, that cannot be symbolized. Unsymbolized, not symbolized. Unsymmetric, lacking symmetry, asymmetric. Unsymmetrical, not symmetrical. Unsymmetrically, in an unsymmetrical way. Unsymmetricalness, synonym of asymmetry. Unsymmetrized, made unsymmetrical. Unsymmetrize, not symmetrized. Unsymmetry, lack of symmetry. Unsympathetic, not sympathetic. Ill-disposed. Unsympathetically, in an unsympathetic manner. Unsympathizing, alternative form of unsympathizing. Unsympathized, not sympathized with. Unsympathizer, one who is unsympathetic. Unsympathizers, plural of unsympathizer. Unsympathizing, failing to sympathize, lacking sympathy. Unsympathizingly, without sympathizing, unsympathetically. Unsympathy, lack of sympathy. Unsymphonic, not symphonic. Unsymphonious, not symphonious. Unsymptomatic, not symptomatic. Unsynagogued, who does not generally attend the synagogue. Unsynapsed, not associated with a synapse. Unsynced, unsynchronized. Unsynced, alternative spelling of unsynced. Unsynchronized, not synchronized. Unsynchronizable, not synchronizable. Unsynchronization, the disruption of synchronization. Unsynchronized, alternative spelling of unsynchronized. Unsynchronous, not synchronous. Unsyncopated, not syncopated. Unsyndicated, not syndicated. Unsynergetic, not synergetic. Unsynergized, not synergize. Unsynergized, not synergize. Unsynonymous, synonym of non-synonymous. Unsyntactic, having incorrect syntax. Unsyntactical, having incorrect syntax. Unsyntactically, in a way that is syntactically incorrect, having incorrect syntax. Unsynthesizable, alternative form of unsynthesizable. Unsynthesized, alternative spelling of unsynthesized. Unsynthesizable, not synthesizable, that cannot be synthesized. Unsynthesized, not synthesized. Unsynthetic, not synthetic. Unsyringed, not having been syringed. Unsystematic, not systematic. Unsystematic risks, risk peculiar to an asset which can be eliminated through diversification. Unsystematic risks, plural of unsystematic risks. Unsystematical, not systematical. Unsystematically, not systematically, in an unsystematic manner. Unsystematicity, the condition of being unsystematic. Unsystematized, alternative spelling of unsystematized. Unsystematizable, that cannot be systematized. Unsystematize, not systematize. Unsystematizing, that does not systematize. Unsystemic, not systemic. Unsystemizable, not systemizable. Initialism of University of North Texas. Untabbed, not tabbed, not containing tabs. Untabernacled, without a tabernacle. Untabification, the process of untabifying. Untabify, simple past and past participle of untabify. Untabifies, third person singular simple present indicative of untabify. Untabify, to reformat text by converting tab characters into spaces. Untabifying, present participle and gerund of untabify. Untablecloth, not covered with a tablecloth. Untabled, not table. Untabooed, not placed under a taboo. Untabulatable, not capable of being tabulated. Untabulated, not tabulated. UNTAC, the United Nations Transitional Authority in Cambodia, a United Nations peacekeeping operation in Cambodia from 1992 until 1993 for and following the 1991 Paris Peace Accords. Untaciturn, not taciturn. Untack, to unfasten something tacked. Untacked, simple past and past participle of untack. Untacking, present participle and gerund of untack. Untackle, to unhitch, to unharness. Untackled, simple past and past participle of untackle. Untackles, third person singular simple present indicative of untackle. Untackling, present participle and gerund of untackle. Untax, third person singular simple present indicative of untack. Untacky, not tacky in various senses. Untack, involving no human-to-human contact so as to avoid spread of COVID-19 or other communicable diseases. Contactless. Untactful, not tactful. Untactfully, in an untactful manner. Untactfulness, the quality of being untactful, absence of tact. Untactile, not tactile. The United Nations Transitional Authority in East Timor, a United Nations peacekeeping operation in East Timor from 1999 until 2002 for and following the East Timor Special Autonomy Referendum. Untack, to remove a tag from. Untagable, incapable of being tagged. Untag, not tagged, lacking a tag. Untagging, present participle and gerund of untag. Untags, third person singular simple present indicative of untag. Untailed, without a tail. Untailer, not tailor. Untailor-like, not tailor-like. Untaint, to mark a previously tainted variable as safe. Untaintable, not able to be tainted, incorruptible. Untainted, not tainted, free of contamination, pure. Untaintedly, without being tainted. Untaintedness, the quality of being untainted. Untainting, not causing a taint or blemish. Untaints, third person singular simple present indicative of untaint. Untakeable, that is not capable of being taken. Untakeable, alternative form of untakeable. Untaken, not taken. Untaking, not taking, not alluring or appealing. Untalent, a Filipino surname. Untalent, plural of untalent. Untalented, not talented, lacking in talent. Untalentedly, without talent, unskillfully. Untalentedness, the quality of being untalented, lack of talent. Untalk, to cease to transmit signals. Untalkable, not talkative, taciturn, reticent. Untalkaboutable, that cannot or must not be discussed. Untalkative, unwilling to talk, taciturn, refusing to speak. Untalkativeness, the quality of being and talkative. Untalk, not talked used with prepositions, for example, untalked of, untalked to, untalked about. Untalking, present participle and gerund of untalk. Undocks, third person singular simple present indicative of untalk. Untall, not tall. Untalent, not tallied, uncounted. Untallow, not treated with tallow. Untaloned, not having talons. Untamable, alternative spelling of untamable. Untamableness, quality of being untamable. Untamably, alternative form of untamably. Untame, not tame, wild. Untamability, the state or condition of being untamable. Untamable, incapable of being controlled, subdued, or tamed. Untamableness, quality of being untamable. Untamably, in an untamable manner. Untamed, wild, uncontrolled, especially of animals not domesticated or trained to human contact. Untamedly, in an untamed manner. Untamedness, the quality of being untamed. Untameness, the quality of not being tamed. Untames, third person singular simple present indicative of untame. Untaming, present participle and gerund of untame. Untapped, not having been tamped. Untamper, not tampered with. Untangential, not tangential. Untangibility, archaic form of intangibility. Untangible, archaic form of intangible. Untangibleness, synonym of intangibility. Untangibly, intangibly. Untangle, to remove tangles or knots from. Untangled, simple past and past participle of untangle. Untanglement, disentanglement. Untangler, one who untangles. Untanglers, plural of untangler. Untangles, third person singular simple present indicative of untangle. Untangling, present participle and gerund of untangle. Untanglings, plural of untangling. Untank, to remove the tank from. Untanked, simple past and past participle of untank. Untanking, present participle and gerund of untank. Untanks, third person singular simple present indicative of untank. Untannel, incapable of being tanned. Untanned, not tanned. Untantalized, not tantalized. Untantalizing, not tantalizing. Unapt, to release a flow of creativity, potential, etc. To unleash. Untape, to detach the adhesive tape from. Untaped, simple past and past participle of untape. Untaper, not taper. Untapering, not tapering. Untapes, third person singular simple present indicative of untape. On tapestry, not tapestried. Untaping, present participle and gerund of untake. Untappable, unable to be tapped. Untappably, in an untappable manner. Untapped, not tapped, not drawn on in terms of resources. Untap us, to drive out of concealment. Untap us, simple past and past participle of untap us. Untap us is third person singular simple present indicative of untap us. Untapping, present participle and gerund of untap us. Untapping, present participle and gerund of untap. Untaps, third person singular simple present indicative of untap. Untapped, rare spelling of untapped. Untar, to extract from a tar archive. Untar, simple past and past participle of untar. Untargetable, that cannot be targeted. Untargetive, not targeted. Untargetive, alternative form of untargeted. Unterricht, not tariffed. Untering, present participle and gerund of untar. Untarmacked, not darmacked. Untarnishability, the state or condition of being untarnishable. Untarnishable, not tarnishable. Untarnish, not tarnish. Untarnish, archaic form of untarnished. Untar, not tarred. Untarry, unhindered, not slowed or delayed. Untarring, present participle and gerund of untar. Ante, not tarrying, restless, in constant motion or activity. Untars, third person singular simple present indicative of untar. Untasked, not tasked. Untasseled, alternative form of untasseled. Untasseled, not adorned with tassels. Untastable, alternative form of untastable. Untaste, to deprive of taste. Untastable, unable to be tasted. Having no flavor. Untasted, not tasted. Untasteful, not tasteful. Untastefully, in an untasteful manner. Untastefulness, the quality of being untasteful. Untastes, third person singular simple present indicative of untastes. Untasting, present participle and gerund of untaste. Untasty, not tasty. Untatter, not tatter. Untattooed, not tattooed. Untaught, not taught, uneducated. Untaughtness, the quality of not having been taught, lack of education. Untaunted, not taunted. Untaught, not taught, relaxed. Untaughten, not taughten. Untautological, not tautological. Untawdry, not tawdry. Untar, not tarred. Untax, to remove a tax from. Untaxable, that cannot be taxed. Untaxed, not subject to being taxed. On taxes, third person singular simple present indicative of untax. Untaxing, not taxing. Unkai, initialism of United Nations Temporary Commission on Korea. Unteach, to cause someone to unlearn, to make someone forget something they have been taught or recognize it as erroneous, etc. Unteachability, the state or condition of being unteachable. Unteachable, not teachable. Unteachableness, the quality of being unteachable. Unteachables, plural of unteachable. Unteachably, in an unteachable manner. Unteacher, a popular teacher who focuses on fun activities but lacks pedagogical rigor. Unteacherly, not teacher-like. Unteacherly, not teacherly. Unteachers, plural of unteacher. Unteaches, third person, singular simple present indicative of unteach. Unteaching, present participle and gerund of unteach. Unteam, to unyoke a team from. Unteamed, simple past and past participle of unteam. Unteaming, present participle and gerund of unteam. Unteams, third person singular simple present indicative of unteam. Unterrible, not terrible, that cannot be torn. Unterful, not tearful. Unterfully, not tearfully, without tears. Unteasable, not teasable. Untease, to disentangle, to tease apart. Unteased, simple past and past participle of untease. Unteases, third person singular simple present indicative of untease. Unteasing, present participle and gerund of untease. Untechnical, not technical. Untechnicality, the state or condition of being untechnical. Untechnically, in an untechnical manner. Untechy, not techy and technical. Untectonized, not tectonized. Untedded, not tedded, not spread for drying. Undadious, not tedious, interesting. Unteaming, that does not team. Unteat, not having undergone teething. Unteetotal, not teetable. Untelegenic, not telegenic. Untelegraphed, not telegraphed. Unteleological, not teleological, not directed toward a set purpose or end. Untelephoned, without a telephone or telephones. Unteleported, not having been teleported. Unteleprompted, not teleprompted, without the use of a teleprompter. Untelevisable, not televisable, unsuitable for television. Untelevised, not televised, not shown on television. Untell, to withdraw or retract something told, to never have told. Untellability, the quality of being untellable, inability to be told. Untellable, that cannot be told, indefinable, indescribable or ineffable. Untellably, in an untellable manner. Untelling, present participle and gerund of untell. Untells, third person singular simple present indicative of untell. Untemper, to deprive of temper, to make soft. Untemperamental, not temperamental. Untemperate, obsolete form of intemperate. Untemperately, obsolete form of intemperately. Untemperateness, quality of being intemperate. Untemper, not tempered, not conditioned by a process. Untempering, present participle and gerund of untemper. Untempers, third person singular simple present indicative of untemper. Untempested, not agitated by a tempest. Untempestuous, not tempestuous. Untemplated, not templated. Untempled, without a temple religious building. Untemporal, not temporal. Untemporary, not temporary. Untemporizing, not temporizing. Untempered, obsolete form of untempered. Untemptability, inability to be tempted. Untemptable, not temptable, that cannot be tempted. Untemptably, so as not to be tempted. Untempted, not tempted. Untemptable, archaic form of untemptable. Untempting, not tempting. Untemptingly, in a way that is not tempting. Untemptingness, quality of being and tempting. Untenabilities, plural of untenability. Untenability, the condition of being untenable. Untenable, not able to be held or sustained, such as of an opinion or position. Untenableness, that quality of being untenable. Untenably, in an untenable way. Untenacious, not tenacious. Untenacity, lack of tenacity. Untenant, to remove a tenant from. Untenantability, the quality of being untenantable. Untenantable, unlivable and or unuseful in its present state to purchaser, tenant or vendor. Untenantableness, the quality of being untenantable. Untenanted, not leased to or occupied by a tenant. Unoccupied. Untenanting, present participle and gerund of untenant. Untenants, third person singular simple present indicative of untenant. Untended, not tended. Untendedness, the state or condition of being untended. Untendentious, not tendentious. Untender, not soft, harsh. Untenderable, not tenderable. Untender, not tender. Untenderize, not tenderized. Untenderly, without tenderness. Untenderness, the quality of being tender. Unteni, a commune of Batasani County, Romania. Untense, not tense. Untense, not tense. Untenses, third person singular simple present indicative of untense. Untensing, present participle and gerund of untense. Untensioned, not tensioned. Untent, to bring out of a tent. Untentacled, without tentacles. Untented, simple past and past participle of untent. Untenter, not tenter. Untenting, present participle and gerund of untent. Untense, third person singular simple present indicative of untent. Untenty, inattentive, clumsy, incautious. Untenure, lacking tenure permanence at an academic job. Unterweier, one who escorts the bride or groom to the chuppah, typically a parent. Unterweierers, plural of Unterfeierer. Untergreenau, a village in Greinau municipality, Garmisch-Partenkirchen district, Bavaria, Germany. Unterf, the yeast that forms at the bottom of the vat. Unterme, a surname from German. Untermensch, an inferior person, a subhuman, especially in Nazi racial hierarchy. Untermensch, non-standard spelling of Untermensch. Untermenschen, plural of Untermensch. Untermenschen, plural of Untermensch. Unterminomial, obsolete form of interminable. Unterminably, obsolete form of interminably. Unterminate, to undo the termination of, to restore to an active or valid state. Unterminated, not terminated. Unterminates, third person singular simple present indicative of unterminate. Unterminating, that does not terminate. Unteris, not terraced. Unterrestrial, not terrestrial. Unterrible, not terrible. Unterribly, in a manner that is not terrible. Unterrifiable, that cannot be terrified. Unterrific, unterrifying, not causing or involving terror. Unterrify, not terrify. Unterrifably, in an unterrified manner. Unterrifying, not terrifying. Unterritorial, not territorial. Unterritorialize, not territorialize. Unterrize, not terrorized. Unterwalden, a former forest canton of the old Swiss Confederacy in central Switzerland, south of Lake Lucerne. Unterwasser, a village in Weil-Hausalzend, Johann Municipality, Toggenburg, Gallen Canton, Switzerland. Untessellated, not tessellated. Untestability, the quality of being untestable. Untestable, that cannot be tested, unverifiable. Untestamentary, not testamentary. Untested, not previously tested. Untesticled, without testicles. Untestify, not testify. Untestifying, not testifying. Untesting, not testing, not posing a difficult challenge. Untesty, not testy. Untether, to undo by removing a tether. Untetherable, that cannot be tethered. Untethered, not tethered, not tied down. Untethering, present participle and gerund of untether. Untethers, third person singular simple present indicative of untether. Untetrahedralizable, alternative spelling of untetrahedralizable. Untetrahedralizable, not tetrahedralizable. Untexted, without accompanying words or text. Untextual, not textual, not characteristic of a text or written work. Untextualize, alternative spelling of untextualized. Untextualize, not textualized. Untexture, to which a texture has not been applied. Untexturize, not texturized. Unthank, a surname. Unthankable, not capable of being thanked. unthanked, not having been thanked. Unthankful, not thankful, ungrateful. Unthankfully, in an unthankful way, ungratefully. Unthankfulness, the condition or state of being unthankful, ingratitude. Unthanking, present participle and gerund of unthank. Unthanks, third person singular simple present indicative of unthank. Unthatch, to remove the thatch from. Unthatch, not thatch. Unthatches, third person singular simple present indicative of unthatch. Unthatching, present participle and gerund of unthatch. Unthaw, to thaw out, to unfreeze, to become soft of something which had been frozen. Unthawable, unable to be thawed. Unthaw, which has not been thawed, still frozen. Unthawing, present participle and gerund of unthaw. Unthaws, third person singular simple present indicative of unthaw. Undiathic, mathiathic. Undiathical, not theatrical, mundane, not staged. Unviaticality, the quality of being undiatical. Unviaticalize, not theatricalized. Unviatically, in an untheatrical way. Atheistic, matheistic. Unthematic, not thematic. Unthematical, not thematical. Unthematically, in a manner that is not thematic. Unthematizable, not thematizable. Unthematize, not thematized. Unthemed, not themed. Untheological, not theological. Untheologically, in an untheological manner. Untheologize, to remove the theology from. Untheologize, simple past and past participle of untheologize. Untheologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of untheologize. Untheologizing, present participle and gerund of untheologize. Untheoretic, not theoretic. Untheoretical, not theoretical. Untheorized, alternative spelling of untheorized. Untheorizable, not theorizable. Untheorized, that has not been explained by a theory. Untherapeutic, not therapeutic. Untherapeutical, not therapeutical. Untherapeutically, in an untherapeutic manner. Untherapize, not having undergone therapy. Unthermalize, not thermalize. Unthermostated, not equipped with a thermostat. Unthespian, not thespian. Unthicken, to make less thick. Unthickened, not thickened. Unthickening, present participle and gerund of unthicken. Unthickened, third person singular simple present indicative of unthicken. Unther, something irrelevant or inconsequential, a non-issue, an absurdity. Unthings, plural of unthing. Unthink, to undo the process of thinking. Unthinkabilities, plural of unthinkability. Unthinkability, the path of being unthinkable. Unthinkable, incapable of being believed. Incredible. Unthinkableness, the capacity of being unthinkable. Unthinkably, in an unthinkable manner. Unthinker, someone who does not think or does not think wisely. Unthinkers, plural of unthinker. Unthinking, without proper thought, thoughtless. Unthinkingly, in an unthinking manner. Unthinkingness, quality of being unthinking. Unthinks, third person singular simple present indicative of unthink. Unthint, not thinned. Unthinning, not becoming thin. Unthirsting, not thirsting. Unthirsty, not thirsty. Unthawed, not thawed. Unthorny, not thorny. Unthorough, not thorough. Unthoroughly, in an unthorough way. Unthoroughness, the state or condition of being unthorough. Unthought, that which has not been yet thought, that which has yet to enter into the mind, a non-existent thought. Unthought of, unexpected. Unthoughted, not thought out in advance, spontaneous. Unthoughtedly, without forethought. Unthoughtful, inconsiderate of the feelings of others. Unthoughtfully, in an unthoughtful manner. Unthoughtfulness, the state or condition of being unthoughtful. Unthoughts, plural of unthought. Unthraw, to free from slavery. Unthralled, simple past and past participle of unthrall. Unthralling, present participle and gerund of unthrall. Enthralls, third person singular simple present indicative of unthrall. Unthrashed, not thrash thrashed. Unthread, to draw or remove a thread from. Unthreadable, not threadable. Unthreaded, simple past and past participle of unthread. Unthreading, present participle and gerund of unthread. Unthreads, third person singular simple present indicative of unthread. Unthreatenable, not capable of being threatened. Unthreatened, not threatened, safe. Unthreatening, not threatening. Unthreateningly, in an unthreatening way. Unthreateningness, the quality of being unthreatening. Unthresh, not threshed. Unthresholded, not thresholded. Unthridden, unthreaded. Unthrift, a lack of thriftiness, prodigality. Unthriftier, comparative form of unthrifty, more unthrifty. Unthriftiest, superlative form of unthrifty, most unthrifty. Unthriftily, in a way that is not thrifty. Unthriftiness, the quality of being unthrifty. Unthriftness, the process of wasting away, failure to thrive. Unthrifts, plural of unthrift. Unthrifty, not thrifty, wasteful, extravagant, unproductive. Unthrillable, not thrillable. Unthrilled, not thrilled. Unthrilling, not thrilling. Unthrive, to be unsuccessful. Unthriven, not having thrived. Unthriving, failing to thrive, weak or sickly. Unthrivingness, the quality of being unthriving. Unthrobbing, not throbbing. Unthrown, to die round. Underowned, simple past and past participle of unthrown. Underowns, third person singular simple present indicative of unthrown. Unthronged, not crowded. Underroding, present participle and gerund of unthrown. Underrattle, to undo the throttling of, to release from a throttled state. Unrattled, not throttled. Unrattles, third person singular simple present indicative of unthrottled. Unthrottling, present participle and gerund of unthrottle. Unthrowable, that cannot be thrown. Unthrown, not thrown. Unthrush-like, not thrush-like. Unthrust, not thrust out. Unpuggish, not thuggish. Unthud, not thumbed. Unthumped, not thumped. Unthwartable, not thwartable. Unthwarted, not thwarted. Alternative form of untieable. Untie, UK to uncheck, to remove a tick mark from. Untick, not ticked and checked. Unticketed, not having been issued a ticket. Unticky, present participle and gerund of untick. Untickled, not having been tickled. Unticklish, not ticklish, not responsive to being tickled. Untix, third person singular simple present indicative of untick. Untitle, not title. Untidy, not tidied. Untidier, comparative form of untidy, more untidy. Untidies, third person singular simple present indicative of untidy. Untidious, superlative form of untidy, most untidy. Untidily, in an untidy manner. Untidiness, the quality of being untidy. Untidinesses, plural of untidiness. Untidy, illapi. Untidy, present participle and gerund of untidy. Untidiness, rare spelling of untidiness. Untie, to loosen as something interlaced or knotted, to disengage the parts of. Untieable, able to be untied. Untie, not tied, undone. Untying, present participle and gerund of untie. Untier, one who unties. Untier, not arranged in tiers. Untier, plural of untier. Undies, third person singular simple present indicative of untie. Untie, not tight or narrow, allowing something to pass or escape through it. Untighten, to loosen, to make something less tight. Untighten, simple past and past participle of untighten. Untightening, present participle and gerund of untighten. Untightens, third person singular simple present indicative of untighten. Untightness, the quality of being tight. Until, up to the time of something happening, pending. Until all hours, until very late, until the small hours. Until further notice, indefinitely. Until a further notification is given to the contrary. Until hell freezes over, forever, without success, no matter how long one perseveres. Until kingdom come, until death, until the afterlife. Until next time, used as a farewell. Until one is blue in the face, for a hopelessly long time, used especially in respect to discussing, explaining, insisting, etc. Until one's dying day, as long as one lies, until proven otherwise, in the absence of proof to the contrary, accepted by default, until such time as, until the point in time, until the cows come. Alternative form of until the cows come home. Until the cows come home, for a very long period of time. Until the cows freeze over, for a very long period of time. Until the last dog is hung, until the last moment. Until the pips squeak, until the maximum amount has been extracted. Until the wheels fall off, until exhaustion. Until we meet again. Goodbye, until next time. Untile, to remove the tiles from. Untiled, not tile. Untiles, third person singular simple present indicative of untile. Untiling, present participle and gerund of untile. Until, obsolete spelling of until. Untilable, not tillable. Untilled, of land having not been tilled. Untilt, to restore to its original orientation from a tilted orientation. Untiltable, not tiltable. Untilted, not tilted. Untilting, present participle and gerund of untilt. Untilt, third person singular simple present indicative of untilt. Untimber, not timbered. Untime, the absence of time, timelessness. Untimed, not timed. Untimeless, untimely. Untenwy, comparative form of untimely, more untimely. Untimeliest, superlative form of untimely, most untimely. Untimely, in an untimely manner. Untimeliness, the state of being untimely. Untimelinesses, plural of untimeliness. Untimely, at an inopportune time. Untimeous, untimely. Untimeously, in an untimely way. Untimes, plural of untime. Untimetabled, not timetabled. Untimid, not timid. Untimidly, in an untimid manner. Untiming, present participle of untime. Untimorous, not timorous. Untimous, alternative form of untimeous. Untin, to remove the tin metal from. Untinct, synonym of untinctured. Untincted, synonym of untinctured. Untincture, not tinctured, not tainted or colored with or by something. Untinched, not tinged and touched, unpolluted. Untincture, not tinctured with. Untinned, not coated with tin. Untinning, present participle and gerund of untin. Untins, third person singular simple present indicative of untin. Untinselled, alternative form of untinselled. Untinselled, without tinsel. Untint, to remove a tint from. Untinted, not tinted, having a plain or default color. Untinting, present participle and gerund of untint. Untense, third person singular simple present indicative of untint. Untippable, not tippable. Untipped, not provided with a tip in various senses. Untipsy, not tipsy or drunk, sober. Untipped, archaic form of untipped. Untirability, the quality of being untirable. Untirable, incapable of being tired, never tiring. Untire, to free from tiredness. Untirable, alternative form of untirable. Untirableness, the state or condition of being untirable, indefatigability. Untire, not tired, unwearied. Entirely, in an untired manner, not having tired. Untiredness, the state of being untired. Untires, third person singular simple present indicative of untire. Untiresome, not tiresome. Untiring, not able to be tired, inexhaustible. Untiringly, in an untiring manner. Untiringness, the quality of being untiring. Untithable, not tithable. Untithed, against which no tithe is charged. Untitillated, not titillated. Untitillating, not titillating. Untitled, having no title. Untitrated, not titrated. Untittering, not tittering. Untitular, not titular. Unto, up to the time or degree that, until. Unto itself, synonym of its own. Unto the ages of ages, for all time, forever. Unto time, in time. Thy, contraction of unto it. Untoadying, not toadying. Untoasted, not toasted. Untoed, without toes, toeless. Untogered, not wearing a toga. Untogether, not together. Untogetherness, the quality of being together. Untoggled, to remove from its fixed position. Untoggled, not toggled. Untoggles, third person singular simple present indicative of untoggle. Untoggling, present participle and gerund of untoggle. Untoiled, without hard work performed upon it. Untoileted, not equipped with a lavatory. Untoiling, not engaging in toil. Untoilsome, not toilsome. Untokenized, not tokenized. Untold, not told, not related, not revealed, secret. Intolerable, obsolete form of intolerable. Intolerably, obsolete form of intolerably. Intoleranced, not toleranced. Untolerated, not tolerated. Untolerize, not tolerize. Untolerize, not tolerized. Untold, on which no toll is charged. Unto, to take something, especially a body from a tomb. Untombed, simple past and past participle of untomb. Untombing, present participle and gerund of untomb. Untomboyish, not of the sort associated with a tomboy. Untombs, third person singular simple present indicative of untomb. Untoned, not toned. Untie, to take one's tongue off of. Untied, simple past and past participle of untongue. Untongues, third person singular simple present indicative of untongue. Untonguing, present participle and gerund of untongue. Untonger, not tongered. Unto, not to. Untutor, not tutored. Unto, to remove the teeth from. Unto it, without teeth. Untooting, present participle and gerund of untooth. Untooth, third person singular simple present indicative of untooth. Untoothsome, not toothsome. Untoothsomeness, the quality of mat being toothsome. Antobia, alternative form of unutopia. Untopical, not topical, atopical. Untopographical, not topographical. Untopperable, unable to be topped or surpassed, unbeatable. Untopped, not having had the top cut off. Untopping, removal of overburden from an old mine to allow continued economic operation. Untoppled, not toppled or knocked over. Untorched, not torched. Untormented, not tormented. Untor, not tore. Untorpedoed, not torpedoed. Untorbid, not torpid. Untor, not torrid. Untortoise-like, unlike a tortoise. Untortuous, not tortuous. Untorturable, not torturable. Untorture, not tortured. Untossed, not tossed. Untotaled, alternative form of untotaled. Untotaled, not total. Untottering, not tottering, stable, steadfast. Untouch, to mark a file or document as not having been modified. Untouchability, the state or condition of being untouchable. Untouchable, not able to be touched. Untouchable number, a positive integer that cannot be expressed as the sum of all the proper divisors of any positive integer, including the untouchable number itself. Untouchable numbers, plural of untouchable number. Untouchableness, untouchability. Untouchables, plural of untouchable. Untouchably, in an untouchable manner. Untouched, remaining in its original pristine state, undamaged, not altered. Untouchedly, without having been touched. Untouchness, the quality of not having been touched. Untouches, third person singular simple present indicative of untouch. Untouching, not touching, not making physical contact. Untouchingly, in an untouching manner. Untie, obsolete form of untouched. Untouchy, not inclined to engage in physical touch. Untie, not doff. Untoughened, not toughened. Unterrible, unsuitable for touring. untoward, not toward, untouristed, rarely visited by tourists, untouristic, not touristic, untouristy, not touristy, untermicated, not tourniqueted, untousle, to rearrange or straighten so that it is no longer tousled, untousled, not tousled, untousled, third person singular simple present indicative of untousle, untousling, present participle and gerund of untousle, untowable, that cannot be towed, untoward, unfavorable, adverse, or disadvantageous, untowardliness, the quality of being untowardly, untowardly, in an untoward way, untowardness, the state or condition of being untoward, untowardnesses, plural of untowardness, untowards, obsolete form of untoward, untowed, not towed, untoweled, alternative form of untoweled, untoweled, not dried with a towel, untower, not having a tower or towers, untown-like, not town-like, untrabeculated, not trabeculated, untraceable, misspelling of untraceable, untrace, to remove from the traces, to unharness, untraceability, the quality of being and traceable, inability to be traced or tracked down, untraceable, not able to be traced or tracked down, untraceableness, the quality of being untraceable, untraceably, in an untraceable manner, untrace, not having been traced, untracery, not tracery, untraces, third person singular simple present indicative of untrace, untracing, present participle and gerund of untrace, untrack, to change an educational course so that students are no longer ranked by ability, untrackable, not trackable, incapable of being tracked, untrackably, in a way that cannot be tracked, untracked, not tracked, untracking, present participle and gerund of untracked, untracks, third person singular simple present indicative of untrack, untractability, alternative form of intractability, untractable, intractable, untractableness, the quality of being and untactable, untractably, in an untractable manner, untractarian, not tractarian, untradable, impossible to trade, untradable, not able to be traded, untrade, not traded in or bartered, untrademarkable, unable to be trademarked, untrademarked, not trademarked, untradesmanlike, not tradesmanlike, untrading, not engaging in commerce, untraditional, not traditional, departing from tradition, untraditionality, the state or quality of being and traditional, untraditionally, in an untraditional manner, not according to tradition, untraduced, not traduced, untrafficable, not trafficable, untrafficable, alternative form of untrafficable, untrafficked, not trafficked, untragic, not tragic, Untragical, not tragical. Untragically, in an untragic way. Untrailed, not trailed. Untrain, to reverse or undo one's training, to become less trained than before. Untrainability, the state or condition of being untrainable. Untrainable, that cannot be trained. Untrainableness, the state or condition of being untrainable. Untrained, lacking training, not having been instructed in something. Untrainedness, the quality of being untrained. Untraining, present participle and gerund of untrain. Untrains, third person singular simple present indicative of untrain. Untraitorous, not traitorous. Untrammed, not trammed, unaligned. Untrammel, to free or release from obstacles or hindrances. Untrammel, not limited or restricted, unrestrained, limitless. Untrammeledness, the state or condition of being untrammeled. Untrammeling, present participle and gerund of untrammel. Untrammel, alternative form of untrammeled. Untrammeling, present participle and gerund of untrammel. Untrammels, third person singular simple present indicative of untrammel. Untrapped, not tramped, not cleansed by tramping. Untrample, not trampled. Untrance, to free from a state of trance. Untranced, simple past and past participle of untrance. Untrances, third person singular simple present indicative of untrance. Untrancing, present participle and gerund of untrance. Untranquil, not tranquil. Untranquility, lack of tranquility, the condition of being untranquil. Untranquilize, to make untranquil, to disturb the calmness of. Untranquilize, not tranquilized. Untranquilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of untranquilize. Untranquilizing, present participle and gerund of untranquilize. Untranquility, alternative form of untranquility. Untranquilize, alternative form of untranquilize. Untranquilize, alternative form of untranquilized. Untranquilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of untranquilize. Untranquilizing, present participle and gerund of untranquilize. Untranquilly, in a way that is not tranquil. Untransactable, incapable of being transacted. Untransacted, not transacted. Untranscendable, unable to be transcended. Untranscended, not transcended. Untranscendental, non-transcendental. Untranscendable, alternative form of untranscendable. Untranscribable, not transcribable. Untranscribed, not transcribed. Untransduced, not transduced. Untransfectable, not transfectable. Untransfected, not transfected. Untransferable, not transferable, that cannot be transferred. Untransferable, alternative spelling of untransferable. Untransferred, that has not been transferred. Untransfigurable, that cannot be transfigured. Untransfigure, not transfigured. Untransfix, not transfixed. Untransform, to reverse the transformation of, to change or convert back to a previous state. Untransformability, the state of being untransformable, the quality of not being able to transform. Untransformable, not transformable, not able to be transformed. Untransformed, not transformed, free of any transformation. Untransforming, present participle and gerund of untransform. Untransforms, third person singular simple present indicative of untransform. Untransfuse, not transfuse. Untransfusable, not transfusible. Untransgenic, not transgenic. Untransgress, not transgressed. Untransgressive, not transgressive. Untransient, not transient. Untransinfected, not transinfected. Untransistorize, not transistorized. Untransitable, not transitable. Untransitive, not transitive. Untransitory, not transitory. Untranslatability, the quality or property of being untranslatable, inability to be translated. Untranslatable, not able to be translated. Untranslatabiliness, the quality or property of being untranslatable, inability to be translated. Untranslatables, plural of untranslatable. Untranslatably, in a way that precludes translation. Untranslatable, alternative form of untranslatable. Untranslatable,ness, the quality of being untranslatable. Untranslated, not translated, still in the original language. Untranslational, not translational. Untransliteratable, that cannot be transliterated. Untransliterated, that has not been transliterated. Untranslocatable, not able to be translocated, not translocatable. Untranslocated, not translocated. Untransmigrated, not transmigrated. Untransmissible, not transmissible. Untransmittability, the condition of being untransmittable. Untransmittable, not transmittable. Untransmitted, that has not been transmitted. Untransmogrify, not transmogrified and changed. Untransmutable, not transmutable. Untransmuted, not transmuted. Untransparent, not transparent. Untransparently, in an untransparent manner. Untranspire, not having transpired. Untransplantable, not transplantable. Untransplanted, not transplanted. Untransportable, not transportable, that cannot be transported. Untransported, not transported. Untransposed, not transposed. Unsubstantiated, not transubstantiated. Untrap, to free from a trap, to release. Untrappable, impossible to trap. Untrapped, not trapped. Untrapping, present participle and gerund of untrap. Untraps, third person singular simple present indicative of untrap. Untrashed, not trashed. Untratty, not trashy. Untraumatic, alternative form of non-traumatic. Untraumatize, alternative spelling of untraumatized. Untraumatize, not traumatized. Untravelable, alternative form of untravelable. Untraveled. Bearing few travelers. Untraveling, alternative form of untraveling. Untravelable, unsuitable for or hostile to travel, incapable of being journeyed over or upon. Untraveled, alternative spelling of untraveled. Untraveling, that does not travel. Untraversability, the condition of being untraversable. Untraversable, that cannot be traversed. Untraverse, that has not been traversed, unexplored. Untravesty, not travestied. Untrollable, not trollable. Untroweled, not troll. Untrained, obsolete form of untrained. Untreacherous, not treacherous. Untread, to retread one's steps in the opposite direction, to walk back. Untreadable, not treadable, that cannot be trodden. Untreading, present participle and gerund of untread. Untreads, third person singular simple present indicative of untread. Untreasonable, not treasonable. Untreasonous, not treasonous. Untreasure, to despoil of treasure. Untreasure, not treasured, unvalued, or unbeloved. Untreasures, third person singular simple present indicative of untreasure. Untreasuring, present participle and gerund of untreasure. Untreatability, the state or condition of being untreatable. Untreatable, not treatable, impossible to treat. Untreatableness, untreatability. Untreatables, plural of untreatable. Untreatably, in an untreatable way. Untreated, not treated. Untreaty, not made the subject of a treaty. Untree, to remove trees. Untree, not treed without trees. Untree-like, not tree-like. Untracked, not tracked. Untralize, not tralize. Untrembling, not trembling, staunch, unafraid. Untremblingly, without trembling, courageously. Untremendous, not tremendous. Untremulous, not tremulous. Untrench, without trenches. Untrendily, in an untrendy manner. Untrendiness, the quality of being untrendy. Untrendy, not trendy, unfashionable, square. Untrepanned, not trepanned. Untrespass, not trespassed. Untrespassing, not trespassing. Untress, to free the hair from tresses. Untress, loose, not interest. Untresses, third person singular simple present indicative of untress. Untressing, present participle and gerund of untress. Untrue, obsolete form of untrue. Untriable, not triable. Untriacontain. Any of very many isms of the alphabet having Derwin Adams Bivis Bezali and ZCCC. Untriacontains. Plural of untriacontain. Untriai, not having been tuiage. Untrialed, not having been trialed and tested. Untrialed, not having been trialed and tested. Untriangulated, not triangulated. Untribal, not tribal. Untribalize, not tribalized. Untribium, the systematic element name for the as yet undiscovered chemical element with atomic number 132 symbol up. Untributary, not tributary. Untrice, to release. Something previously triced, i.e. hoisted and tied up. Untrice, simple past and past participle of untrice. Untrices, third person singular simple present indicative of untrice. Untricing, present participle and gerund of untrice. Untrickable, that cannot be tricked. Untricked, not tricked out, not dressed or ornamented in an elaborate way, unadorned. Untry, obsolete form of untry. Untry, not yet tried or tested, unknown. Untriedness, the state or condition of being untried. Untrifled with, not trifled with. Untrifling, not trifling. Untrigger, to remove or disable a trigger on a weapon. Untriggerable, that cannot be triggered. Untrigger, not triggered. Untriggering, present participle and gerund of untrigger. Untriggers, third person singular simple present indicative of untrigger. Untridentillion, Untrihexam, the systematic element name for the as yet undiscovered chemical element with atomic number 136 symbol uth. Untrill, to remove the trill from. Untrilled, simple past and past participle of untrill. Untrilling, present participle and gerund of untrill. Untrills, third person singular simple present indicative of untrill. Untrim, to remove the trimmings or adornments from. Untrimmable, not trimmable. Untrimmed, not trimmed, not made tidy by cutting. Untrimness, the quality of netting to in. Untrimming, present participle and gerund of untrim. Untrims, third person singular simple present indicative of untrim. Untrinillium, the systematic element name for the as yet undiscovered chemical element with atomic number 130 symbol utin. Untrinitarian, not Trinitarian. Untrippable, not trippable. Untripped, not tripped. Untriquadium, the systematic element name for the as yet undiscovered chemical element with atomic number 134 symbol uc. Untriceptium, the systematic element name for the as yet undiscovered chemical element with atomic number 137 symbol uts. Untry, not right. Untritiated, not tritiated. Untricrium, the systematic element name for the as yet undiscovered chemical element with atomic number 133 symbol at. Untriturated, not triturated. Untriopholous, not triumphalist. Untriumphant, not triumphant. Untriumphing, not triumphing. Untriunium, the systematic element name for the as yet undiscovered chemical element with atomic number 131 symbol Udu. Untrivial, not trivial. Untrivialize, not trivialize. Untrivially, in a manner that is not trivial. Untroche, not trochaic. Untry, not previously walked, not previously explored or investigated. Untrodden, that has never been trod upon, unexplored, unspoiled. Untroddenness, the quality of being entering. Untrollable, not capable of, or suited to, being trolled. Untrolled, not trolled. Untrophy, not awarded a trophy. Untropical, not tropical. Untrodden, not trotted upon, untrodden. Untroublable, that cannot be troubled or disturbed. Untroubled, without worries, free from care. Untroubledly, in an untroubled way. Untroubledness, the state or condition of being untroubled, freedom from worry. Untroublesome, not troublesome. Untroublesomely, in an untroublesome manner. Untroublesomness, the quality of being untroublesome. Untroubling, not troubling. Untroublous, not troublous. Untrounce, not trounced. Untrousered, not trousered, wearing no trousers. Untrode, not trode, not known or believed in. Untroweled, alternative form of untroweled. Untroweled, not dog with a trowel. Untryst, without a truce. Untruck, to unload from a truck. Untruck, simple past and past participle of untruck. Untrucking, present participle and gerund of untruck. Untruckling, not truckling, not fawning or obsequious. Untrucks, third person singular simple present indicative of untruck. Untrue, false, not true. Untruly, alternative form of untruly. Untrueness, the state or condition of being untrue. Falsehood. Untruer, comparative form of untrue. More untrue. Untruest, superlative form of untrue, most untrue. Untruism, something not true. A false statement. Untruisms, plural of untruism. Untruly, in an untrue manner. Untrumpable, not trumpable. Untrumped, not trumped. Untrumpeted, not having been trumpeted, without fanfare. Untruncated, not truncated. Untruck, to remove from a trunk. Untrunked, simple past and past participle of untrunk. Untrunking, present participle and gerund of untrunk. Untrunks, third person singular simple present indicative of untrunk. Untruss, to free from a truss, to untie or unfasten. Untruss, not trust. Untrusser, someone who untrusts persons for the purpose of flogging them, a public whipper. Untrussers, plural of untrusser. Untrusses, third person singular simple present indicative of untruss. Untrusting, present participle and gerund of untrust. Untrust, lack or absence of trust. Mistrust. Untrustability, the state of being untestable. Untrustable, that cannot be trusted. Untrusted, not trusted. Untrustedness, the state of not being tested. Untrustful, not trustful. Untrustfulness, the state or condition of being untrustful, distrust. Untrustiness, the state or quality of being untesty. Untrusting, without trust, not inclined to trust. Untrustingly, in an untrusting manner. Untrusts, plural of untrusts. Untrustworthy, comparative form of untrustworthy, more untrustworthy. Untrustworthiest, superlative form of untrustworthy, most untrustworthy. Untrustworthy, in an untrustworthy manner. Untrustworthiness, the state or quality of being untrustworthy. Untrustworthy, not deserving of trust, unreliable. Untrusty, not trusty. Untrue, a lie or falsehood. Untruther, an untruthful person, a liar. Untruthers, plural of untruther. Untruthful, not giving the truth, providing untrue facts, lying. Untruthfully, in an untruthful manner, falsely. Untruthfulness, the state of being untruthful, dishonesty. Untruthiness, asserted truth that is untrue. Untruths, plural of untruth. Untrypsinize, not trypsinize. Untrypsinize, not trypsinize. Until initialism of United Nations Truce Supervision Organization. Untar, not bathe in a tub, unwash. Untuberculate, not tuberculate. Untie, to remove something from a relatively hidden location or position where it is tucked. Untie, not tucked in. Untucker, not having a tucker lace or cloth in neckline of a dress. Untucking, present participle and gerund of untuck. Untucks, third person singular simple present indicative of untuck. Untested, not dufted. Untowed, not towed. Untumbled, not having been tumbled smooth or polished. Untumultuous, not tumultuous, calm, placid. Untumultuously, in untumultuous manner. Untunable, unable to be tuned. Untunableness, the quality of being tuneful. Untunably, in a way that is not tuneful or melodious, and tunefully. Untune, to cause something to be out of tune, to make incapable of harmony or of harmonious action. Untunable, alternative form of untunable. Untunableness, alternative form of untunableness. Untunably, alternative form of untunably. Untuned, the state of not having been tuned. Untuneful, not tuneful, unmusical, inharmonious. Untunefully, in an untuneful manner. Untunefulness, lack of tunefulness. Untunes, third person singular simple present indicative of untune. Untuning, present participle and gerund of untune. Untunneled, through which no tunnel has been dug. Untunneled. Alternative form of untunneled. Untucked. That has not been tucked or mated with. Unturbaned. Alternative spelling of unturban. Unturban. Not wearing a turban. Unturbated. Not turbated. Unturbid. Not turbid. Unturbulent. Not turbulent. Untur. To strip the turf from. Unturfed. Simple past and past participle of unturf. Unturfing. Present participle and gerund of unturf. Unturfs. Third person singular simple present indicative of unturf. Unturgid. Not turgid. Unturkey. A vegetarian turkey substitute. Unturkeys. Plural of unturkey. Untur. To turn in a reverse way, especially so as to open something. Unturnable. Not turnable. Unturd. Not turned. Unturning. Present participle and gerund of unturn. Untermafable. That cannot be turned off. Unturns. Third person singular simple present indicative of unturn. Unterpentine. Not turpentine. Unterde. Without turrets. Untucked. Not having tusks. Untutor. Untrained, not taught or educated in a field of knowledge. Untutorly. Without education, ignorantly. Untutoredness. Lack of education, ignorance. Untweakable. That cannot be tweaked. Untweaked. That has not been tweaked, modified. Untweetable. Not capable or worthy of being communicated via the Twitter microblogging service. Untweeted. Not having been tweeted. Untwiddled. Not twiddled. Untwilled. Not twilled. Untwine. To untwist the strands of something entwined. Untwine. Simple past and past participle of untwine. Entwines. Third person singular simple present indicative of untwine. Untwining. Present participle and gerund of untwine. Untwinkling. Not twinkling. Untwent. Not having undergone twinning. Untwirl. To untwist. To undo. Untwirled. Simple past and past participle of untwirl. Untwirling. Present participle and gerund of untwirl. Untwirls. Third person singular simple present indicative of untwirl. Untwist. To remove a twist from. Untwistable. Impossible to twist, not twistable. Untwisted. Simple past and past participle of untwist. Untwister. One who or that which untwists. Untwisters. Plural of untwister. Untwisting. Present participle and gerund of untwists. Untwistings. Plural of untwisting. Untwists. Third person singular simple present indicative of untwists. Untwitchable. Unable to be visited and viewed by birders. Untwitched. Not twitched. Untie. Obsolete form of untie. Untie. Obsolete form of untie. Untie. Simple past and past participle of untie. Undies. Second person singular simple past indicative indicative of untie. Undies, third person singular simple present indicative of untie. Untying, present participle and gerund of untie. Untyings, plural of untying. Until, obsolete spelling of until. Untypable, not typable. Untype, to erase text that has been typed. Untypable, alternative. The form of untypable. Untyped, not tied. Untypes, third person singular simple present indicative of untyped. Untypical, not typical, atypical, unusual. Untypicality, the state of being not typical, not of a type. Untypically, alternative form of atypically. Untypify, not typify. Untyping, present participle and gerund of untied. Untyrannic, not tyrannic. Untyrannical, not tyrannical. Untyrannized, not tyrannize. Untirable, obsolete spelling of untirable. Untir, not fitted with tires. Uts, alternative form of uns electronic drum sound. If initialism of United Nations University. Unubiquitinated, not ubiquitinated. Unubiquitous, not ubiquitous. Unubiquitilated, not ubiquitilated. Unugly, not aesthetically displeasing, not ugly. Onai, a river in Alaska and British Columbia. Unulcerated, not ulcerated. Unumwater, not marked with an umlaut. Umpire, not umpired. Ununanimous, not unanimous. Ununanimous. In an ununanimous manner, without universal agreement. The former systematic element name for the chemical element with atomic number 112 symbol Ub, which has been officially changed to copernicium. Ununctuous, not unctuous. Ununderstandability, alternative form of ununderstandability. Ununderstandable, not understandable, that cannot be understood. Ununderstandableness, alternative form of ununderstandableness. Ununderstandably, incomprehensibly. Ununderstanding, failure to understand, incomprehension. Ununderstandingly, without understanding, comprehending. Ununderstood, not understood. Unundoable, not undoable. Unable to be undone. Unundulating, not undulating. The systematic element name for the as yet undiscovered chemical element with atomic number 119 symbol U. Unben, the Aleutian people. Unanixium, the previous systematic element name for livermorium, the chemical element with atomic number 116 symbol U. Ununifiable, impossible to unify. Ununify, not unify. Ununiform, not uniform. Ununiformed, not uniformed, not wearing a uniform. Ununiformity, the quality of being uniform. Ununiformly, in a manner that is not uniform, unevenly. Ununiformness, quality of and uniform. Ununionized, not unionized. Ununique, not unique. Ununitable. That cannot be united. Ununited. Not united. Ununiting. Failing to unite. Ononilium. Former name of Darmstadtium. Ononoctium. The systematic element name for the chemical element with atomic number 118 symbol UO, now named oganesson. Onbentium. The systematic element name for the chemical element with atomic number 115 symbol U. The element is now named Moscovium. Onumquadium. The systematic element name for fluorovium, the chemical element with atomic number 114 symbol U. Onunceptium. The systematic element name for the chemical element with atomic number 117 symbol Us. The element is now named tennessine. Onuntrium. The systematic element name for the chemical element with atomic number 113 symbol Ut. The element is now named nihonium. Onunidium. Montigenium. An unusual. Not unusual. Unupbraided. Not having been upbraided. Unupbraiding. Not upbraiding. Unupbraidingly. Without upbraiding. Unupdated. Not updated. Unupgradable. That cannot be upgraded. Unupbraided. Not upgraded. Unupheld. Not upheld. Unupholster. Not upholstered. Unuplifted. Not uplifted. Downcast. Unuplifting. Not uplifting. Unuploadable. Not uploadable. Unuploaded. Having not been uploaded. Unupright. Not upright. Unuprightly. In an unupright manner. Unuprightness. The quality of being an effort. Unupset. Not upset. Unupsettable. Not upsettable. Unurban. Not urban. Unurban. Not urbane. Unurbanized. Alternative spelling of unurbanized. Unurbanized. Not urbanized. Urged. Not urged without urging or persuasion. Unurgency. Lack of urgency. Ardent. Not urgent. Unearned. Not placed in an urn. Unusability. The quality of being unusable. Unusable. Not usable. Unusableness. The state or condition of being unusable. Unusables. Plural of unusable. Unusably. In an unusable manner. Unus. This. Unusable. Alternative spelling of unusable. Unused. Not used. Unused to. Not accustomed to, tolerant or accepting of, not used to. Unusedness. The quality of not having been used. Unuseful. Not useful. Unusually. In an unuseful manner. Unusefulness. The quality of being unuseful. Unutter. Not usher. Unusual. Not usual, out of the ordinary. Unusualities. Plural of unusuality. Unusuality. Unusualness. Unusual. Obsolete form of unusual. Unusually. In an unusual manner. Unusualness. The condition or state of being unusual. Unusualnesses. Plural of unusualness. Unusuals. Plural of unusual. Unusurious. Not usurious. Unusurped. Not usurped. Unusurping, not usurping. Unutilize, alternative spelling of unutilized. Inutility, a lack of utility. Unutilizable, not utilizable. Unutilize, not utilized, unused. Unutopia, alternative letter case form of unutopia. Unutopias, plural of unutopia. Unutterabilities, plural of unutterability. Unutterability, unutterableness. Unutterable, not utterable. Incapable of being physically spoken or voiced, unpronounceable. Unutterableness, the state or condition of being unutterable. Unutterables, trousers. Unutterably, in an unutterable manner, inexpressibly, so bad or otherwise extreme that one cannot talk about it. Unutter, not uttered, unspoken. Unaxorial, not uxorial. Unaxorious, not uxorious. Initialism of United Nations volunteers. Unvacant, not vacant. Unvacated, not vacated. Unvaccinated, not vaccinated. Unvacillating, not vacillating, firm, decided. Unvacuolated, that do not have vacuoles. Unvacuumed, that has not been cleaned with a vacuum cleaner. Unvague, not vague. Unveil, obsolete spelling of unveil. Unveil, obsolete spelling of unveil. Unveiled, simple past and past participle of unveil. Unveils, third person singular simple present indicative of unveil. Unveiling, present participle and gerund of unveil. Unveils, third person singular simple present indicative of unveil. Unvain, not vain. Unveiling, in a way that is not vain. Unvalenced, not valenced. Unvaleid, not having been valeid. Unvaliant, not valiant. Unvaliantly, in a way that is not valiant. Unvalid, not valid, invalid. Unvalidatable, incapable of being validated. Unvalidated, never having been validated. Unvalidating, not providing validation. Unvalidity, archaic form of invalidity. Unvalorous, lacking valor. Unvalorously, without valor. Unvaluable, not valuable, having little value. Unvaluableness, synonym of invaluability, great worth. Unvalue, lack of value, valuelessness, worthlessness. Unvalued, not having been valued or appraised. Unvalues, plural of unvalue. Unvalved, not fitted with valves. Unvalved, not vamped. Unvampiric, not vampiric. Unvampirized, not vampirized. Unvandalized, alternative spelling of unvandalized. Unvandalized, not vandalized. Unvanish, not vanished, still present. Unvanishing, that does not vanish. Unvanquishable, that cannot be vanquished. Undefeatable, inconquerable. Unvanquished, not vanquished, unbeaten or unconquered. Unvanquished, obsolete form of unvanquished. Unvantaged, unaided. Unvaporized, alternative form of unvaporized. Unvaporized, not vaporized. Unvaporous, not vaporous. Unvaporize, rare spelling of unvaporized. Unvaporize, rare spelling of unvaporized. Unvariable, invariable. Unvariableness, synonym of invariableness. Unvariable, archaic form of invariably. Unvariant, invariant, not varying. Constant. Misspelling of univariate. Unvaried, not varied, monotonous or homogeneous, samely. Unvariedly, in an unvaried manner. Unvariedness. The quality or characteristic of being unvaried. Unvariegated, not variegated. Unvarnished, not having been coated with varnish. Unvarnishedly, in an unvarnished manner. Unvarnishedness, the quality of being unvarnished. Unvarnished, archaic form of unvarnished. Unvaried, persistent, constant, changeless. Unvariably, in an unchanging manner, without changing. Unvaryingness, the quality of being varying. Unvascular, not vascular. Unvascularize, alternative form of unvascularized. Unvascularize, not vascularized. Unvasculated, not vasculated. On that, to remove from a vat. On that's, third person singular simple present indicative of unvat. On that, simple past and past participle of unvat. On thating, present participle and gerund of unvat. Unvaultable, unable to be leaped or vaulted over. Unvaulted, not vaulted. Unvaunted, not vaunted. Unvaunting, not vaunting, without boasting or bragging. Unvauntingly, without boasting or bragging. Unmaxed, alternative spelling of unvaxxed. Unmaxed, unvaccinated. Unveering, that does not veer, maintaining a direct course. Unvegan, not vegan. Unvegetarian, not vegetarian. Unvegetated, having no vegetation. Not vehement. Unveil, to remove a veil from, to uncover, to reveal something hidden. Unveiled, simple past and past participle of unveil. Unveiledly, without a veil or any obscurity, clearly, openly. Unveiledness, the quality of being unveiled. Unveiler, one who unveils something. Unveilers, plural of unveiler. Unveilous, second person singular simple present indicative of unveil. Unveileth, third person singular simple present indicative of unveil. Unveiling, the act of unveiling or uncovering. Unveilings, plural of unveiling. Unveilment, unveiling. Unveilments, plural of unveilment. Unveils, Third person singular simple present indicative of unveil. Unveined, not veined, not having veins. Unvelorize, not velarized. Unvelvety, not velvety. Unrenal, not venal. Unvendable, not capable of being vended. Unvended, not vended, unsold. Unvendable, not capable of being vended. Unveneered, not veneered. Unvenerable, not venerable. Unvenerated, not venerated. Avenged, unavenged. Unvengeful, not vengeful. Unvengefulness, the quality of being unvengeful. Unvenal, not venal. Unvenom, to remove the venom from. Unvenomed, not venomous. Unvenoming, present participle and gerund of unvenom. Unvenomous, not venomous. Unvenoms, third person singular simple present indicative of unvenom. Unventable, not ventable. Unvented, not vented. Unventilatable, not ventilatable. Unventilated, not ventilated, lacking ventilation. Unventure, not ventured. Unventurous, not venturous. Unveracious, not veracious, untruthful, false. Unveracities, plural of unveracity. Unveracity, lack of veracity, untruthfulness. Unverbalized, alternative form of unverbalized. Unverbalizable, not verbalizable, that cannot be verbalized. Unverbalized, not verbalized. Unverbose, not verbose. Unvergent, without verger, unverger. Unverger, without verger. Unverged, not having a verge. Unveridical, not veridical. Unverifiability, the quality of being unverifiable. Unverifiable, not capable of being verified, confirmed, checked, or proven. Unverifiableness, the quality of being unverifiable. Unverifiably, in an unverifiable way. Unverified, not yet confirmed, not verified. Unverifies, third person singular simple present indicative of unverify. Unverify, to annul the verification of, to remove from a verified state. Unverifying, present participle and gerund of unverify. Unverities, plural of unverity. Unverity, untruth, falsehood. Unvermiculated, not vermiculated. Unverminous, not verminous. Unvernacular, not vernacular. Unvernalize, not vernalize. Unversatile, not versatile. Unversed, inexperienced, untrained. Unverseness, the quality of being unversed. Unversify, not expressed in verse, in prose. Unvergent, not unverseness, the quality of being unversed. Unversify, not expressed in verse, in prose. Unvergent, not versioned, not subject to versioning. Unvesiculated, synonym of non-vesiculated. Unvessel, to cause to be no longer a vessel, to empty. Unvesseled, simple past and past participle of unvessel. Unvesseling, present participle and gerund of unvessel. Unvesseled, simple past and past participle of unvessel. Unvesseling, present participle and gerund of unvessel. Unvessels, third person singular simple present indicative of unvessel. Unvest, to remove vestments from. Unvested, not vested, not free of contingencies. Unvestibuled, not furnished with a vestibule. Unvesting, present participle and gerund of unvests. Unvests, third person singular simple present indicative of unvest. Unvetoed, not vetoed. Unvettable, not vettable. Unvetted, not vetted. Unvexatious, not vexatious. Unvex, not vexed. Unvexing, not vexing. Unvexed, obsolete form of unvexed. Viability, synonym of inviability. Unviable, not viable, not capable of independent life, not practicable. Unviably, in an unviable manner. Unvibrant, not vibrant. Unvibrated, not vibrated. Unvibrating, not vibrating. Unvicar, to deprive of the position or office of a vicar. Unvicar, simple past and past participle of unvicar. Unvicaring, present participle and gerund of unvicar. Unvicarious, not vicarious. Unvicariously, in an undicarious manner. Unvicars, third person singular simple present indicative of unvicar. Unvicious, not vicious. Unviciously, in an unvicious manner. Unvictimizable, incapable of being victimized. Unvictimized, not victimized. Unvictimlike, not victim-like. Unvictorian, not characteristic of the Victorian era. Unvictorian, alternative form of unvictorian. Unvictorious, not victorious. Unvictualed, alternative form of unvictualed. Unvictualed, not supplied with food. Unviewable, not viewable. Unviewed, not having been viewed. Unvigilance, lack of vigilance. Unvigilant, not vigilant. Unvigilantillion, unvigilantillions, plural of unvigilantillion. Unvigorous, not vigorous. Unvigorously, in an unvigorous manner. Unvilify, not vilify. Unvillaged, lacking villages. Unvillainous, not villainous. Unvindicable, not vindicable. Unvindicated, not vindicated. Unvindictive, not vindictive. Unvindictively, in an unvindictive manner. Unvindictiveness, the quality of being unvindictive. Unvinegar, not seasoned with vinegar. Unvintageable, not fit to drink. Unvintaged, of wine. Not having an identifiable vintage. Unviolable, inviolable. Unviolated, not violated, intact, unharmed. Unviolent, not violent. Unvirgin, to take the virginity of. Unvirginal, not virginal. Unvirgined, simple past and past participle of unvirgin. Unvirgin-like, not virgin-like. Unvirile, not virile, lacking masculinity and youth. Unvirility, absence of virility, the quality of being unveiled. Unvirtualize, not virtualize. Unvirtue, that which is not virtue, vice. Unvirtues, plural of unvirtue. Unvirtuosic, not virtuosic. Unvirtuous, not virtuous, having no virtue. Unvirtuously, in an unvirtuous manner. Unvirtuousness, quality of being unvirtuous. Unvirulent, not virulent. Unread, without a visa. Unvesard, to take the vizard or mask from, to unmask. Unvisarded, simple past and past participle of unvisard. Unvisarding, present participle and gerund of unvisard. Unvisards, third person singular simple present indicative of unvisard. Unvisceral, not visceral. Unvisible, invisible. Unvisibly, invisibly. Unvisionary, not visionary. Unvisioned, aligned and seeing. Unvisitable, not visitable, that cannot be visited. Unvisited, not visited. Unvisor, to remove or lift a visor from one's face. Unvisor, without a visor. Unvisoring, present participle and gerund of unvisor. Unvisors, third person singular simple present indicative of unvisor. Unvisual, not visual. Unvisualizable, alternative spelling of unvisualizable. Unvisualizable, not visualizable. That cannot be visualized. Unvisualize, not visualized. Unvital, lacking vitality. Vitalize, not vitalized. Unvitalize, alternative form of unvitalized. Invitation, a notification that someone is expressly not invited to an event or group. Invitations, plural of invitation. Unvitiated, not vitiated, pure. Unvitrissable, not vitrissable. Unvitrifiable, not vitrifiable. Unvitrify, not converted into glass. Unvitalic, not italic. Unvituperative, not vituperative. Unvivacious, not vivacious. Unvivy, not vivy. Unvivify, not vivify. Unvither, alternative spelling of unvisard. Unvithere, simple past and past participle of unvisored. Unvizarding, present participle and gerund of unvisored. Unvizards, third person singular simple present indicative of unvisored. Unvether, alternative form of unvisor. Unvither, simple past and past participle of unvisor. Unvisoring, present participle and gerund of unvisor. Unvisors, third person singular simple present indicative of unvisor. Unvocal, not vocal. Unvocalized, alternative spelling of unvocalized. Unvocalized, not vocalized, unspoken, unvoiced. Unvociferous, not vociferous. Unvoice, the voice. Unvoice, not spoken or expressed. Unvoiceful, not voiceful. Unvoices, third person singular simple present indicative of unvoiced. Unvoicing, present participle and gerund of unvoice. Unvoicings, plural of unvoicing. Unvoidable, that cannot be voided. Unvoid, not voided. Unvolatile, not volatile. Unvolatilize, not volatilize. Unvolcanic, not volcanic. Undolitional, not volitional, not intentional. Undolitioned, involuntary. Undoluminous. Not voluminous. Involuntarily, alternative form of involuntarily, not voluntarily, forcedly. Involuntariness, synonym of involuntariness. Involuntary, involuntary. Involunteer, to withdraw from volunteering, to revoke one's own voluntary status. Unvolunteered, not volunteered. Unvolunteering, present participle and gerund of unvolunteer. Unvolunteers, third person singular simple present indicative of unvolunteer. Unvoluptuous, not voluptuous. Unvomited, not vomited. Unvoracious, not voracious. Unvotable, not votable. Unvote, to reverse or annul by vote. Unvoted, not having been used to cast a vote. Unvotes, third person singular simple present indicative of unvote. Unvoting, present participle and gerund of unvote. Unvouch, not vouched for, unbacked. Unvoucher, not vouchered. Unvouchsafed, not vouchsafed. Unthou, not vowed. Unvoweled, having no vowel sounds or signs. Unvoweled, alternative spelling of unvoweled. Unvoyageable, not voyageable. Unvoyaged, not voyaged. Unvoyeuristic, not voyeuristic. Unvulcanized, alternative spelling of unvulcanized. Unvulcanized, not vulcanized. Unvulgar, not vulgar. Unvulgarize, alternative form of unvulgarize. Unvulgarize, simple past and past participle of unvulgarize. Unvulgarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unvulgarize. Unvulgarizing, present participle and gerund of unvulgarize. Unvulgarize, to divest of vulgarity, to make not vulgar. Unvulgarize, simple past and past participle of unvulgarize. Unvulgarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unvulgarize. Unvulgarizing, present participle and gerund of unvulgarize. Unvulgarly, in a manner that is not vulgar. Invulnerable, obsolete form of invulnerable. Unwa, initialism of University of Northwestern, St. Unwacky, not wacky. Unwhy, to unfold something wadded. Unwaitable, alternative spelling of unwaitable. Unwadded, simple past and past participle of unwad. Unwadding, present participle and gerund of unwad. Unwaitable, not waitable. Unwaited, not waited. Unwads, third person singular simple present indicative of unwad. Unwafer, not wafered. Unwafted, not wafted. Unwaged, without a wage. Unwager, not wagered. Unwaggable, incapable of being wagged. Unwag, not wagged. Unwavish, not wavish. Unwailed, not lamented by wailing, underwailed. Unwainscoted, alternative form of unwainscoted. Unwainscoted, not wainscoted. Unwaistcoated, without a waistcoat. Unwasted, having no waists. Unwaited, not weighted with on, for, or upon. Unwakeable, alternative spelling of unwakeable. Unwakeable, that cannot be woken. Unwake, unawakened. Unwakeful, not wakeful. Unwakefulness, the paucity of being unwakeful. Unwakened, alternative form of unawakened. Unwakening, not wakening. Unwaking, not waking, dormant, asleep. Unwalkability, the quality of being unwalkable. Unwalkable, that cannot be traversed by walking. Unwalk, not having been walked. Unwalking, not walking. Unwall, to unblock or reopen something previously walled up. Unwalled, not walled, without walls. Unwalled, to take from a wallet. Unwalleted, simple past and past participle of unwallet. Unwalleting, present participle and gerund of unwallet. Unwallets, third person singular simple present indicative of unwallet. Unwalling, present participle and gerund of unwall. Unwalls, third person singular simple present indicative of unwall. Unwad, an ornamental heading in the Quran. Unwandered, not traversed by wandering. Unwandering, not wandering. Unwaning, not waning. Unwans, plural of unwan. Unwantable, not wantable, that cannot be wanted. Unwanted, not wanted, unwelcome. Unwantedly, in an unwanted manner. Unwantedness, the state or quality of being unwanted. Unwanteds, plural of unwanted. Unwanting, not wanting something. Unwantingly, without will or desire, not wantingly. Unwanton, not wanton. Unwarrolled, not moral. Unwarded, not warded or guarded. Unaware, unaware. Unwarehouse, not kept in a warehouse. unwarily, unawares, unforeseen, unawares, unexpectedly, suddenly, unaware, obsolete form of unwary, unwary, comparative form of unwary, more unwary, unwariest, superlative form of unwary, most unwary, unwarily, in an unwary manner, unwariness, that papity of being wary, unwariness says, plural of unwariness, unwarlike, not warlike, unwarlikeness, the quality of being warlike, unwar, to lose warmth, to grow cold, unwarmable, impossible to warm, unwarred, not warned, unwarming, present participle and gerund of unwarm, unwarms, third person singular simple present indicative of unwarm, unwarnable, not warnable, unwarned, not warned, unwarnedly, without being warned, with no expectation of something happening, unwarning, without warning, sudden, unwar, to restore from a warped state, unwarpable, not warpable, unort, not wart, unwarping, that does not warp, unwarps, third person singular simple present indicative of unwar, unwarrantability, the character of being unwarrantable, unwarrantableness, unwarrantable, not warrantable, indefensible, not vindicable, not justifiable, unwarrantableness, the state or quality of being unwarrantable, unwarrantably, in an unwarrantable manner, in a manner that cannot be justified, unwarranted, not warranted, being without warrant, authority, or guarantee, unwarrantable, unwarrantedly, in an unwarranted manner, without warrant, unjustifiably, unwarrantedness, the state of being unwarranted, unwarranty, not warranted, not under a warranty, unwarring, not engaged in conflict, unwarder, having no warts, unwary, lacking caution as a result of naivete or inexperience, unwashable, not washable, that cannot be washed, unwashables, plural of unwashable, unwashed, not having been washed, unwashed masses, the collective group of people who are considered to be uneducated, uninformed, or in some other way unqualified for inclusion in the speaker's elite circles. Unwashedness, the papity of being unwired. Unwashen, obsolete form of unwashed. Unwashedness, the state or condition of being unwashen. Unwashed, unwashed, unwastable, alternative form of unwastable. Unwaste, to not waste or reverse the wasting of something. Unwastable, incapable of being wasted. Unwasted, not wasted. Unwasteful, not wasteful. Unwastefully, not wastefully, in a way that avoids waste. Unwasting, that does not waste away, lasting. Unwatch, to undo the watching of something, to unsee. Unwatch, alternative form of unwatched. Unwatchability, the quality of being unwatchable. Unwatchable, that cannot be watched, that does not bear watching. Unwatchably. In an unwatchable fashion. Unwatched, not watched, and supervised. Unwatches, third person singular simple present indicative of unwatch. Unwatchful, not watchful. Unwatchfully, in an unwatchful manner. Unwatchfulness, the quality of being unwatchful. Unwatching, present participle and gerund of unwatch. Unwater, to remove water from. Unwaterable, unable to be watered. Unwater, not watered. Unwatering, the removal of water, as for example after a flood. Unwaterlike, not waterlike. Unwaterlogged, not waterlogged. Unwatermarked, not watermarked. Unwaterproof, not waterproofed. Unwaters, third person singular simple present indicative of unwater. Unwatery, not watery. Unwaddle, lacking a waddle. Unwaved, not having been waved. Unwaverable, unable to be made to waver, staunch, steadfast. Unwaver, not made to waver. Unwavering, not wavering. Unwaveringly, in an unwavering manner. Unwaveringness, the quality of being unwavering. Unwaving, that does not wave. Unlax, to remove wax from. Unwaxed, not waxed. Unwaxes, third person singular simple present indicative of unwax. Unwaxing, present participle and gerund of unwax. Unwaxy, not waxy. Unway, not used to travel. Unwayward, not wayward. Unweekend, not weekend. Unwea, lack of welfare or prosperity. Unwealth, absence of wealth, poverty. Unwealthy, not wealthy. Unweaned, not yet weaned, still being suckled. Unweaponed, not armed with a weapon. Unweaponized, not weaponized. Unwearable, not able to be worn. Unwearables, plural of unwearable. Unwearably, in an unwearable way. Unwell, tireless. Unwearableness, the quality of being in male. Unwearably, tirelessly. Unweary, not wearied, not tired. Unweariedly, in an unwearied manner, not weariedly, without being weary. Unweariedness, the quality of being unwearied. Unwearies, third person singular simple present indicative of unweary. Unwearily, without weariness. Unweariness, the state or quality of being unweary. Unwearing, that does not erode, durable, lasting. Unwearisome, not wearisome. Unwearisomeness, quality of being unwearisome. Unweary, not weary. Unweary, untiring, not becoming tired. Unwearily, without growing weary, tirelessly. Unweariness, the state of being wearying. Unweather, bad weather, storm. Unweathered, not weathered or seasoned. Unweathering, present participle and gerund of unweather. Unweatherly, not weatherly. Unweathers, third person singular simple present indicative of unweather. Unweatherwise, not weatherwise. Unweave, to undo something woven. Unweave, unwoven. Unwears, third person singular simple present indicative of unweave. Unweaving, present participle and gerund of unweave. Unweb, to undo a web or webbing. Unweb, not webbed. Unwebbe, present participle and gerund of unweb. Unwed, third person singular simple present indicative of unweb. Unwed, not married. Unweddable, misspelling of unweddable. Unweddable, incapable of being wed. Unwedded, unwed. Unweddedness, quality of being unwedded. Unwedding, a gathering or ceremony that marks or celebrates the end of a marriage. Unweddings, plural of unwedding. Unwedge, to free from a wedge state or position. Unwedgeable, that cannot be split, as with a wedge. Unwedged, not wedged. Unwedges, third person singular simple present indicative of unwedge. Unwedging, present participle and gerund of unwedge. Unwed, plural of unwed. Unwed, to remove weeds from, to weed. Unweeded, not weeded. Unweeding, present participle and gerund of unweed. Unweeds, third person singular simple present indicative of unweed. Unweaving, not weaving. Unweeding, obsolete form of unwitting. Unwittingly, obsolete form of unwittingly. Allay, to relieve from a burden. Unweighable, that cannot be weighed. Unweigh, not weigh. Unweighing, not weighing or pondering. Inconsiderate. Unweighs, third person singular simple present indicative of unweigh. Unweighed, to temporarily remove the body's weight from a ski when making a turn. Unweighted, not weighted, used especially of an average or other statistic. Unweighted, present participle and gerund of unweight. Unweights, third person singular simple present indicative of unweight. Unweighty, not weighty. Unwieldiness, obsolete form of unwieldiness. Unaware, not weird or strange. Normal. Unaware, without a weir. Unwelcome, not welcome. Unwelcomed, not having been welcomed. Unwelcomely, in an unwelcome manner. Unwelcomeness, the state or condition of being unwelcome. Unwelcomes, third person singular simple present indicative of unwelcome. Unwelcoming, lacking in hospitality, accessibility, and cordiality. Unwelcomingly, in an unwelcoming way. Unwelcomingness, the quality of being unwelcoming. Unweldable, not weldable. Unwelded, not welded. Unwelded, obsolete form of unwieldy. Unwell, not in good health, not feeling well, somewhat ill. Unwellness, the state or characteristic of being unwell, a feeling of slight to moderate sickliness. Unwell to, without a well type of reinforcement in clothing, etc. Unwept, not wept. Unwestern, not Western culturally speaking. Unwesternized, alternative form of unwesternized. Unwesternized, not westernized. What? Not wet. Unwettable, that cannot be made wet. Unwetted, not wetted. Unlack, not whacked. Unoil, to remove the wheel or wheels from. Unwhaled, without a wheel or wheels. Unwheeling, present participle and gerund of unwheel. Unwales, third person singular simple present indicative of unwheel. Unwhelm, to raise someone up from under something that has overwhelmed them. Unwhelmed, not engulfed or submerged, figuratively not overcome with emotion. Unwhelming, present participle and gerund of unwhelm. Unwhelmed, third person singular simple present indicative of unwhelm. Unwhelped, not whelped. Unwedded, not having been wedded. Unwig, to make a person no longer a Whig member of former political party. Unway, simple past and past participle of unweg. Unwigging, present participle and gerund of unway. Unways, third person singular simple present indicative of unwig. Unwhimsical, not whimsical. Unwinding, not whining. To unbind the end of a rope that was previously whipped or bound up to prevent its unlaying. Unwhippable, unable to be whipped. Unwhipped, not whipped. Unwhipped of justice, not punished for a crime one has committed. Unwhipping, present participle and gerund of unwhip. Unwhippus, third person singular simple present indicative of unwhip. Unwhipped, archaic spelling of unwhipped. Unwhirled, not whirled. Unwhisked, not west. Unwhisker, without whiskers. Unwhisperable, unable to be whispered, too sacred, terrible, etc. to be mentioned and speakable. Unwhisperables, trousers. Unwhisper, not whispered. Unwhispering, not whispering. Unwhistlable, not whistleable. Unwhistled, not whistled. Unlie, not white. Unwhided, not whited, not made white. Unwhitelisted, not whitelisted. Unwhiten, not whitened. Unwhites, plural of unwhite. Unwhitewashed, not having been whitewashed. Unwhole, not whole. Unwholeness, the state or characteristic of being unwhole. Unwholesome, not wholesome, unfavorable to health, unhealthful. Unwholesomely, in an unwholesome manner. Unwholesomeness, the state or quality of being unwholesome. Unholy, in a way that is not whole, partially, incompletely. Unwholesomeness, obsolete form of unwholesomeness. Unwicked, not wicked, evil, or mischievous, innocuous. Unwickedness, the state, quality, or condition of being unwicked. Unlie, not wide. Unwidened, not having been widened. Unwidowed, not widowed. Unwieled, to cease to wield a weapon. Unwieldable, not wieldable. Unwielded, not wielded. Unwieldedly, in an unwieldy manner. Unwieldy, comparative form of unwieldy, more unwieldy. Unwieldiest, superlative form of unwieldy, most unwieldy. Unwieldily, in an unwieldy fashion. Unwieldiness, the characteristic of being unwieldy. Unwieldinesses, plural of unwieldiness. Unwielding, unwieldy. Unwieldliness, alternative form of unwieldiness. Unwieldy, alternative form of unwieldy. Unwields, third person singular simple present indicative of unwield. Unwieldsome, not easily wielded or managed. Unwieldy, lacking strength, weak. Unwieldiness, rare form of unwieldiness. Unwise, not married to a woman. Unwifelike, not wifelike. Unwifeliness, the condition of being unwifely. Unwifely, not wifely. Unwig, to remove a wig from. Unwig, not wearing a wig, not covered by a wig. Unwitting, present participle and gerund of unway. Unwiggings, plural of unwigging. Unwigs, third person singular simple present indicative of unwig. Unwild, not wild. Unwilded, simple past and past participle of unwild. Unwilding. Present participle and gerund of unwild. Unwilds, third person singular simple present indicative of unwild. Unwillful, not willful. Unwillfully, in an unwillful manner. Unwillfulness, the quality of being unwillful. Unwell, lack or absence of will, willlessness, undesire. Unwillable, not willable. Unwelled, not disposed of in a legal will. Unwillful, alternative form of unwillful. Unwillfully, alternative form of unwillfully. Unwillfulness, alternative form of unwillfulness. Unwilling, not willing, reluctant. Unwillingly, in an unwilling or uncooperative manner. Unwillingness, the capacity of being unwilling. Unwillingnesses, plural of unwillingness. Unwells, third person singular simple present indicative of unwill. Unwilted, not wilted, alive, particularly of vegetables fresh crisp. Unwilting, not wilting, not become limp and flaccid. Unwily, not wily. Unwimpy, not wimpy. Unwin, a surname from Old English. Unwinch, to remove from a winch. Unwinch, simple past and past participle of unwinch. Unwinches, third person singular simple present indicative of unwinch. Unwinching, present participle and gerund of unwinch. Unwincing, not wincing, showing no sign of pain or discomfort. Unwincingly, without wincing. Unwind, To separate something that is wound up. Unwindable, not mindable. Unwindace, synonym of helicase. Unwindaces, plural of unwindace. Unwindy, not winded. Unwinder, a device that unwinds. Unwinders, plural of unwinder. Unwinda, third person singular simple present indicative of unwind. Unwinding, present participle and gerund of unwind. Unwindingly, so as to unwind. Unwindings, plural of unwinding. Unwindow, to remove the window s or pane s from. Unwindowed, without windows. Unwind, third person singular simple present indicative of unwind. Unwindy, not windy. Unmayonnaise, a playful style of gibberish used by British comedian Stanley Unwin 1911-2002. Unmayash, reminiscent of Stanley Unwin 1911-2002, British comedian and inventor of a playful style of gibberish called unwinese. Unwin, not winged. Unwinking, not winking. Unwinkingly, without winking, with one's full attention. Unwinnability, the quality of being unwinnable. Unwinnable, unable to be won. Unwinning, not winning. Unattractive. Unwinnowed, not winnowed. Unwins, plural of unwin. Unwinsome, not winsome. Unwinterized, not having been winterized. Unwintry, not wintry. Unwi, to undelete. To restore data, files, etc. previously wiped. Unwiped, not wiped. Unwipes, third person singular simple present indicative of unwipe. Unwiping, present participle and gerund of unwipe. Unwire, to undo the wiring of. Unwire, not wired. Unwires, third person singular simple present indicative of unwire. Unwiring, present participle and gerund of unwire. Unwisdom, lack of wisdom, unwise action or conduct, folly, foolishness. Unwisdoms, plural of unwisdom. Unwise, not wise, lacking wisdom. Unwisely, in an unwise manner, foolishly. Unwiseness, the quality of being unwise. Unwiser, comparative form of unwise, more unwise. Unwisest, superlative form of unwise, most unwise. I wish, to wish not to be, to destroy by wishing. Unwishable, that cannot or must not be wished. Unwish, simple past and past participle of unwish. Unwished for, unwelcome, unwanted. Unwishes, third person singular simple present indicative of unwish. Unwishful, not wishful. Unwishfully, in an unwishful manner, without wishing. Unwishfulness, the state or condition of being unwishful. Unwishing, present participle and gerund of unwish. Unwes, unknown, unrecognized. Unwistful, not wistful. Unwit, lack of wit or understanding, ignorance. Unwitch, to free from a witch or witchcraft. Unwitch, simple past and past participle of unwitch. Unwitches, third person singular simple present indicative of unwitch. Unwitching, present participle and gerund of unwitch. Unwithdrawable, not withdrawable. Unwithdrawing, that does not withdraw. Unwithdraw, not withdrawn. Unwitherable, incapable of being withered, imperishable, timeless. Unwither, not withered, fresh and whole. Unwithering, not withering, staying fresh and whole. Unwithheld, not withheld. Unwithstandable, impossible to withstand, unopposable. Unwithstood, unopposed, not resisted. Unwitness, to undo the effects of witnessing something, to unsee. Unwitnessable, incapable of being witnessed, unobservable. Unwitnessed, not witnessed. Unwitnesses, third person singular simple present indicative of unwitness. Unwitnessing, present participle and gerund of unwitness. Unwits, third person singular simple present indicative of unwit. Unwitted, simple past and past participle of unwit. Unwittily, in a way that is not witty. Unwitting, unaware or uninformed, oblivious. Unwittingly, in an unwitting manner. Inadvertently, obliviously, unintentionally, unknowingly. Unwittingness, quality of being unwitting. Unwitty, without wit, foolish, silly. Unwise, to divest of a wife, to divorce someone from his wife. Unwise, simple past and past participle of unwive. Unwise, third person singular simple present indicative of unwive. Unwiving, present participle and gerund of unwive. Unwizardly, not wizardly, not suggesting or befitting a wizard. Unwizened, not wizened. Unuk, abbreviation of unwatermarked. Ununct, abbreviation of unwatermarked. Unwoeful, not woeful. Unwoke, not having been woken. Unwoken, not having been woken. Unwolfish, not wolfish. Unwoman, to deprive of feminine qualities or of the status of womanhood, to unsex. Unwoman, simple past and past participle of unwoman. Unwomaning, present participle and gerund of unwoman. Unwomanish, not womanish. Unwomanize, to make unwomanly, to defeminize. Unwomanize, simple past and past participle of unwomanize. Unwomanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unwomanize. Unwomanizing, present participle and gerund of unwomanize. Unwomanlike, not womanlike, not befitting a woman. Unwomanliness, the state or condition of being unwomanly. Unwomanly, not womanly, unfeminine. Unwomaned, simple past and past participle of unwoman. Unwomaning, present participle and gerund of unwoman. Unwoman's, third person singular simple present indicative of unwoman. Unwomb, to remove from the womb. Unwombed, simple past and past participle of unwomb. Unwombing, present participle and gerund of unwomb. Unwombs, Third person singular simple present indicative of unwomb. Unwomen, plural of unwoman. Unwhy, not one. Unwonder, to divest of wonder or mystery, as by interpreting or explaining. Unwonder, simple past and past participle of unwonder. Unwonderful, not wonderful, unpleasant or sordid. Unwondering, present participle and gerund of unwonder. Unwonderingly, without wondering. Unwonders. Third person singular simple present indicative of unwonder. Unwhat? Unwanted, unused, unaccustomed. Unwanted. Not customary or habitual, unusual, infrequent, strange. Unwantedly, unusually. Unwantedness, the quality of being unwanted or unusual, deviation from custom or habit. Unknowable, unable to be wooed. Unwooded, not wooded. Unwooden, not made of wood, not wooden. Unwooed, not wooed. Unwooing, that does not woo. Unwoolly, not woolly. Unwoolly, alternative form of unwoolly. Unwordable, impossible to express in words. Unwordably, such that it cannot be expressed in words. Unworded, not worded, not put into words, unexpressed. Unwordiness, the state or condition of being unworthy, terseness. Unworthy, not worthy. Unwor, to undo or destroy work previously done. Unworkabilities, plural of unworkability. Unworkability, the quality or state of being unworkable. Lack of workability. Unworkable, not workable. Unworkableness, the quality or state of being unworkable. Lack of workableness. Unworkables, plural of unworkable. Unworkably, in an unworkable fashion, not workably. Unworked, yet to be altered, carved, milled, worked, or otherwise changed from its natural or crude state. Unworkedness, the quality of being unworked. Unworker, one who does not work, and idler. Unworkers, plural of unworker. Unworking, present participle and gerund of unwork. Unworkings, plural of unworking. Unworkmanlike, not workmanlike. Unworkmanly, not workmanly. Unworks, third person singular simple present indicative of unwork. Unworksome, not worksome, not diligent or work intensive. Unworldliness, synonym of unworldliness. Unworldlier, comparative form of unworldly, more unworldly. Unworldliest, superlative form of unworldly, most unworldly. Unworldliness, the characteristic of being unworldly. Unworldlinesses, plural of unworldliness. Unworldly, exceeding what is typically found in the world, exceptional, transcendent. Unworldly, synonym of unworldly. Unwormed, not treated for worms. Unwormy, not wormy. Unwore, not worn away or eroded. Unworry, free of worries. Unworriedly, in an unworried way, calmly, without anxiety. Unworriedness, the quality of being unworry. Unworrisome, not worrisome. Away, not weighing, which does not cause anxiety. Away, in a way that does not cause worry or anxiety. Unworship, lack of worship or respect. Dishonor, failure or refusal to worship, irreverence. Unworshipable, that cannot be worshipped. Unworshipped, alternative form of unworshipped. Unworshipful, not worshipful. Unworshipfully, in an unworshipful manner. Unworshipping, alternative form of unworshipping. Unworshipable, that cannot be worshipped. Unworshipped, not worshipped. Unworshipping, not taking part in worship. Unworsted, not having been worsted, not having come off worse in a struggle or dispute. Unworthiness, unworthliness, worthlessness. Away, comparative form of unworthy, more unworthy. Unworthies, plural of unworthy. Awayes, superlative form of unworthy, most unworthy. Unworthily, in an unworthy manner. Unworthiness, the characteristic or condition of being unworthy. Unworthiness is plural of unworthiness. Unworthiness, synonym of unworthiness. Unworthwhile, not worthwhile. Unworthy, not worthy, lacking value or merit, worthless. Unworthiness, rare form of unworthiness. Unwotting, unknowing, unaware. Unwound, simple past and past participle of unwind. Unwoundable. Incapable of being wounded. Unwounded, not wounded. Unwove, simple past of unweave. Unwoven, not woven. Unwowable, not to be wowed or impressed. Unwowed, not wowed, unimpressed. Initialism of United Nations Relief and Works Agency. Unrack, not racked. Unwrangling. That does not wrangle, not argumentative. To open or undo, as what is wrapped or folded. Unwrappable. Capable of being unwrapped. Unwrapped, not wrapped. Unwrapper, one who unwraps something. Unwrappers, plural of unwrapper. Unmapping, present participle and gerund of unwrap. Unwrappings, plural of unwrapping. Unwraps, third person singular simple present indicative of unwrap. Unwrathful, not wrathful. Unwrathfully, in an unwrathful manner. Unway, to uncover. Unreat, not reeked. Unwreath, alternative form of unwreath. Unwreath, to untwist, uncoil, or untwine something wreathed. Unwreathed, not wreathed. Unwreath, third person singular simple present indicative of unwreath. Unwreathing, present participle and gerund of unwreath. Unwreath, third person singular simple present indicative of unwreath. Unwrack, to undo or reverse the wrecking of, by extension to repair, restore to good use, salvage. Unwreckable, incapable of being wrecked. Unwrecked, not wrecked. Unwrecking, present participle and gerund of unwreck. Unwrecks, third person singular simple present indicative of unwreck. Unwrench, to wrench back out of place, to remove by wrenching. Unwrench, that has not been wrenched. Unwrenches, third person singular simple present indicative of unwrench. Unwrenching, present participle and gerund of unwrench. Unarrest, to restore from arrested or distorted state. Unrested, not rested. Unresting, present participle and gerund of unrest. Unwrestle, not wrestle. Unrests, third person singular simple present indicative of unrest. Unmeasured, not wretched. Unwriggle, to free something which is trapped by wriggling. Unwriggled, simple past and past participle of unwriggle. Unwriggles, third person singular simple present indicative of unwriggle. Unwriggling, present participle and gerund of unwriggle. Unwrinkle, to remove wrinkles from. Unwrinklable, not wrinkleable. Unwrinkled, without wrinkles. Unwrinkledness, the state or condition of being unwrinkled. Unwrinkles, third person singular simple present indicative of unwrinkle. Unwrinkling, present participle and gerund of unwrinkle. Unwritten. Unwritable, not writable. Unwrite, to erase, to revert to a state where something was never written. Unwritable, alternative form of unwritable. Unwrites, third person singular simple present indicative of unwrite. Unwriting, present participle and gerund of unwrite. Unwritten, not written. Unwritten rule, an unspoken rule. Uneaten rules, plural of unwritten rule. Unwrittenness, a quality of being uneaten. Unbroken, unavenged. Unrar, not wrong, at least partly right or acceptable. Unwronged, not having been wronged. Unwrongful, not wrongful. Unwrote, simple past of unright. Unwrite, in the native state before being worked on, especially used of bars of bullion and other metal. Unrar, that has not been run. Unmumto, initialism of UN World Tourism Organization. Unxenophobic, not xenophobic. Unyachtsmanlike, not yachtsmanlike. Anego, in Swahili culture, a set of rituals that use music and dance to celebrate the coming of age of girls, teaching them about sex and conjugal life. Unyard, to move stock out of a yard. Unyarded, simple past and past participle of unyard. Unyarding, present participle and gerund of unyard. Unyards, third person singular simple present indicative of unyard. Unand, not yeaned, not born. Unyearned for, not yearned for. Unyearning, not yearning. Unyested, not yeasted. Unyelt, not yelled, not expressed in a yell. Unyellow, not yellow in various senses. Unyellowed, not yellowed. Unyielded, not yielded, not given up. Unyielding, not giving in, not bending. Stubborn, unyieldingly, in an unyielding way. Unyieldingness, the state or condition of being unyielding. Unyieldly, not yieldly, yielding little or nothing, unproductive, useless. Unyokable, alternative form of unyokable. Unyoke, to release something from a yoke or harness. Unyokable, not yokeable. Unyokableness, the state or condition of being unyokable. Unyoked, not yoked. Unyokes, third person singular simple present indicative of unyoke. Unyoking, present participle and gerund of unyoke. Unyokings, plural of unyoking. Unyoked, from which the yoke has been removed. Unyoked, not young. Unyouthful, not youthful. Unyouthfully, in an unyouthful manner. Unyouthfulness, quality of being youthful. Unzany, not zany. Unnapped, not zapped. Unzealous, not zealous. Unzealously, without zeal. Unzealousness, the quality of being unzealous. Unnat, a village in Ariège Department, Occitania, France. Unnestful, not zestful. Unep, to open something using a zipper. Unzippable, capable of being unzipped. Unzipped, simple past and past participle of unzip. Unsever, to unzip. Unsever, simple past and past participle of unzipper. Unzippering, present participle and gerund of unzipper. Unzippers, third person singular simple present indicative of unzipper. Unzipping, present participle and gerund of unzip. Unzippings, plural of unzipping. Uneps, third person singular simple present indicative of unzip. Undog, a type of mandarin of species Citrus caregi. Unzombified, not zombified. Undown, to remove from an assigned zone or zoning. Unzoned, that has not been zoned, lacking is zone or zones. Undowned, third person singular simple present indicative of unzone. Unzoning, present participle and gerund of unzone. Unzoom, zoom out. Unzoomed, simple past and past participle of unzoom. Unzooming, present participle and gerund of unzoom. Unzooms, third person singular simple present indicative of unzoom. Unsweda, a surname. Unswedas, plural of unsweda. Unequal, obsolete spelling of unequal. Unequal, obsolete spelling of unequal. Unequivocal, alternative spelling of unequivocal. Unesthetic, obsolete form of unesthetic. Yo, initialism of ultra-orthodox. Yoa, University of Guam. Hua, initialism of University of Lahore. Yoa, initialism of unit of measure. Yoa, plural of UOM. Yoa, initialism of University of Nairobi. Uon a city in Q letter 1EA 3N Ninh province of Vietnam. Yonum, a a city in Niigata Prefecture, Japan. Yeah. Initialism of user operation prohibition, a deliberate restriction preventing the viewer from skipping advertisements, copyright messages, etc. in certain recorded media. Your initialism of urgent operational requirement. UR initialism of University of Reading. UR acronym of Upstream Open Reading Frame. UR plural acronym for Upstream Open Reading Frames. Uetsuri ellipsis of Uetsuri Island, an island in Ishigaki, Okinawa Prefecture, Japan, in the Senkaku Islands. Uetsuri Island, an island in Ishigaki, Okinawa Prefecture, Japan, in the Senkaku Islands. Uetsuri Shima, synonym of Uetsuri Island. Initialism of Upper Peninsula. Indicating movement towards or location at a higher place or position. Up a close, synonym of up a tree in a difficult situation. Up a creek, alternative form of up the creek. Up a creek without a paddle, alternative form of up the creek. Up a gum tree, in a difficult situation, in a predicament. Up a hide, high up. Up a storm, in a remarkable or excited manner. Up a stump, at a loss, puzzled, in a bind. Up a tree, in or into a disadvantaged or difficult situation, at a loss, cornered. Up, an upward location used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See up, above. Up against, facing, challenging, or opposing. Up against it, in a very difficult position. Up against the wall, trapped, cornered, discommoded, discomfited, in a quandary. Out and abruptly, unexpectedly. Up and about, out of bed and performing one's everyday activities, especially after illness. Up and around, alternative form of up and about. Up and at an, vigorously launched or launching into an activity. Up and away, moving quickly and continuously upwards, often with a sense of joy or excitement. Up and coming, alternative form of up and coming. Up and disappear, to disappear abruptly. Up and down, upward and downward, alternately. Up and down house, a two-story house. Up and down straight draw, an open-ended straight draw. Up and down straight draws, plural of up and down straight draw. Up and go. Synonym of up and leave. Up and leave, to leave abruptly. Up and leaves, third person singular simple present indicative of up and leave. Up and left, simple past and past participle of up and